morning, ladies and gentlemen. Take your seats, please. The October 18, 2006 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. I'm asked to make this announcement. There's no cause for alarm, but we're advising everybody that the building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. So if alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits. And once outside, assemble on the Las Vegas Boulevard side of the property. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. Now, I do that. That's an automatic. No reason to think that there's going to be any issue whatsoever, but in an abundance of caution, we're making that announcement at the beginning of each council meeting. So before we proceed with the agenda, we'd like everyone to please rise for the invocation by Chaplain Steve Sanson, Greater Las Vegas Marine Corps League and Veteran Foreign Wars, and please remain standing for the pledge.
Heavenly Father, we come here to offer you praise and worship and to express our gratitude for this beautiful morning. We thank you for our health and that of our families and for the food we consume. We also pray for the health and safety of our city, which is being tested at this time. We ask you to watch over Mayor Goodman, City Councilwoman Newman, all city staff members, emergency responders, our military, and provide them safety and strength. We pray that freedom be restored to countries that are at war. We ask that the doors of knowledge be open to all Las Vegas students in our school system, and we pray for those that participate in gangs or graffiti tagging that the forces of good enter their hearts. We pray for forgiveness for the misdeeds of those inmates in our prisons, and that they continue to receive your blessings in their time of defeat. We ask forgiveness for their sins, just as we seek it for our own. We pray for these things in your name, our Lord and Savior. We also pray, Lord, that all elected officials and all future elected officials be preserved with your good fortune and faith. God bless the United States of America. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. That's nice. A couple of weeks ago, I'm sitting in my office peacefully, not bothering a living soul, and I get a phone call from Mayor Cashel, who's the mayor of Reno, and he's in a council meeting up there, and the council's all listening in on the telephone call, and he makes a challenge. He wanted to bet who was going to win the game, the UNLV Rebels or the Nevada Reno Wolfpack. And of course I said the Rebels. I didn't even give him any points or take any points. I was convinced that the Rebels would win. And he said, well, what are we going to trade? And I said, well, I'd like to trade the Fremont Street experience for the Truckee. He wouldn't go for that, so we settled on the loser would have to wear the shirt of the winning team. And unfortunately, that's why I'm wearing the number 3 of the Wolfpack today. Please forgive me. I really don't feel well, no.
Okay. For our first items this morning, Councilman Wilson will recognize the October Citizen of the Month and proclaim October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Today I have the privilege, and it certainly is a privilege, to honor an outstanding woman in our community as the City of Las Vegas October Citizen of the Month, Maria Singleton. Would you please join me here at the podium, and let's have our first round of applause. Stand right next to me, Maria. I'd like to give you some background information on Maria. Maria was born in a city outside of Naples, Italy, and my notes here tell me what year, but I'm not going to tell them what year, okay? At the age of 6, she moved with her family to Providence, Rhode Island. In 1969, she moved to Las Vegas and is the proud mother of 1 son and 1 daughter, who both live here in Las Vegas. She also has 3 granddaughters and 3 great-grandsons. In 1989, Maria retired, as they say, but I would venture to guess she's probably busier now than ever before. She spends her time volunteering, preaching, reading, and keeping up on current affairs. Maria is a very young, I'm not going to say that number, and I would challenge any of you to try and keep up with her for just a week. She was the Nevada Prayer Coordinator for the National Day of Prayer for the last 12 years. For the last 20 years, she's been a lay chaplain at UMC and in the women's ministry at the Las Vegas Rescue Mission. Additionally, she is a prison minister at both the men's prison at High Desert and the Women's Correctional Center. And, as if that weren't enough, she will soon be teaching Bible study at Child Haven. Maria, we are very grateful to have you in Ward 2. And the City of Las Vegas. Your faith, love, and compassion are an inspiration to all of us. You're a blessing to our community, and naming you Citizen of the Month is just one small way that we can show our appreciation to you for all that you've done, for all the people you touch, and you just make Las Vegas, the city, a better place to live. So congratulations on being the October Citizen of the Month. And Mayor Goodman, would you kindly present Maria with a nice bouquet? Maria, we also have a real nice plaque here saying City of Las Vegas, Citizen of the Month, October 2006, Maria Singleton, and I'd love for you to say a few words. But before you do, it's my understanding that one of your daughters has a very special position here in Las Vegas.
Yes.
Very special. She's one of the number ones to Mayor Goodman, is that right?
That's right.
And she's sitting right there in the audience, Cheryl, is that right? Okay. Maria?
I want to thank you, Councilman Wilkerson, and I'm proud to be in your ward, and in humility for bestowing this honor upon me. And I'm going to read, I have it in my heart, but I feel I should read this. First of all, I want to give praise, honor, and glory to my Lord, Yeshua HaMashiach, my Lord Jesus Christ, for allowing me to be the National Day of Prayer Coordinator. And this honor that's bestowed upon me, I want to lay it at the feet of Jesus, because he receives the glory, the praise, and the honor. And it was through our Lord that I became prayer coordinator for the National Day of Prayer for the state of Nevada for over a decade. And it was a pleasure and an honor to serve in that position. I want to thank David. First of all, I want to thank Mayor Goodman and his staff, always supporting the National Day of Prayer. They were always there for us. I want to thank David Wiggleman for his graciousness. He's one of the most wonderful people that we worked with. And thanks again, David. We love you. And we're also, in the Energy Services Department, they're always going the extra mile for us. And then, of course, I want to thank my coordinators. I call them lovingly, I call them the God Squad. And that's Judy Redburn, Patty Crisafulli, my very, very dear son, Pastor Dieter, and Rabbi Sam Oppenheim. And I'd like to read this. It's called Freedoms of Source. It is the soldier, not the reporter, who has given us freedom of the press. It is the soldier, not the poet, who has given us freedom of speech. It is the soldier, not the lawyer, who has given us the right to a fair trial, excluding the...
Thank you very much.
It is the soldier who salutes the flag, who serves under the flag, and whose coffin is draped by the flag, and who allows the protester to burn the flag. Were it not for the brave, there would be no land of the free. And these men have given all to our country. I just want the other piece. And what can we give to our country? What can we give? And like Queen Esther, we believe that we have chosen to defend our religious freedoms for such a time as this. And I say, God bless America. There's no nation like America. And let's pray together and work together to make this nation great. Thank you.
Would you pose for a couple pictures? No, didn't we do that?
Very well.
Great job.
Great job. Now you have domestic violence. Good.
Okay, 2 in a row. It is my pleasure to ask Beverly Carlino Banta, the Director of Development for SafeNest, to join me at the podium. For those of you who don't know, SafeNest, hi Beverly. Good morning. SafeNest is a nonprofit agency that offers comprehensive domestic violence services to victims, batterers, children, and the community. More than 25,000 cases of domestic violence were filed in Clark County in the year 2004. In Las Vegas, 12,000 cases were reported, and over 55,000 calls for service were made. Nevada has the second highest rate of domestic violence, Alaska being the first. Nationally, 3.3 million children were exposed to domestic violence in their homes each year. Today, we are proclaiming October 2006 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And Beverly, I have this proclamation on behalf of Mayor Goodman and the entire City Council to present to you, which proclaims this month as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And it would be my pleasure to ask you to say a few words, please.
Thank you, Councilman. SafeNest has been serving lives and saving families since 1977. SafeNest is the largest and most comprehensive agency devoted solely to domestic violence issues. Our services include shelters in confidential locations, a 24-hour crisis hotline, counseling, victim advocacy, prevention, and community education. Domestic Violence Awareness Month is an opportunity to dispel the myths surrounding domestic violence. It does not discriminate. Its perpetrators hide behind many different faces. Its victims answer to many different names. Domestic violence crosses all racial, economic, and societal barriers. Earlier this year, SafeNest, in partnership with the Family Violence Prevention Fund, launched a groundbreaking campaign to engage men as partners in preventing violence against women. The Coaching Boys into Men campaign is dedicated to men directed towards men as fathers, friends, mentors, coaches, and community leaders, to encourage them to talk with the boys in their lives about why violence has no place in relationships. The message is really quite simple. Men can teach boys that violence does not equal strength. And for more information about this campaign and to take the pledge, I encourage you to visit our website at www.safeness.org. I would like to thank the Mayor, Councilman Wilson, and the other council and councilwoman members for bringing this attention to this issue during Domestic Violence Awareness Month, because together, as a community, we can make a difference to break the cycle of violence. Thank you very much.
That was great. For our next item, we'll recognize the October Employee of the Month. To assist in making this presentation, I'd like to ask City Clerk Ronnie Ronimus to please come forward, and I'm pleased to announce that the October 2006 Employee of the Month is Stacy Campbell, an Administrative Secretary in the City Clerk's Office. Stacy? Stacy has been a city employee since March 2004 and has made a significant contribution to increase morale and productivity in the clerk's office and has shown exceptional job performance. Stacy's reorganization of the Administrative Secretary's desk has allowed the clerk's office to provide outstanding customer service to both in-house customers and citizens. She utilized existing software to create a tracking system for all documents that must be signed by me or attested by the clerk, allowing more than 1,100 documents to pass through the clerk's office. Prior to Stacy's system, a paper log was used that was not always efficient. Stacy also took on the challenging job of organizing the volunteers and many other behind-the-scene activities for the U.S. Conference of Mayors in June, and I thank you for that. You did a great job. Immediately following the Mayor's Conference, she assumed responsibility for numerous details of the Region Municipal Clerks Conference that was held at the Golden Nugget in August. Both were outstanding efforts. So on behalf of myself and the City Council, I'd like to congratulate you for being named the October 2006 Employee of the Month.
Thank you, Mayor. When Stacy first came to the city clerk's office, she brought with her a strong work ethic and a wonderful sense of humor. I think that's what's carried through all the way. And when she was promoted to administrative secretary for the department in 2005, her organizational skills just excelled. And as shown by the U.S. Conference of Mayors and the Region 8 International Institute of Municipal Clerks, I don't think she planned to become a planner, conference planner, but she did. And she did a wonderful job. She interfaces so well with the departments, and for our department, the interfacing with the departments and the citizens is critical. And Stacy is excellent. And I can't think of anyone more deserving of Employee of the Month. Thank you.
Nowhere in any of that praise did they talk about my excellent public speaking skills. They're non-existent. I'm nervous. I'm really excited, though, so I'm just going to read from this, okay? I'm very excited to be selected as Employee of the Month. I'd like to thank Paula Clark for nominating me and the entire city clerk staff for supporting me and always being so fun to work with. Snaps for the clerk's office. I need to thank my managers and supervisors, Sharon Coons, Beverly Bridges, and Ronnie Ronimus. They give me the tools I need to do my job, and then they step back and give me the room to do it in and to grow as an employee and to learn. They're always there for me, and they always make me feel valued. I work with great people both in my department and citywide, and I wanted to thank all of you who stopped by and sent emails and came by with hugs and smiles and congratulations. And the people who came today, my good friends Lori and Ken are in the audience, and Gogi and Michael came. I know everybody's busy. And I really wanted to thank my mom Billy and my son Jamie. They're sitting over there. They always stand by me, and during times like the Mayor's Conference in Region 8, when our work demands interfere with demands of our personal life, I can always count on them for the support and understanding that I need to get through it, and I love you both very much. and it's nice to be appreciated. And it's fabulous when you're appreciated for doing a job that you love. I'm always busy with a challenging variety of work, and that's the way I like it. And I'll continue working hard for the city, its employees, and their constituents. I'm very, very flattered, and I thank you very much.
Thank you. And for our next item, we'll recognize the Senior of the Quarter, and to help us make that presentation, I'd like to ask Harry Fury, a member of our Senior Citizens Advisory Board, to please join us at the podium. Harry?
Good morning.
Good morning, my friend.
Sure. Good morning, Your Honor, members of the City Council, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to announce to you that Tony Bruges has been nominated by the Senior Advisory Board and endorsed by Councilman Larry Brown to receive the Senior of the Quarter Award. I first met Tony Bruges in 1993, and in the ensuing years I know that he has participated in many community projects. For instance, Tony has worked against uncontrolled development, for advocating traffic mitigation on Alexander Road, participated in many meetings about proposed commercial residential expansion in his community. More recently, he volunteered on the Medicare Part D informational campaign sponsored by the Nevada Interagency Task Force. He currently serves as a member of the city's Community Development Review Board, has served for 10 years on the Mountain Shadows Homeowner Association Board of Director, and previously served on the Senior Advisory Board. We thank Tony for his service to make the City of Las Vegas and the senior community a better place to live. Well done, Tony. Congratulations. Tony Bruges.
Hi, Tony.
Hey, Mayor.
How are you? Good seeing you.
Still Larry Brown.
I'll say a few words first.
Okay.
Thank you, Harry. Thank you. So appropriate to recognize everything that this man has done in the city, and especially in the Northwest in Ward 4. Tony and his late wife, Ethel, were one of the first citizens of the month in Ward 4. And I remember it as only yesterday, if anything was going wrong in Ward 4, the first phone call would be from Tony. He'd be very even-keeled, raise the issues, objective, hang up the phone, and 30 seconds later, Ethel would be on the phone up here. But they certainly have been great stewards of the Northwest, and truly, if citizen participation has an impact in our city, it's individuals like Tony that truly make the difference. He is just unselfish, he's dedicated, he doesn't want a lot of recognition, he just goes about doing his job in his neighborhood, in Ward 4 in the city, and certainly for our senior population. So, Tony, certainly on behalf of everybody out in Ward 4 in the city, we congratulate you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the mayor and the council for the award. It's well deserved. It's nice to get recognized, and as I say, I think maybe that's what keeps us young, is to participate, and you do make a difference. I never was ever involved in anything before. I was participant in other committees and associations and things like that, but when I got to Las Vegas, I suddenly realized I want to make Las Vegas a better place to live. And I don't know why. We lived out in the Northwest. It was wild then 12 years ago. But you do make a difference, and you have to get up and say what you think. and participate. And you do count, no matter how small you think you are. You do come down, and persistence does pay off. Thanks again.
Thank you. That was great. For our final item, we're recognizing National Community Planning Month. The theme of this month is making great communities through planning. I'd like to ask the following individuals to join us at the podium. Margot Wheeler, the city's Planning and Development Director. Deputy Director Tom Perigo. I have no idea what he does for a living. Is Tom? Okay, I figured that. He really doesn't do much around City Hall. Oh, okay. He found City Hall? There he is. All right, good. Oh, this taxpayer monies are being... How much do you make? And Glenn Trowbridge, Chairman of the city's Planning Commission. Also in the audience are other planning commissioners. We have Dave Steinman, Mr. Evans, and Mr. Truesdale. Why don't you gentlemen stand up, please? Join us up here. Come on. That's good. The Planning Department is paramount in meeting the city's priority of providing sustainable development and growth in Las Vegas. And the Planning Commission and the Planning and Development Department's efforts enable us to meet our goals for climate protection, green building initiatives, which we'll hear about a little later, multiple transit and transportation options, open space, parks and trails, and a community where Las Vegans can live, work, and play in their neighborhoods. On behalf of the City Council, I would like to proclaim October as Community Planning Month in the City of Las Vegas, and I ask all of our citizens to acknowledge the many valuable contributions made by the professional community and the Planning and Development Department. The truth be told, these gentlemen who are standing here before you on the Planning Commission really are probably the most unthanked folks who participate in local government. They spend numerous hours preparing for their Planning Commission meetings. The meetings last endless hours, sometimes into the wee hours of the morning. They're giving very little thanks. They're showing very little appreciation. But today, I hope that we convey to you how much we do appreciate each and every one of you for the wonderful efforts that you give to the city of Las Vegas. You're very special people. With that, I'm going to ask Glenn. Glenn, if you'd be kind enough to accept the proclamation and say a few words for the group, please.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. I've got to recognize you for wearing the shirt, and you do pay off your debts, and that's probably why they call it the Honorable Mayor. But on behalf of the entire Planning Commission, I'd like to thank the Mayor and the entire City Council for allowing us to serve in this small way. But in reality, I've got to also recognize the capable work done by the City Clerk's Office in providing us such excellent support in providing record keeping of our long and laborious meetings. I'd like to recognize the excellent professional legal support that the City Attorney's Office gives us, as well as the incredible technical engineering work that comes out of the Public Works Department on our behalf. And it all goes without saying that the Planning Department does a valuable job on behalf of the citizenry, and any of the successes that we achieve as a result of the team effort in making recommendations to the City Council and the Mayor that have to make the ultimate tough decisions on these planning matters that make such a big difference in the quality of life that we're all able to enjoy. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you very much. Steve, thanks. Absolutely. Dave, thank you very much. That's great. Rick, thank you so much. That's great. That's it. Ladies, do you have a Kleenex down there by any chance? Thanks. Thank you. Oh, my feet are killing me. Yep.
I know, he loves you.
And 73. Is everybody here? 76. Yes. Yes, certainly. Councilor Weekly.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very proud today to introduce again my intern, my newest intern in my office, Katrina Concepcion. She's a graduating senior attending Las Vegas High School, and I'd just like to welcome her here today. She'll be interning with us this school year, and she's doing a real good job, and she's an excellent student in school as well. And so we're very glad to have her aboard, and we hope and pray that she learns a lot here in city government. So if you all don't mind, please give her a nice round of applause, Katrina Concepcion.
Okay, very good. Item number 10, any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. Item number 16 is approval of a purchase agreement whereby the Economic Opportunity Board sells to the City of Las Vegas property located at 951 East Street. Staff's asked to strike. Item number 73 is temporary approval of a new tavern, Kismet, 105 South Las Vegas Boulevard. Staff's asked to strike. Item number 76 is temporary approval of change of ownership, location, business name for a supper club license, Puny Oriental Restaurant, 9026 West Sahara Avenue. Staff's asked to strike. Item number 77 is a new temporary psychic art and science license, 1000 East Sahara. Staff's asked to strike. Item number 78 is a new psychic art and science license, 1000 East Sahara Avenue. Staff's asked to strike. Item number 82 is Resolution 80-2006, Property Owners Bill of Rights. Staff's asked to strike. And item number 84 is Resolution 82-2006, Marijuana Initiative. Staff's asked to strike. Council members, are there any other items we need to report at this time? Hearing none, Your Honor, I make a motion we bring these items forward, take the appropriate action, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 11, approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular city council meeting of September 6, 2006. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Yes, Your Honor. No additions or deletions. I make a motion for approval, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 12 through 58 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments, and they may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward at this time? Right. Mr. Hodges?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of council. On item number 18, there is an error on that item. We just need to correct it for the record. It's listed as being in Ward 6. It's actually in Ward 3. If we make that correction, it's fine to proceed then.
All right, very good. I don't think we have to pull it forward. We could just make that correction. That's noted then. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any other items that the council wishes to bring forward at this time? All right, seeing none, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. I make a motion to approve the consent calendar, items 12 through 58, with the exception of 16, please, with the correction on 50, or with 18. With those changes, make a motion for approval, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Ms. Rodimus, may the record reflect that Councilman Ross has requested to be excused until he arrives here this morning. He had a prior obligation and had to make an official commitment, and I excused him. Thank you. Okay. We're up to, there's been a request to bring item 83 forward at this time, and the request is a reasonable one, and we'll call item 83 at this time. This is R 81, 2006, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution adopting the City of Las Vegas Green Building Program. This applies to all wards. Mr. Farrago?
Good morning.
I'm glad you have a good sense of humor. I really don't know what you do, but you are a valued employee.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Council. We're very excited to bring this resolution to you today. And we do have a very short video clip we'd like to show you, and I have to give recognition to Video Services. I think they did an outstanding job. So if you could roll video, please.
Thank you.
The Southern Nevada Home Builders Association and the Green Building Initiative have developed the Southern Nevada Green Building Partnership. The City of Las Vegas is a proud member of this partnership, working behind the scenes for quite some time, until now.
It takes years of planning and behind-the-scenes work, and eventually start to see the fruits of those labors and visible programs like our alternative fuel program. The conservation of any natural resource is very important. So I'm proud to say that we are the first ones that are going to be building the first green office building. So how important do I think it is? I think we have to get off the reliance on foreign oil and start conserving energy. It's up to those people that understand the industry to educate the public and to offer them a product available in the City of Las Vegas.
This partnership, which includes the City of Las Vegas, is the very first that will be available on a voluntary basis to make sure that our housing is cutting edge.
We'll be the first municipality to actually endorse the Green Building residential program. And we'll actually, on top of that, certify home builders and individual homes.
Southwest Gas looks forward to continued efforts that advance energy efficiency in our home and building designs.
We're committed to meeting this goal, and a program such as the City of Las Vegas Green Building Program allows us to reach that goal.
These homes not only are going to meet a variety of standards for energy and resource use in general, but they're also going to meet some of the highest standards in the nation for water efficiency, and we're very excited about that.
We currently have over 260 neighboring communities being built to the Energy Star level throughout the valley.
I don't think there are any other communities that have such a significant opportunity and reason to engage in green building practices.
High growth environment where most of these kind of projects come to fruition earlier than in locales.
All of these elements are part of the city's new Green Building Program, which will lead to a more sustainable community for future residents.
It's just part of the city's mission to be innovative and to be progressive in everything we do. So it's been really a joint effort with the home builders and the City of Las Vegas to put together a program that we're happy to recommend to the City Council. It's the right thing to do.
There are basically three components to the Green Building Program. The first component is all city buildings will achieve a LEED Silver equivalent standard of development and design. The second component is a Green Building Fund, which will be a result of taking the incremental increase of franchise fees for energy and solid waste to create a Green Building Fund. And the third component is the residential development component. The Southern Nevada Home Builders Association, in partnership with the Green Building Initiative, has worked together, put together an outstanding program for green building. And essentially if a builder meets those standards within the City of Las Vegas, and we'll recognize them as a City of Las Vegas Green Building Partner, and we'll provide them promotional materials. And here to talk a little bit more about the Southern Nevada Green Building Partnership is Executive Director of the Southern Nevada Home Builders Association, Irene Porter, and Kelly O'Brien who is the Director of Residential Programs for the Green Building Initiative.
Very good. Ladies, come right up, please.
Good morning, Mayor and members of the Council. I'm Irene Porter, Executive Director of Southern Nevada Home Builders Association, and I'm truly pleased to be here today. It's one of those good news days and good news items. Incidentally, as a side note for the members of the Council, I hope you took note that of your 4 wonderful awards this morning, 3 of those were ladies. The Southern Nevada Home Builders Association, 2 years ago, decided to look at the National Green Building Initiative and determine if we could develop a green building program here in Southern Nevada for residential. The LEEDS program under the U.S. Green Building Council was all commercial at that time. 60 stakeholders went together in Washington and developed the National Green Building Initiative. And from that, we became a Nevada Green Building Initiative program. But to develop your program to fit your community, you must have a group of people and a cross-section, a partnership to develop the standards and principles that have to be met for residential development. If I might, I'd like to tell you the people that actually sat on our committee, or the companies, to develop the program. Amstar Homes, Astoria Homes, Avanti Homes, Centex Homes, Concordia Homes, Engel Homes, Party Homes, and Pulte Del Webb. Some of those people are in the audience today. We also had the energy consultants of Council Energy Inspectors, Masco, Gale Building Products, the trade partners, DuPont, Green Building Initiative, Rollon Rolling Shutters, utility companies, Nevada Power, Southwest Gas, and Southern Nevada Water Authority, and of course the City of Las Vegas. In particular, Tom Perigo and Rob Laurent have been absolutely wonderful as working as a part of this committee to help us develop the green building program along with the others. We have many builders that are already interested in becoming green builders and part of the program. In fact, they've been chomping at the bit and calling my staff and saying, when are you going to get done? When are you going to get done? Well, it's a long process. And we're pleased to tell you that many of the builders now, those who have become Water Smart builders, those in Energy Star program, those who are building 15% above the National Energy Code, will have very little to do, additional to do, in order to be able to meet the green building standards, because they have been doing it all along. We will have very strict guidelines. There will be plan approvals. There will be independent third-party inspections done in addition to your city building inspections. We will be, as Doug said on the video, Doug Bennett, will have the toughest water efficiency standards in the United States, and we believe we should have them. We do live in a desert that gets very little water, and we have to conserve that resource. Our energy you will be soon adopting the 2006 International Energy Code, which the Building Department has done so much work on. And we will, to be in green building, you have to do 15% above that tough new 2006 International Energy Code. There are various other elements in water, besides the water resources. There will be reducing the quantity of materials and waste, enhancing durability and reducing maintenance, using recycled content materials, using renewable materials, waste material handling during construction, the energy efficiency, landscape design, irrigation system standards, plumbing and equipment standards, swimming pools and spas, and we will go on to minimize potential sources of pollutants, manage potential pollutants generated in the home, moisture management, vapor, rainwater plumbing, HVC, homeowner manual to the homeowners, and programs for them to understand their program, optional information in the home manual, solid waste, and the different products we'll be using. So it's a very comprehensive program to be a green builder and produce green homes. We believe that the citizens who will buy these homes, they're going to be a little increased in cost, but they're also going to be saving a great deal on all of their utility bills and their maintenance and their other things over the years to try to offset some of that cost. I thank you very much for having a green building program and allowing us at Southern Nevada Home Builders Association to be a part of it and do the residential element. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. I think it's great that the home builders have bought into this. Oftentimes there's resistance for something that's new and innovative, and this is a wonderful way to express ourselves as a city who's concerned about our ecological future, and I thank you for all you've done in working with the City of Las Vegas.
Thank you, Mayor. There's one person I'd really like to introduce. There is a lady on our staff who has handled all the building codes over several years now and done a lot of other things, but I can tell you there wouldn't be a green building initiative that we had ready to present to you if it hadn't been for the hard work and commitment of Connie Suckling, our Senior Government Affairs person on staff of the Home Builders Association.
Okay, Connie.
She led the program.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm very excited to be here today to recognize the Southern Nevada Green Building Partnership as the first green building program in Southern Nevada. As Director of Residential Programs for the Green Building Initiative, I've seen demand increase for green building options, and this program goes a long way towards helping homeowners enjoy the benefits of green-built homes. I'd like to thank Irene Porter, Connie Suckling, and Monica Caruso at the Southern Nevada Home Builders Association and the City of Las Vegas for their tireless efforts in bringing this partnership to fruition. The Green Building Initiative has partnered with the National Association of Home Builders to bring green building into the mainstream by assisting home builders associations in developing local programs based on the NAHB Model Green Home Building Guidelines. With another successful year behind us, we're delighted that so many people are turning to the GBI for practical and affordable ways to build green. We look forward to seeing how our work with the NAHB guidelines and Green Globes continues to grow in the future. The GBI and the Southern Nevada Green Building Partnership know we must continue to develop practical approaches and recognize multiple options if we're to create positive change in the green building field and serve the broader marketplace. Consumer awareness continues to grow, and that translates into increased demand. By launching the Southern Nevada Green Building Partnership, we are answering that demand. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Mr. Peridot?
Yes, Mayor. I'd also like to mention that a number of the people who assisted on the committee with the Home Builders Association are in the audience here today.
We certainly thank them, and we appreciate everything that you're doing. If you please stand to be recognized, we'd appreciate that. All those who have been involved in this project, thank you very much. We really appreciate that. And Mr. Peridot, I'm going to ask you to consider preparing a white paper that we could submit to the Conference of Mayors, because we are at the cutting edge as far as green buildings are concerned on a residential basis. We've already been active as far as our commercial buildings are concerned. Mr. Molansky is building the Southern Nevada Water Authority building, and hopefully he's going to get at least a silver, maybe a gold, which is very important. But now that we're integrating this in our home building process, I think it's terrific for the community. People won't realize the significance of it today, but 10 years from now, 20 years from now, we'll be a safer community as a result of it. So thank you for your work.
Yes, sir.
All right. There's no action. I guess there is a motion to accept the report.
Yes. I would like to thank those, again, that are responsible for this. Ms. Porter, thank you for your hard work. I think this is a great step forward, and I really take a lot of pride in making a motion to approve this resolution, and hopefully 20 years from now people know what we've done.
Very good. Before we vote, Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I just wanted to add that throughout the community, I hear so much positive support for what you're doing, so much pride within our citizens that we are on the cutting edge, that we are proactive. We're not just sitting there complaining, and a lot of people who want to help. And I just want to tell you all the respect that there is out there for you, as well as among this council, for what you've done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Item number 59. Item 59 is a report from the city manager on emerging issues. Dr. Selby.
Good morning, Mayor and council members.
Good morning.
I have a number of items to report that are happening in the city between now and your next council meeting, but I understand Councilman Weekly received an important phone call this morning, and I would give him the opportunity maybe to share that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Selby. We're very excited, and I'd like to thank the manager's office, especially Chris Knight, who's worked very closely with us on, as well as the Department of Leisure Services. We've been meeting and talking about a piece of land located up on the corner of Decatur and Vegas Drive, adjacent to Ed Fountain Park. And we've been working with the Fish and Wildlife in the state of Nevada, and with our congressional delegation, U.S. Senator Harry Reid, as well as Congresswoman Shelley Berkeley. And we had an opportunity to go back to Washington, D.C. and testify on behalf of this piece of property. And it went through the House and the floor and was on the President's desk for signature, and was signed by the President of the United States today. And we are officially the new owners of the property on the corner of Decatur and Vegas Drive.
Good job.
So we're very excited about the possibilities of expanding our recreational and senior use on that piece of property. And so we're very excited. Again, Chris, thank you very much for all the support, and we really do appreciate it, as well as Betsy. Thank you very much for all the help. Thank you, everybody. Good job.
So that was terrific news. A number of other things happening in the city. First item this evening, for those who are interested in the city's history, our Planning Department and the Historic Preservation Commission are going to hold an open house this evening to update the 1992 Historic Preservation Plan for the City of Las Vegas. That meeting will be at 310 South 9th Street, 9th and Bridger. Coffee with the Mayor this Friday at CJT Flapjacks, 4343 North Rancho. That's at Rancho and Craig. Later that same morning, you're going to have your open house for constituents, where the public's invited to address the mayor on various topics of interest to them. That'll be at 10 o'clock here in the chambers. Also on Friday, lunchtime entertainment, again at the Federal Courthouse at the Lloyd George Federal Courthouse in the jury selection room. There'll be a band called the Glen Willow Trio performing from noon to 1 o'clock. The public's invited, and of course it's free. A neighborhood cleanup in Ward 5 on Saturday, October 21st. This will be in the area of Vegas and Tonopah Drive. For more information, you can call 229-6405. A major event in Ward 6, it's become an annual tradition, and that's the Centennial Hills Day event, which will be celebrated in Centennial Hills Park from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. That park is located at Buffalo and Elkhorn, and that event is free to the public. Saturday, October 21st, we'll also see an event called First Third Saturday event in the Arts District. It's a daytime event, unlike First Friday, and this will occur from 10 a.m. in the morning to 10 p.m. in the evening. So we're looking forward to that. Our Get Excited About Education event is going to take place Thursday, October 26th at the West Las Vegas Arts Center. That event begins at 4:30 p.m. and it's to recognize and reward teachers and students who are fired up about learning and furthering education. An announcement to the public, City Hall will be closed on October 27th in celebration of Nevada Day. This is not the official Nevada Day, which was October 31st, but legislative action has set the date to celebrate as the last Friday in the month. The annual Mayor's Cup soccer tournament is going to happen, a big event. It'll start on Friday, October 27th and run through Sunday, October 29th. There'll be about 300 youth teams from 10 different states and 4 different countries taking part. It'll be occurring at various city soccer fields, including Kellogg's Air, Betty Wilson, Ed Fountain, and at Buckskin Basin. Friday, October 27th, a special unveiling in Centennial Plaza of the full-size replica of the Liberty Bell. That is going to occur at 10 a.m. at the Lewis Avenue corridor near 4th Street. The annual Luau for Seniors, another annual event, will take place Saturday, October 28th at 4:30 at the Municipal Pool on Bonanza and Las Vegas Boulevard. Also, Saturday, October 28th, the 15th Annual Disability Awareness Day event will take place at Sammy Davis Jr. Festival Plaza. That's in Ward 5 at 720 Twin Lakes Drive. That event runs from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. and features more than 50 organizations that are dedicated to serving people in our community who have disabilities. An open house taking place Monday, October 30th. You'll recall that the transition for ownership of Floyd Lamb Park coming from the state to the city will occur early next year. This is an event and an open house to take input from citizens about the future of Floyd Lamb Park. Feedback is very encouraged to discuss the vision for this 2,100-acre park. That will be at 6:30 p.m. at the Silverstone Golf Course Clubhouse located at 8600 Cup Drive. And finally, for Halloween events, I just encourage people to check on our website, which is www.lasvegasnevada.gov, and they'll see a host of Halloween events being hosted by the city throughout various wards. concludes my report.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions or comments to Dr.
Yes, Sean,
Shelby's
I
report?
just got a comment.
Yes.
I believe also that this Saturday, I think it's at 10 o'clock, they're having the groundbreaking for the new countywide, citywide shooting park out on North Decatur. I think that there's a lot of members of the city staff that need to be thanked for their perseverance as well as the county. This is a great thing that's going to happen to those type of enthusiasts in Clark County. And I think that it needs to be mentioned. I think it's very important for those people.
All right, thank you. Any other comments or questions at this time? All right, thank you very much for the report. We appreciate it. Item number 60. This is a report and possible action related to the Las Vegas Strategic Plan priorities concerning promote healthy lifestyles for all segments of the community and provide a safe environment for our residents, businesses, and visitors using a community-oriented approach. This pertains to all wards. Dr. Jackson.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Council. I am pleased, with the help of Video Services, to show you a PowerPoint on the City of Las Vegas' Strategic Plan Priority Number 5. This is a joint effort between both Leisure Services and Human Resources Department. There are 5 key performance indicators in this strategic plan. The first one being that we measure the participation level of all groups in city programs. The second, that we show the percent of all city publications and communications that have a wellness message. The third is the percent of participants in after-school programs who later pursue a higher education. The fourth is the percent of improvements in the national healthiest city factors that contribute to Las Vegas being a healthier city. And the fifth, that is going to be presented by HR Director Claudette Enos, is the percent of employees who participate in city-sponsored wellness programs. Our first key performance indicator, participant levels of all ages in city programs, talks about a healthy lifestyle, which addresses all our physical, mental, emotional, social, and spiritual well-being of people. We know we need to do a more accurate capturing of the true participation levels of people in all of our activities. And towards that end, we've realigned our objectives, reconfigured our computer systems in order to be able to collect more reliable and consistent information. And we've also added computer systems to such crucial sites as our SafeKey sites so that we're able to capture that information. As we look at previous data that we have collected, in our next slide, this slide will show that we've collected data under the levels of membership, point of sale, program registrations, rentals, and spectators. And in our next slide, we see that we've made comparisons that don't show a whole lot of differentiation between the years. They're both close in both years. And under our new data collection model, we expect our numbers to increase significantly because we will be including several different other categories. Instead of just performances, the performances will be expanded to include our special events. Under sports leagues, we'll also be looking at not just the number of leagues, but the participants in those leagues. And under our rental category, we'll be expanding that to include our reservations. To give you an idea of what we talk about under each of these levels, under registrants, these are the people who are registered for our classes and memberships at Leisure Services Centers, as shown in this picture where citizens are enjoying themselves at the East Las Vegas Community Center. The second one is our performance and special events category. Here, these are ticketed performances and special events, such as this event at one of our Hispanic celebrations. The next category is our sports leagues. This can be anything from softball, soccer, flag football, and or wheelchair football as indicated here. And again, we'll be measuring the number of participants as opposed to just the number of leagues. The next category is going to be a little more involved for us because this is the hardest one for us to account for. This is a photo of our extreme sports events, and you can see the level of turnout. In this case, we're using best practices as an indicator of how to capture that information. We could be doing actual physical head counts, sampling specific sets of data or age categories, and in some cases using people counters to count the numbers of people that we have. So as you can see, the participation level of all groups in the this last slide shows rentals and reservations, this is another category that we will be using to show the increasing numbers of people we have who are using our facilities as a rental, and that has increased significantly simply because of the larger venues that we now have in our inventory. Now, the last slide on this category is the participation levels of all ages of all age groups within the city. And again, our effort is to try to get a more accurate accounting of people who participate at all levels. The second key performance indicator for this category is the number of publications and communications in the city that have a wellness message. The city's always placed a premium on the health of our citizens, and so we already have a great number of publications in production already. In our initial survey, there were 7 of 17 departments that have some kind of wellness message in their publications. It's our goal to increase that number. Since we even began the initial survey, we now have 9 departments, which is an increase of 2. But our goal is to get 100% participation of all departments having a wellness message in their publications. The third key performance indicator, the Mayor's Youth Initiative Batteries Included program, is one indicator of after-school programs and our effort to track these youngsters after high school to see if they do pursue a higher education. This Batteries Included program was developed as a collaboration between Leisure Services, Neighborhood Services, and outside partners, Nevada partners, and the Clark County School District. There are approximately 86 individuals in this program right now, and we will be measuring them against a control group. Using this sample, we hope to derive some data on how our programs affect the choices our test group make regarding their pursuit of higher education as related to choices made by the control group. In the long term, we obviously cannot do this in Leisure Services. Measuring this of this type is beyond the scope of our department, so we have employed the Delphi Research Group affiliated with UNLV to assist us in gathering that information along with the Clark County School District. They will help us measure the progress of these individuals through our programs and their academic progress through the school district. This will be done in aggregate numbers. We will not know the names of the students to protect their confidentiality, but it will take years for us to be able to collect this data as they progress through the system, but we should be able to report on their progress and our impact on their long-term life choices. Our fourth key performance indicator talks about the healthiest city rankings of the 50 most populous metropolitan areas in the United States, and these are a result of the Sterling Best Places publication. And as you can see under this category, we have mental wellness, lifestyle pursuits, physical activity, health status, and nutrition. As we look at the ranking of the city of Las Vegas in our next slide, out of a possible score, if you can go back to the previous one, out of a possible score of 100, the median score is 50, and you can see the city's ranking there in yellow in all categories. The next slide shows that out of a total of 50 metropolitan cities, the city of Las Vegas currently ranks number 42. So we do have a significant amount of work to do in regards to the measures that are done by the Sperling publication. I still feel that there is hope, a lot of hope, and in our next slide, we are looking at those particular areas that we know that the city can possibly impact under mental wellness, under lifestyle pursuits, physical activity, health status, and nutrition. These areas indicated below these categories are ones that we as the city and all our departments can make an impact on. So we do hope to see significant improvement over time. Our last key performance indicator is from Human Resources. Ms. Edith.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Council members, Mayor. The percentage of employees participating in city-sponsored wellness programs, we want to be able to track that and report back to you. Our initial initiative, our biggest loser contest, was quite successful. We had 272 employees signed up, 173 employees finished the challenge. In 3 months, the average body fat percentage dropped from 34.04% to 31.98%. Members of the winning teams lost 8% or more of body fat. We took that to be extremely successful. Other initiatives that we've reported to you earlier this year, we introduced Wellness Coaches USA. They were hired to provide 3 wellness counselors for us. They participate here on site at City Hall, the east end of the city and the west end of the city, in providing various programs. They provide one-on-one, in-person coaching and counseling. We have a goal of 100% health risk assessment completion. We currently have almost 30%, 27% to date. Weight loss and smoking cessation classes and competitions. Team activities such as Race for the Cure and our marathon, Las Vegas Marathon, will be other activities that we will promote to our city employees. We have and will continue to have handouts on exercise and other disease management courses, information that we will provide throughout the year. Disease management referrals to medical management by our medical management nurse, our wellness newsletter. We hope to promote Tutti Frutti Tuesdays and other events such as Cook Light, and attract some of our famous chefs from the Las Vegas Strip and downtown Las Vegas, and overall promotion of healthy lifestyles and behaviors among our city employees. Here before you we have our pictures of our first, second, and third prize winners in our Biggest Loser contest that we had earlier this year. That was very successful. And thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor and Council, this concludes our briefing this morning. Throughout the year, we will continue to monitor and move towards successful completion of the city's key performance indicators for strategic plan item number 5. To reinforce the city's emphasis on healthy lifestyles, we wanted to leave you today with a slide of inspiration from young 14-year-old Aaron Fotheringham, who is a participant in our adaptive program. His nickname is Wheels, and he loves to do skate park maneuvers in his wheelchair, which he calls hardcore sitting. And I'd really like for you to key in on this. He's termed it a new discipline in our adaptive sports and extreme sports, and with his dedication, skill, finesse, and not letting his disabilities discourage him, he's a forward-moving, ambitious young man, and I'd like to present young Aaron Fotheringham. A picture of a healthy lifestyle. Are there any questions?
Well, that's great.
Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? I may have a motion to accept the report, please.
So moved, Your Honor.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, ladies.
And Your Honor,
Yes.
just a lot of hard work has been put into this, as we can see by the numerous areas they're covering. It's magnificent.
It is. All right, item 61. What are you doing up here, Chief?
There's a second part to this.
Oh, okay, because
Thank you, Your
I
Honor.
thought he was just an
Sorry.
interloper.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. I am Dave Washington, your Fire Chief and Director of Fire Services. At the request of Dr. Selby, we will be presenting a video on priority number 7. On behalf of my team, we decided that video presentation will be
best interest of time. And also, we've added a hard copy that you should have brought to your office already. So with that, we'll show the video, and after that time, we'll have a couple colleagues to come up and make a few brief statements at the request of Mayor Pro Tem Reese, and answer any further questions that you all may have.
Thank you.
And I'll take my seat until such time as the video is done.
Very good.
Thank you, David.
The City of Las Vegas has established 8 priorities as it serves the people of the city. Public safety is the focus of Priority 7, to provide a safe environment for our residents, businesses, and visitors using a community-oriented approach. Several city departments are charged with and contribute to meeting this priority. Providing that safe environment is determined by our resources, the demands on those resources, and the managerial decisions connecting them both. To get goal of a safe environment, these departments collect data on total fire loss, violent and select crimes, participation in programs like Neighborhood Watch, incidents of domestic violence, and the highest levels of interagency communication technology. These items are reported as key performance indicators. Protecting life is the highest priority in the mission statement of Fire and Rescue. In both 2003 and 2004, 6 fatalities were recorded. 2 occurred in 2005. As of the end of August of 2006, there were no reported fire fatalities. Continued safety inspections in high-risk neighborhoods and commercial properties are aimed at improving public awareness to common fire dangers. Additionally, there are 2 seasonal life safety issues: child drownings and children being left in hot cars. In 2003, 4 pediatric drownings occurred, 7 in 2004, and 4 in 2005. There is a growing problem of children being left in hot cars when Fire and Rescue launched its Heat Kills campaign. And to do so, there is a connection between new residents unfamiliar with the dangers of summer heat and the problem of children being left in cars, which only supports our aggressive public information campaigns to increase awareness. Fire and Rescue recognizes education as key to minimizing loss. Programs designed to optimize participation of all ages are offered regularly. Several focus specifically on prevention, safety, and fire loss. Efforts to increase public awareness and knowledge will continue to be a priority for Fire and Rescue. The cost of fire can be significant, and it varies each year depending on the type of structures involved. Based on current trends, the total structural property loss for fiscal year 2006 is estimated at $7.4 million. This is a $3 million decrease from the previous fiscal year, despite an increase in actual fire incidents. Early detection and quick response are keys to limiting loss when a fire does occur. Deputy City Marshals work regularly with Metro to enforce local and state laws and address crime. Metro's Deployment Operations Center provides statistics on the violent crimes of homicide, rape, robbery, and assault that occur within the city. According to Metro's Uniform Crime Report, 18% of crimes reported in fiscal year 2004 were classified as violent. By the end of fiscal year 2006, this number increased to 20%. City marshals, Metro, and other local, state, and federal agencies book some 35,000 offenders a year at the City Detention Center, which is reserved primarily for misdemeanor offenders. City marshals are also working closely with the United States Marshal Service and the Federal Drug Enforcement Agency in task force operations on fugitive apprehension and drugs. Neighborhood Services offers a variety of programs and organizes volunteers for events throughout the city. Of the public events and programs identified that relate to Public Safety's Priority 7, the majority are currently on track to meet or exceed 2005 numbers. The Adopt a Block and Neighborhood Watch Block captain programs are going strong and have exceeded last year's total numbers. Deputy City Marshals also partner with over 40 park ambassadors to provide training to keep our parks safe. Through participation and volunteerism, the residents of Las Vegas contribute to the safety of our city. Crime issues are community issues, and working as the eyes and ears of their neighborhoods, they add to the body of law enforcement professionals. Domestic violence is a growing problem that affects all citizens of our community. Fiscal year 2006 saw an increase of over 8% in battery domestic violence case filings in Las Vegas Municipal Court. To address this pressing issue, the Municipal Court developed several strategies to augment what already happens in the courtroom. To reduce recidivism, our judges hand out sentences that include mandatory counseling and behavioral classes, which are run by the court's Alternative Sentencing and Education Division. The court has also begun a pilot pre-sentence investigation report component. This pre-sentence report provides judges with essential information that assists them in determining sentences that are more appropriate for the defendants. Compliance with court-ordered sentencing is critical to the rehabilitation of defendants. The court obtained grant funding for programs that enable the court to dedicate one municipal court marshal full-time to the enforcement of domestic violence warrants. In 1 year, the marshal located, arrested, and booked the subjects of over 700 domestic violence warrants. Another 500 warrants were satisfied by means other than booking. While the grant has expired, the court continues to emphasize the serving of domestic violence warrants as a top priority. Public education and awareness are key elements in reducing domestic violence. The Municipal Court sponsors the annual Domestic Violence Conference, featuring a combination of nationally acclaimed speakers, panels, and workshops. During an emergency or a disaster, firefighters have to be able to talk to deputy marshals, who need to be able to talk to Metro, and so on. This need for compatible communication processes and equipment is referred to as interoperability. Interoperability is measured in levels from 1 to 5, with 5 being optimal. Achieving optimal levels of communication between the varied agencies is a function of 2 factors: equipment and training. Designated city staffs are equipped with 800 megahertz radios that allow for seamless communication and coordination between city departments, public safety agencies, and non-traditional safety partners. We also work with public, private, and charitable organizations to train our staffs in practice responsible plans. For example, detention and enforcement, field services, and fire and rescue personnel have completed specialized training through LIMS, the National Incident Management System. The city participated with regional partners to develop a nationally mandated Tactical Interoperable Communications Plan for Southern Nevada. Regional emergency exercises provide for adjustments to the plan. Membership in SMAC, the Southern Nevada Area Communications Council, provides Level 5 interoperability with regional entities, such as the Clark County Fire Department, the cities of North Las Vegas and Henderson, the Clark County School District Police, the Southern Nevada Water Authority, and McCarran International Airport. The use of shared radio channels allows city radio users to have Level 3 technical interoperability with Metro. Metro is replacing its current radio system and anticipates an increased level of interoperability. To date, over 90% of the city's first responders have Level 5 operational interoperability training through the LIMS program. 70% of city radio users have Level 5 technical interoperability through SMAC membership. The city's goal is to complete LIMS training as per federal standards by October the 1st, 2007. 100% of city radio users will be at Level 5 technical interoperability by the end of 2007. The City of Las Vegas participates in regional emergency exercises to increase interoperability. In addition to functional interoperability, the Office of Emergency Management and Homeland Security for the City of Las Vegas coordinates other programs as part of our disaster preparedness plan. We recognize the need for and importance of integrated radio communications and response to routine, emergency, and catastrophic events. City departments and staff are committed to achieving the highest level of protection possible for our residents. Priority 7 is public safety, from the marshal in the park to the cop on patrol. It's the paramedic helping the patient and the firefighter risking his life. It's the dispatcher making the call and the volunteer offering his time. Public servants and private citizens, community leaders and department managers. Public safety is in our hands. We intend to keep a good grip on it.
Mayor, if we could, before we open up for questions, I'd like Assistant Sheriff Ray Flynn to make a few comments, as well as Mr. Jim Carney, Court Administrator.
Very good. Mr. Flynn.
Good morning. I was asked to address a couple things, questions that council had as well as the mayor. One in terms of Metro's interoperability plan. As some of you may be aware, last year we went through a contentious bidding process and we're going forward with a product called Open Sky. It's the latest in interoperability. We hope to have it online, fully integrated in Metro in 2008. Without getting too technical in terms of where it will bring us in terms of communicating with the city, where we are right now would be a level 3. And what we do is we actually patch our radio channel with the city's radio channel in times of emergency. Yesterday there was an exercise based on interoperability. What Metro's worked with the other public safety agencies in Southern Nevada over the last year is to come up with 2 channels called iTac and iCall. And these channels are in every single public safety vehicle in Southern Nevada right now. And we did the testing yesterday and everything worked fine. Getting back to where Metro's going, when we go to Open Sky in 2008, what we will be able to do from Metrocom is we can program the radios on the fly, meaning that pack set that the officer has or the mobile radio that is in the vehicle. Let's say we have a major event anywhere in the county. From Metrocom, we can pull up the frequency that the primary public responder is on, and we can put all our officers on that radio channel. They won't even be turning the dials anymore. That's how modern it would be. The second issue I was asked to talk about was the crime rate downtown. It's no secret. There's been a lot of talk about crime rates in the news lately, especially with the election going on. I can tell you unequivocally, out of our 7 area commands, the only area command right now we're having a decline in crime is the downtown area command. We're on that 2nd year of doing that, and we can speculate all we want. It might be a good thing to bring in maybe somebody from the university to take a look at why we've been so successful, have an academic. But I will tell you this, from talking to the cops on the street to talking to people at my level, there's no doubt in our mind it's the partnership that we formed, not only with the downtown businesses, but also the city of Las Vegas. We have never arrested our way out of anything in policing, whether in this town or anywhere in the nation. And the only way it works is when we work together. The city brings to the table a lot of things we don't have and vice versa. And we're seeing a success downtown. It's getting safer and safer. And probably the most dramatic increase, although the numbers are small, is there's been a 40% drop in homicides in the last year. That's the stuff that grabs the headlines or scares people the most, even though the odds of being a homicide victim are very remote. And I believe that's it. Any questions you may have?
I have a comment more than a question.
Yes, sir.
The thing I remember more than anything, though, Ray, is a couple of years ago, the mayor invited you, as representative from Metro, to sit on our strategic planning sessions. And I think through this, the city invited Metro to be part of our strategic plan, and thus helping Metro know what the city wanted to do in all areas. And I think that's very important. I know that other people bought into it, and I think that's one of the reasons why I think that we are seeing a huge success downtown, because Metro has bought into what we're trying to do downtown.
It's an excellent observation, Councilman. I've been doing this for a little over 26 years. No doubt the relationship between Metro and the city is the strongest it's ever been. And it's the messaging that we send down. And I remember when Sheriff Keller and the mayor broke bread, and for the last 8 years there's been dramatic change. But that's a typical where things are getting better, is where the city invited Metro to come in to assist in the strategic planning when it comes to public safety. I mean, we view you guys as our city, and we're your police department. believe it or not.
We thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Very briefly, Mr. Mayor and members of council, to just add to what Assistant Sheriff has said, the municipal court, at the encouragement of council and the mayor, met about a year and a half ago with the city attorney and the sheriff and discussed what we could do to be involved in the habitual offender program in the downtown area. And I mentioned this to Councilman Reese when we were meeting. We've looked at data for the past year, and we do have Metro officers in our Hope Court on a weekly basis, and we work with individuals who have been identified as habitual offenders. As of April, there were 52 subjects that we worked with that prior to getting involved in the program had been arrested 713 times. Since their involvement in the program, after entering Hope, they had 70 arrests. That's a 90-some% decrease in the arrest rate. And the point I was making when I was meeting with the councilman was the fact that this is, in measure, I think, attributable to the fact that Metro, us, City Attorney's Office, and others have gotten out of the silos and are working together to try to impact this issue. And I think, at least initially, the suggestion is that it's working.
Thank you, Mr. Carmody.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes, Councilor Wilson.
Mr. Carmody, I'm very impressed with the idea of the implementation of the pre-sentence investigation reports at the municipal court level. As you know, we use them up in district court on felonies and gross misdemeanors, and I didn't even know we were doing PSIs down here until I saw the chief's video. Could you just take a minute and describe to us what cases are the PSIs used in?
PSIs right now, Councilman Wilson, are used in domestic violence cases where there's a finding and prior to a sentence, much like we have in the district court, judges ask that a pre-sentence investigation be done. We're one of the few lower courts in the country that have a program like ACED, as many of you on City Council know. Most lower courts don't have the services that the City of Las Vegas provides. And we felt that whatever we could do to help the judges make informed decisions, which obviously is done at the felony level, but if we can do something at the misdemeanor level, first offense, we don't need, maybe we can do something to stop the impact and the increase. So it's basically the same sort of thing. We have taken staff, assigned them to this responsibility. It's not an additional cost. We've just reassigned some manpower, and they provide judges on domestic violence matters with a recommendation as to what the judge should do in terms of sentencing.
Who writes the PSIs?
PSIs are written by master's level, what you would call, quote, probation officer, trained type individuals who work for ACED.
Is there an idea of maybe expanding this to the DUI level? Because as we all know, Muni Court, the most serious cases we handle are domestic batteries and DUIs.
What we wanted to do, quite frankly, is look at whether or not we believe this is a good idea. But rather than starting to spend more money until we evaluate the effectiveness of this, we're really doing it for about a year, take a look, see what the differences are, and then if there are significant differences in recidivism, then we would come to you and indicate that we may want to do something with the DUI as well.
Thank you.
Very good. Any other?
Yes, sir, Mr. Carmody, I just wanted to make sure that you emphasize not only will the excuse me, habitual offenders initiative just be imposed and enforced in the downtown area. I think it's important that we send a message that this initiative is neighborhood driven as well, because what happens is we go back to those old days where we're just shifting individuals from one neighborhood to the next. And I know that, you know, when we were working with Metro on several initiatives dealing with just some neighborhood issues with young ladies who were dealing in prostitution that were HIV affected, and they would be habitual offenders or what have you, all they would do is be shifted from one neighborhood to another. And so I think that we need to not only emphasize downtown, but just let the message ring clear that this is something that's citywide, that restrictions will be imposed even stricter if, in fact, you continue the process. So if we can make sure we send that message out, I'd appreciate that.
Yes, we can. And we do have interest. Metro is looking at some of the issues that we've done with the downtown in some of their other stations as well, so that message will get out.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Thank you, gentlemen, for the report. Chief?
Mayor, thank you, and I'd like to thank all the folks. I won't go through names, but certainly there was a lot of people who assisted with this, and I'd also like to say, I don't care what you and the Mayor Pro Tem said, I was not trying to be a star in this video. With that, we thank you.
A guilty conscience cleareth, and no man pursueth.
All right. You said it better than I could. Thank you very much. Okay, that's great. Can I have a motion to accept the report, please?
Yes, again, I think you can see what happens when our department has get together and create these kind of videos for us. I think it's a great job, and I move to accept reports.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Who took over the chief's job? Who's next in line? All right. All right. Item 61, report and possible action on the update of the City of Las Vegas Arts Commission fiscal year 2006-2007 municipal arts plan. Mr. Knight?
Good morning, Mayor and members of the council. Chris Knight, Director of Admin Services, standing in this morning for Mr. Ted Olivas, who is our Government Affairs and Cultural Division Manager, to introduce to you an item this morning on the reporting of the Las Vegas Arts Commission fiscal year municipal arts plan. The reporting this morning will talk to you about some items that are going on in terms of public art. There are 2 new public art projects in the planning stages currently. There is a committee formed by the Arts Commission and guided by the Office of Cultural Affairs called the Downtown Public Art Committee. They have a couple of projects that are currently under design. These are under the Municipal Arts Plan. This Downtown Public Arts Committee works with the Planning Department, Office of Business Development, and other city departments to bring you public arts projects. And you're going to hear a report this morning about the impacts of that and where that's going. Ms. Kim Russell, who is the chairwoman of the Arts Commission, is going to present some information to you, along with Lisa Stamanis from the Cultural Arts Division. So with that, I'll turn it over to them.
Very good. Ms. Russell?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, Councilman Tarkanian, and other members of the council. Yes, I'm Kim Russell, serving as chair of Las Vegas Arts Commission. And I, too, have a high school intern who's with us. Elena Boykin is from Las Vegas High, and she's a PAL program, and she's out with us this afternoon. So I'm glad to be able to participate in those programs. The Las Vegas Arts Commission is on the move, and some time ago, Dr. Selby cornered me and suggested that we step up to the plate, be heard, and be part of this vibrant city of Las Vegas. And so the commission was struggling to find its role with public art and how we were working with the other departments. And the more we struggled, the greater we found that there was a void and a vacuum that existed. And we needed to communicate with other departments in the city. And as a result of meeting with city staffers Richanne Johnson, Rachel Gritton, Robin Watman-Yume, an idea became a reality. And a joint committee was formed by the Las Vegas Arts Commission, the Office of Cultural Affairs, Department of Planning and Development, and the Office of Business Development. And together they put together this committee, the Downtown Public Arts Committee. And as a result, in less than 3 months, some incredible work has been done. And I'm going to turn over here to Lisa Stamanis, so she's going to talk with you about all things art that has come out of this committee. I'm very proud of what they've done, and I think that you will be excited too. Lisa?
Thank you. Ms. Stamanis?
Thank you, Commissioner Russell. Good morning, Mayor and City Council. I'm pleased to present 2 new projects that are a result of our Downtown Public Art Committee, which we fondly call DPAC. And we meet every month, and we've met just a couple of months, and we're on board with several new projects. One of the most exciting things is working with planning on the All Things Arts map. They began this map. We were very excited to be able to include the public art projects, which you'll see in the box on your left below. It includes, it gives us an overview of all the cultural resources located in the downtown redevelopment area. It includes public art, streetscape enhancements, cultural facilities, and arts districts. It includes both completed and planned projects of both Planning and the Arts Commission. One of the projects is Casino Center, and that's between Charleston and California. It's right in the heart of the Arts District. We're excited to work with Planning when they put in not only the curbs and sidewalks that are needed there, we're going to be able to integrate site-specific public art created for that area, really create an exciting area in the Arts District. The first project that we're going to start working on is Hoover Street, and that's between Las Vegas Boulevard and 3rd Street, between Soho Lofts and Newport. Create an exciting streetscape pedestrian walkway for that area. And we're looking at some kind of standalone projects that we can put in after the street sidewalks and all of that are put in. And we're going to work with local artists on these projects, and they're also what we call fast-track projects, so we can get them done, work with Planning on their schedule. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Russell?
Just want to say this is an exciting opportunity for the Arts Commission to be able to be very active with City Council and with other departments, and we anticipate a lot of more exciting art projects coming up, and we hope that we'll just have your support all the way through. Anytime we have an opening, we love having you come visit us anytime. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions of the ladies? All right, seeing none, may I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor, again, great report. I move to adopt, please.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. May the record reflect that Councilman Ross has now joined us.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I really like your shirt.
No, you don't. You think you do, you don't. Okay, item 62 will be trailed to be heard following item 64, so we'll move on to item 62A. 62A is discussion and possible action to direct staff to prepare a response to the City Council addressing concerns raised in the legal analysis and opinion relating to the Royal Links Golf Course prepared by Son Moulmans LLP, including, but not limited to, development of a best practices policy addressing public purpose doctrine, full communication issues, whistleblower rules, and centralization of information and other matters relating thereto. I ask that this matter be placed on the agenda, having received the report that was prepared by the Attorney General's office through their legal counsel, and having reviewed that report, having met with Attorney General Chanos and had a discussion with him as to how the city is going to react to the report, and speaking to my colleagues without forming any consensus, but getting the gist of the feeling that this is an opportunity for the city of Las Vegas to make us a better place to be and make city government act and be more efficient, be more responsive, and be more effective than we have been in the past. So I take the report as being the spark of constructive criticism and giving us a reason to be introspective, to look at our own practices and procedures, and at the end of the day, become a better place as government should be. I believe that the city of Las Vegas prides itself on our transparency as a government. We criticize ourselves constructively in an open fashion, an open forum where the public is able to see how the inner workings of the city take place. And I think that's healthy for government. I think that the public should know what their elected representatives are doing and how the city is performing its functions as a governmental entity. We have issues that will be addressed. They're not going to be addressed today because The report is a lengthy report, and this is going to be the start of looking at how we do business in City Hall. There are issues of communication which have to be resolved. As recently as this morning, the Mayor Pro Tem and myself were going over an agenda item, and we found that the briefings were inconsistent, that what he had been told yesterday was one thing, what I was told yesterday was another thing, and that's how problems can arise. So one of the things that I'm going to be asking the manager's office to look into is a line of authority, that when there's a briefing, the briefing be given by one person and the message be a consistent message, so there not be the possibility that there would be a misunderstanding and that we would be like two ships in the night crossing ourselves, even with good intentions, based on the briefings that we get from the staff. And that should go from the manager's office all the way down to any member of the staff who does brief us. The briefer should be the same person, and the message should be the same message. We have to talk about the public purpose doctrine. I'm not sure that there's a consensus as to what it really means. I've asked the Attorney General to be our guest today, and perhaps he'll touch upon his view of the public purpose doctrine, but there appears to be some disagreement as to how broad the public purpose doctrine is. Just as an example, do we as a city worry about what happens in the surrounding areas because of our regional concerns and spend taxpayer dollars in order to resolve those issues, or are we going to be limited to those matters that happen within the parameters or the confines of the city itself? I really want to know what the public purpose doctrine really is, and I want it done with some definition and some certainty so we know how we're going to be proceeding in the future. I think we have to look into the role of the liaison. Sometimes I get the feeling that the liaison takes the place of the council person in dealing with the staff, and the staff really is responsible to the council person, and the council person should talk directly to the staff. And because we do have a manager's form of government, that message should be conveyed so that the manager's office is involved in that process, and that there not be a leapfrog from the 10th floor down to the ministerial positions within the city government. We have to look at how do we treat a whistleblower. The whistleblower is certainly entitled to protection. Whistleblowers serve a purpose. If there's an irregularity, they bring it to the attention of the electeds and to the media, which is conveying to the public. But at the same time, we have to look at how do we protect the person against whom the whistle is blown, because reputations can be severely maligned, and that's all we have in life is our good name and our reputation, and we have to look at a policy as to how a whistleblowing situation could take place. And equal importance from my perspective, because if we're not getting into the royal links today, we're not getting into the particulars, but that particular situation lasted over a decade. And we had two mayors, myself being one. We had 3 city managers. We had maybe 15, 20 different council people during this period of time, and there was no repository for the institutional knowledge that we could call upon, or at least if there was one, it was not made available to us. So we have to figure out a way that a council 5 years from now will know why we made the decisions that we made, what information was given to us at that time. And I think that these are areas that make us a better place. I have no problem with a report such as that which was returned. It was critical of us, and perhaps rightfully so. But at the same time, we learn from it, and that's the lesson. We're going to be a better place as a result of it. So with that, I'm going to ask the council members to perhaps chime in at this point, and then I'll ask the Attorney General to come up, because I want to hear from the Attorney General in particular regarding some criticism that the city has received concerning our redevelopment efforts. And I don't want the Attorney General and myself talked about this, and I think that things are getting confused in the mush of a lot of what's happening here. We as a city are trying to redevelop our inner core. We're trying to make it into a vibrant place, part of a renaissance. And In order to do that, we enter into TIF financing arrangements with concerns like the World Market Center, which placed the city in the spotlight around the world with the Chelsea Properties people. We talk to Cox Communication and perhaps make life a little better for them, give them a little sweeter situation so they'll go into an area and bring their employees into the area and thrive so that the area will be able to benefit from them. We need a grocery store on the west side. We're going to make concessions in order to get that. We need a grocery store downtown. We're going to make concessions to get that. That is not what I believe is the subject of the public purpose doctrine, and we're not being criticized for that, but I think that when I ask the Attorney General to comment on that, he'll give us at least his opinion, and we'll be able to go from there. So let's hear from the council members, and then we'll hear from you, Mr. Chavez. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I agree with what you said, so much of what you said. I think it's very important that we consider all of that and what we're doing. As I've thought about some of this, I had some other thoughts also, and I'd like to just briefly mention those.
Certainly.
I think that as we look at what we're doing and what's happened, we need to realize and accept that leadership starts at the top. And we as a council, and I include myself, cannot sidestep our responsibility in this situation. Staff takes their direction from us. Staff moves according to how they feel we feel. The final responsibility is ours as elected officials. If we believe in open, responsive government, then that belief should extend to the way the City of Las Vegas as a bureaucratic system functions. But look at what happened to the City of Las Vegas employees who had the professionalism and bravery to step forward and try to do their best in their job for the citizens of our city. I dislike the term whistleblower because I think that's a negative type of thing when you're looking at the courage it takes for someone to step forward. And maybe what they're saying isn't always accurate, but at least to step forward and give what they feel might be of a benefit to the city. It's important that our staff feel that they can be open, honest, and professional in their dealings with us as elected representatives. I don't know what's happened in the past, as I'm sure most of the other council people don't, as far as why we have individuals who would feel they couldn't step forward and speak to us about some problems. But it's our job to weed through the information on difficult and contentious items and to use our discretion as elected council members in making decisions. That is our burden, not the staff members. And so what are we going to do about the information provided to us in this report, I think is very critical. First, I hope we obtain a greater understanding of the public purpose doctrine, which you've said yourself, Mayor, is a step we're going to be taking. Second, I think we need to take more time to examine the history and the background material on some of the more controversial or precedent-setting applications that come before us as a council. I think myself and other members of the council at times have mentioned, why are we in such a hurry and can we obtain this additional information? I think it's very critical that we use the due diligence, and if it takes longer, if it requires more work from all of us, then so be it. So, again, agreeing with what you said, Mr. Mayor, taking what this report presents, accepting it, and move on positively to make any needed changes or corrections. And if we take this, what has been a negative situation, and we move positively and make the changes that can make us stronger, then that's our very positive result. I just wanted to add that. I've been thinking about it a long time.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I did read the report. I'm going to read it, I think, a little bit more and study it a little bit more thoroughly. But I really think that everyone should feel that when they bring a project or an item before the city, that they know they will receive the same information as each other individual will. I don't think there should be any favoritism. And I will reiterate what the mayor said. I think it's important that we all, each day, whether it's last week or tomorrow, whatever, that we have a continual type person telling us and giving us the same information in each briefing. I know that I think sometimes staff tells us what they think we want to know. And I've always told them, don't patronize me, let me know where we're at and what we're doing. And I think staff needs to make sure that they do this for us. They're not doing us a favor if they don't tell us the truth or what we need to do. And It's like I've told them sometimes, my life is in your hands, and I depend upon those briefings to make my decisions. We have 4, 5, 6 books every council meeting that are about yay thick, and I think it's really hard to read and digest everything that's in there. So we do depend upon our personal staff as well as the city staff. I know that we all want this to happen, and this report to me is a stark reminder that we all have to work hard to make sure that it does happen each and every time. So, you Mayor, I appreciate the report. I just hope that we all learn from it.
Thank you.
Councilor Wilson? Thank you. I, too, would like to echo many of the comments that my colleagues have made, but I'd like to add a couple of things. I, too, join with you, Councilwoman Tarkanian, on the issue of the flow of information. You and I have spoken about this publicly as well as privately. We voiced concerns a year and a half ago about the flow of information and who receives what information and when. And I'll never forget the day, and I want to use one example out of the case at hand, and that is the night I received a telephone call from one of our local Review Journal reporters, and this reporter called me on my cell phone and said, Councilwoman, do you have any comments about the Metro report? And I said, what Metro report? And he told me that the Metro report had just been released, and this Review Journal reporter had the report from Metro before I did. And he asked me, how do you feel about the contents of this report and what it says? And he read a few things out of the report to me over my cell phone, and I'll never forget the feeling I had at that moment. I was very disturbed. And that's what prompted me to reflect for about 12 hours, and it caused me the very next morning to call our city attorney, I believe, and cause this matter to be put back on the council's agenda for reconsideration. What I'm talking about is the flow of information and who gets what information when and who takes the responsibility to provide it to us. As Mayor Pro Tem Reese said so well, we make the decisions up here. We make these decisions based upon information that we get from staff and others. So I would ask you, Dr. Selby, and I know you will, to review our methods and manners of receiving information. The second topic I'd like to just throw out there is I've been on the council 28 months now, and almost every briefing I have, with very few exceptions, is by staff, to me by myself. None of my colleagues are sitting in on these briefings. Well, once in a while I'll have a briefing and Councilwoman Tarkanian and I, or Councilman Brown, I think, and I will sit together and have a joint briefing. But 99% of the briefings are by an assistant city attorney or somebody from leisure services or whatever department you want to use as an example. And I don't know why we can't have, in some cases, what I will call joint briefings, where everybody on this dais sits in a room and is briefed by staff. Now, I understand there's the open meeting law and there's concerns about that, but I don't think that we'd be violating the open meeting law, especially on a case like this that has a 10-year-plus history. And these matters were complicated. There were a lot of issues involved, and it's hard to receive information in an hour briefing. And then the next day, one of my colleagues will get a briefing from another staff member. And we're talking about human beings that are disseminating information, and I don't care how hard you try, if you have different briefings from different people, there's going to be a different message, if you will. So I would like to explore the idea of joint briefings, not on every matter. We don't need it on every matter, but on the big matters. So that's something, Dr. Selby, that I'd like you to explore. Thank you very much.
All right. Councilman Brown? All right. Fine. Mr. Chalmers, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I have a few prepared remarks, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Very good.
On November 2nd, 2005, the City Council voted to lift the deed restriction on the Royal Links Golf Course. At that time, the decision was subject to significant public criticism. Councilwoman Tarkanian was the lone vote against the measure. On November 9, Councilman Wolfson moved to reconsider the November 2nd vote. On November 15, 2005, our office announced our intent to investigate the matter. On November 16, 2005, the City Council voted to rescind their prior action. Shortly thereafter, our office commissioned the law firm of Sen Mullimans to conduct an inquiry into the transaction. Approximately 10 months later, after reviewing over 18,000 pages of documents and interviewing dozens of people, Sen Mullimans issued a highly detailed and comprehensive 157-page report. The report detailed what I have described as a decade of indifference, incompetence, and negligence and/or intentional misconduct at City Hall with regard to the city's dealings with Mr. Walters. The report also concluded that the city's November 2nd vote to lift the deed restriction violated the public purpose doctrine. Following the publication of the report, Mr. Walters withdrew his proposal. At this point, our office is engaged in an ongoing investigation into issues of concern raised by the Sen Mullimans report. To that end, I have personally met with Mayor Goodman, City Manager Doug Selby, and City Attorney Brad Jervik, all of whom have been extremely forthcoming and cooperative, and all of whom have expressed a clear and, I believe, a sincere understanding of the need for radical improvement in the policies, practices, and procedures with respect to the flow of information and other matters at City Hall. Mayor Goodman has, in my opinion, shown the kind of leadership required under these circumstances by acknowledging that the report, as he described it, is a good thing, and by calling for needed improvements in the way City Hall processes and communicates information. Councilwoman Tarkanian has, in my opinion, by being the lone vote against this proposal, shown courage, great instincts, and an unwavering commitment to the public interest. Councilman Wolfson, by bringing the matter back for reconsideration on November 9th, brought the City Council back from the edge of what could have been an abyss. City Attorney Brad Jervik has, throughout our interaction with him, demonstrated an openness, candor, and commitment to improvement that has exceeded our expectations. And City Manager Doug Selby has acknowledged the fact that serious mistakes were made and has publicly indicated that if he knew on November 2nd what he knows now, he would not have recommended removing the deed restriction. All of these acknowledgments are important, as important, if not more important, than the criticisms contained in the report. For the ultimate public benefit that can be derived from the report is its ability to inspire reform. And to me, it is clear that this report has at least begun to do that. All that remains for public confidence to be fully restored is for that inspiration to be transformed into tangible and sustained action. I hope and trust that the City Council, armed with the information contained in that report, will insist that necessary reforms do in fact occur. While it is clearly important to point out failures in government, when and where they exist, it is equally important to recognize and encourage success in government. It is therefore appropriate to recognize the fact that the same report, which chronicles a decade of indefensible conduct with respect to this particular transaction, also provides examples of exemplary conduct. Multiple memorandums from John Redline reveal a gifted and committed public servant, an excellent lawyer, and a man whose sole motivation was to do the right thing. While one might reasonably question his well-publicized briefing of Councilman Wolfson, one would be hard-pressed to question his motives. To the extent that he made a mistake, there were many mistakes that occurred with regard to this transaction. But you need to look at the full history of his performance at this office, and from what I've seen, based on the memos that I've read, you have a great lawyer in Mr. Redline. Multiple memorandums from Tom Green similarly reveal an extremely bright, talented, and ethical public servant. City Attorney Brad Jervik, although criticized to some degree by the report and responsible to some degree for certain failures, is recognized in the report as having been responsible for demanding a reversal of one of the more egregious failures at City Hall during the last decade, the attempted $2.2 million Western Summit change order. That action, together with his complete cooperation and genuine commitment to reform, causes me to believe that the public interest is well served by Mr. Jervik's continued service as City Attorney. Others deserving of positive recognition include, without limitation, Betsy Fretwell, Scott Adams, Julie Quisenberry, David Mendenhall, Lori Worldhardt, and Wendy Ellis. This is by no means a comprehensive list, but simply is, by way of example, a way to indicate that you have many, many people working at City Hall who deserve the public's respect and appreciation. In sum, the City of Las Vegas has hundreds of wonderfully talented, if not thousands, of wonderfully talented and dedicated public servants working to serve the public interest, and it would be a mistake for the public to lose sight of that fact and instead focus solely on the negatives of the report. At the same time, it would be a mistake not to fully contemplate and thoughtfully consider the criticisms contained in the report. As a community, I believe that we need to learn all that we can from this failed transaction and use those lessons to improve our performance. In the end, those lessons will prove to be the greatest value that the City of Las Vegas could ever possibly receive from this transaction. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chanos. Well, why don't you touch upon our redevelopment efforts and how you perceive those as it pertains to the public purpose doctrine?
Okay, first of all, the public purpose doctrine gives the city generally broad latitude for economic development. You're elected by the public to engage in matters that affect the public interest, including but not limited to economic development. And there is substantial case law that says that you can sell property, transfer property, or dispose of property for below market value. The guiding principle is that the net effect of your transactions have to be a net benefit to the public, as opposed to a net detriment to the public. So to the extent that you articulate a valid public purpose for your actions, if, for example, and I haven't looked at any particulars with regard to your grocery store proposal or your Cox Communication proposal, but hypothetically, for example, if you were to say that we want to put a grocery store in a certain area because it will revitalize that area, it will bring new residents into that area, it will cause economic development in that area, and if there's a good faith belief that that is the true purpose of the action and that the net benefit of that action outweighs the economic disadvantage to the taxpayers of that action, then you've satisfied the public purpose doctrine. You've done something that in the end is in the public interest. If, on the other hand, if one were to examine a transaction and find that when one weighs the costs and the benefits, the net effect is a detriment to the public, in that event, you would have violated the public purpose doctrine. So to the extent that you're engaging in these types of transactions in a view towards economic development, my recommendation would be that you articulate the public purpose, the public benefits that you hope to achieve through your action. By doing that, you establish a record of what the public benefit is, and you also educate the public. When the public sees that you're giving away a piece of land for $5 million or worth $5 million, and they don't clearly understand why you're doing that, it undermines public confidence in the process, I believe. If you have a legitimate basis for what you're doing, if you truly believe that what you're doing is good for the city, then tell the people of the City of Las Vegas why you're doing it, and let them understand the true public purpose that lies behind your action.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Chanos, thank you very much for the report. I got a question, but who was the judge and the jury on whether it is a plus or a minus on what we do? I mean, we have a lot of people that would see it as maybe not seeing what we're doing as being a public benefit.
Absolutely.
And you know, when we're sitting up here, we're trying to make that decision, and I see it that we're going to bring people into the neighborhood. It's not a dollar and cent thing. It's something that you feel that it is in the best interest. And some people here don't agree. So who is the judge and the jury on this?
Well, Councilman Reese, the case law surrounding the public purpose doctrine says that you have broad latitude with regard to this, that you've been elected to make those decisions, and you have broad latitude. So it's only where your actions are clearly detrimental to the public interest that you violate the public purpose doctrine. So in the Walters transaction, our belief is that based on the totality of circumstances, stretching back from the inception of that transaction through and including the lifting of the deed restriction, that the totality of those circumstances were such that it was a net negative to the public, and that we could prove that case if we needed to. So ultimately, with regard to each case, you have to look on a case-by-case basis and ask yourself, in looking at the totality of the circumstances, knowing that you have broad leeway, broad latitude to make these decisions, can an overwhelming case be made that you have gone well beyond your discretion and well beyond that latitude and done something that is clearly a net negative to the public? If that is the case, then the transaction can be voided, not simply by our office, but any taxpayer has standing to file suit to void such an action.
Well, you mentioned it, I wasn't going to, but, I went out there and I looked at this location. We're talking about the Royal Links. And right next door, we had Stallion Mountain. And the county went through the same process, I guess, of taking a golf course that had memberships and all this other stuff sold, turning it into housing. And they built houses within 30 or 40 feet of their wastewater treatment plant. And this was done, and there wasn't any comments made about it. And so when I go out and I look at this, I say to myself, being maybe not an expert, well, what's the difference between putting them here or putting them over here? When they're here, but they're not here, then we have the opportunity to put them over here.
Right.
And to me, it didn't make any difference whether it was a golf course or houses.
Right.
Because we got houses right over here.
And I appreciate that, but I'm going to cut, with all due respect, I'm going to cut the discussion off here because I don't want to get into the particulars of the Royal Links at this time.
I don't either.
The purpose of what we're trying to do today is to give the staff direction as to areas that we have to correct.
Sure.
And I don't want to go into the specifics. That may be for another day.
Without commenting on those specifics, just generally, the City of Las Vegas is not the only public body that can learn from this report.
All right. Well, I appreciate that, but we're trying to make ourselves a better city, and I appreciate that. All right. Any other comments? All right, fine. I have a motion, please.
Yes, Your Honor. I'd move to accept the report and ask staff if they would certainly take into consideration those comments made by the council members and the mayor today, as well as Mr. Chanos, and see if we can't achieve the goal that this report is going to give us.
Thank you very much. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for coming down.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
And Mr. Mayor, just thanking Mr. Chanos for the help you're trying to give us so that we can be the very best we can be.
All right. We're up to 63. Is that right, Mr. Amos? All right. Discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a 6-month review of a supper club license for Ajua Mexican Restaurant and Casino at 2100 Fremont Street. This is in Ward 3. Mr. DiFiore?
Mr. Mayor, can I just ask a question?
Yes.
What happened, 62 was just what we had? What happened to the one on the Crazy Horse? Wasn't that 62?
It's after 64.
Oh, 64.
Yes.
Oh, okay, I have it down twice then.
No, they're two different matters, 62 and 64.
Have we heard 62?
No, that's Trail 64.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. DiFiore?
Mayor, members of the council, today is a 6-month review of the application here before you for Mr. Cardina. And as you see in your backup in your investigative book, there's only one blemish that the applicant has relative to a recent DUI, which I believe he is subject to a court date next month. We would like to recommend to the council that we extend the temporary license another 6 months with a review at the end of that time to see what happens in court, as well as monitor the business operations.
Very good. Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Maybe we shouldn't drink at the restaurant. Just a joke. When did we actually open this restaurant? How long has it been in operation?
Since May 5th.
Okay. I think they're doing a great job down there, Jim, but I can certainly go along with extending this temporary license another 6 months, and we'll have another review at that time.
All right. Any other comments or questions? I'll take that as a motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you, folks.
You want me to read item 62, man?
We're up to 64. 64. 64 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new tavern license for Nevada Receivership LLC, doing business as Crazy Horse 2 at 2476 Industrial Road. Michael Signorelli, managing member. This is in Ward 3. I've been advised by Mr. Jerbick. Mr. Jerbick here? Oh, okay, sorry. No peripheral vision, Mr. Durbin.
That's okay.
That you believe that I have a conflict and I should not proceed?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, based on that and the history that's taken place, I'm going to follow the attorney's advice.
I think under Nevada law, we also need to state the reason for the conflict. It's the same reason we put on the record before. At least on paper, even though we know factually that you have very little connection with your law firm, you were listed as a member of your firm at the time that one of your partners was representing a co-defendant in these series of cases. And during that period of time, there was some small insurance policy that was also being paid by the firm. As a result, I think that one could argue, at least on paper, that the proceeds of whatever fee that client was paying could have been part of the proceeds of part of an insurance policy, and as a result, you would still have a conflict of interest and would need to abstain.
Okay, well, as I said before, I really I don't have that sense. I'm going to follow the attorney's advice, but I may have had a different opinion, but for the briefing that I had from Mr. DiFiore, but I think I know what's going to happen here, and if it happens away, then I guess I have to follow your advice. So that's it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. He read into record item number 64. I'm going to read into record item 62, which we're going to be hearing at the same time. Item 62 is a hearing, discussion, of possible action concerning petition for a rehearing in the matter of the Department of Finance and Business Services on behalf of the City of Las Vegas, Nevada, versus the power company doing business at Crazy Horse 2, Ward 3. Mr. Jervik, Mr. Henry, I will call these hearings to order, but this is not a public hearing item. I want that understood, that we did that at the hearing last time, and I know that there's been a lot of messages, emails sent in regards to this issue. I feel like that, Mr. Jervik, I would like you to explain one more time about the new church that has come abroad over on Western Avenue at this time.
If you would. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. If I could this morning, I will address the issue regarding the church. I would like to point out that of the two items called, the item that I would recommend the council hear first is the request for a temporary license for the Crazy Horse 2. If that item passes, I believe that the second item is probably moot. But with that said, what I'll do is like to pick up with where we left off at the last meeting. At the last meeting, we had a number of subleases that we put into the record that were negotiated between Mr. Signorelli to my right and the owners of the Crazy Horse 2. We had a number of problems with those leases, and we tried to correct them at the last minute, but we all agreed that we didn't have enough time to review them to give you some advice with some legal certainty that there'd be no connection between the Rizzolo ownership and the new ownership. I'd like to file with the clerk what is operating sublease number 5, which was a result of a conversation I had with Mr. Caruso to try and clean up some of the language that continued to exist. I don't think it's anybody's fault, but because we were all in a rush, we just didn't get it cleaned up right away. After that sublease was presented to our office, we sat down one last time and made a few last-minute corrections, and I'd like to file with the clerk right now what is number 6 in a series of documents, which would be the most recent operating sublease and purchase and sale agreement. Based on review by my office, by myself, and by Mr. Henry, we are confident that that sublease contains language that divorces the running of the Crazy Horse 2, if it's open in the future, from the old management, particularly Mr. Rizzolo. At the same time, Mr. DiFiore has a series of conditions that if this council were to consider granting Mr. Signorelli a temporary license, we'd recommend it be with these conditions, which not only separates Mr. Rizzolo and the co-defendants in the federal cases from any operation or management of the Crazy Horse 2. It also prevents them from being on the premises. It also prevents other family members of Mr. Rizzolo who have had management responsibility over the Crazy Horse 2 from being on the premises or involved in the operation in the future. I also spoke with the U.S. Attorney's Office regarding the sublease and the purchase and sale agreement. They are certainly going to be interested in the purchase and sale agreement. One will be provided to them, and if a temporary license is granted, I would expect that we'll hear back from the U.S. Attorney's Office as to their opinion regarding whether or not this meets the terms of the conditions of the federal plea agreement, which requires Mr. Rizzolo to meet certain conditions if he's going to sell the business. Finally, I'm going to go to the question that you asked at the beginning, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, which is the connection between the church and this. As you may be aware from reading the newspaper, following the last council meeting, a lawsuit was filed trying to stop the issuance of a temporary license based on the assertion that there is a business within proximity of the Crazy Horse 2, which somehow now makes it ineligible for a tavern license. We are challenging that lawsuit. We do not believe that's consistent with our city code. Mr. Henry is at the dais. He can address any specific issues with respect to that. I stand by the position that we took at the last meeting, which was under our code. This is a non-conforming use. It was a non-conforming use long before the allegation of a church nearby came up. As such, under our code, there's a specific time frame to reinitiate use of a liquor license or the use goes away forever. The Crazy Horse 2 is within that time frame, in our opinion, and therefore if the council chooses to issue a temporary license, in spite of the allegation that there's a church nearby, we believe that you can do so.
Okay, and I thought about it up there a few minutes. I see Mr. Christoph there in the audience there. I think Mr. Christoph is a proponent of this church. So, Mr. Christoph, if you'd like to come up and just say a few things real quick, I think.
Why is this a closed thing? We're supposed to have discussion. It's a discussion. They say closed.
My attorney, Mr. Travis Shelton.
Just a couple minutes.
My name is Chris Christoph. I represent the Little Church of Las Vegas. It's located in 2325. The intention of having the facility there was the only one available over a period of 4 or 5 years. My intentions were to provide, as you know, Mayor Pro Tem, as other people for almost close to several years now, 5 years, of assisting a concern of having some kind of a church pertaining to Bible class as well as prayers for the Meadows Village. These concerns are not just a thought-up dream. It's been my desire to enrich the community that had never been enriched with anything other than crime. But that's an issue that will be later discussed, I guess, amongst you. I have been approached a couple of times, Mayor Pro Tem, by calls and threats from individuals even threatening the people at the place 2325 that if you have them there, you're going to have trouble. The landlord, Mrs. Joy Fleming, said the same thing. A fire extinguisher person said the same thing. This was several weeks ago. I've had calls from people who then hang up. That doesn't deter my desire to fulfill my agreement as a deacon for laymen as well as ordained ministers to perform at their time for the Meadow Village. May there be Spanish of other different nationalities who want to come over there at certain time with schedule. I have a lease there that's 6 to 1 year. Even though my landlord said, may I terminate your lease? I said, no. I said, you accept a Little Church of Las Vegas in good faith for what I told you was for Meadows Village people. She then turned around and changed her mind. So she's been approached as well as other people. I don't know who they are, but in my sense, I can feel that this one particular thing pertaining to 1,000 to 1,500 feet, I didn't go around and measure any place. It was an opportunity of getting 1,200 square foot where you can hold a nice Bible class as well as service for 60 people plus 3 different offices and other facilities.
Okay. Mr. Christoph, I guess that's why I allowed you to come up here today. So I wanted to explain to you that I would hope that the applicant or any of his people that work with him have called and threatened you. A church can go in, make application anywhere. It's just that if a church is there, then this applicant can't go in there and put his business there. So this really, the church has no effect on what we do here one way or the other today. And I want to make that public clear that you're more welcome to go in there and put your church over there, and God bless you for doing that. And anything I can do to help you over there at that church, I'd be more willing to help you. I think it's great, but again, though, it doesn't affect the decision we make here today.
You're right, Mayor. But the important thing is, I have never, and you know, all my years, have had any conflict or discussion at the agenda or in newspaper, my opinion about this one place that's up here for a temporary liquor license. I've never given my opinion, never said anything. And that, to me, for some reason, people twist words. Newspapers, TV, they call this a sham. A lawyer calls it a sham. How dare they call the house of God a sham when they don't even go into it themselves?
I agree. So that's clear, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anything else from anybody?
Any other questions?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Mr. Jerbick, as I understand it, you said that Mr. Christoph or his church are plaintiffs in a lawsuit which is pending over in district court. And we do not at this point have an answer from a judge as to whether or not Mr. Christoph's lawsuit has merit. It is your opinion it has no merit, but we don't have an opinion from a district court judge. Would that be a fair characterization?
I believe so. Mr. Henry's standing next to me. He's handling litigation, and he can answer any particulars about that case.
Is that a fair characterization of the status?
That's correct.
What is the lawsuit?
The lawsuit is a petition for a writ of prohibition filed by Mr. Christoph against the Las Vegas City Council to prevent you from issuing a temporary liquor license. It was filed, I believe, last week. Last Friday, on an order shortening time, the matter was set for hearing yesterday morning. Right after I got the order shortening time, I preempted the district judge. It went to another district judge. It's reset for the 31st. I have points and authorities. I have talked to staff. It's very clear to me, Councilman, in my opinion, that a plain reading of Title 19 indicates that in this instance, where you have the discontinuation of use of a non-conforming use of a conforming building, that there's 180 days to reissue or to issue a new liquor license and start pouring. But perhaps more important than that, there is kind of a seminal case known as Cinnamon Hills, handed down by the Nevada Supreme Court, I think 10 or 15 years ago, where they held that a municipality is entitled to judicial deference of its interpretation of its own land use regulations, and that will not be disturbed absent a manifest abuse of discretion. As part of the response to this lawsuit that I will file if it becomes necessary, I spoke with the planning director, and I have her affidavit, which states it is the position of the government of the city of Las Vegas that Title 19 provides for this council issuing a temporary liquor license under this set of facts, if you wish.
Your recommendation, Mayor Pro Tem, with your permission then, is to go forward with hearing today's matter on its merits, notwithstanding the fact that there is a challenge to what we're doing today that is pending before a district court judge.
It is, Councilman.
Should the district court judge disagree with your opinion, and I know from looking at your reaction that you think that's unlikely, what would you then do?
It has happened in the past from time to time, Judge. If the district judge disagreed with my opinion, then it could be that if you took a decision to issue the license today, that would be declared void ab initio, that is, as if you had never done it, and I suppose I would have egg on my face and something to answer for.
Question. Could we take action on this item today with the stipulation that nothing happens until the judge hears the case, until we get a decision?
That's probably a better question put to Mr. Jerbick.
I think, and Mr. DeFord can correct me, if the question is can you vote as a council, let's say hypothetically, to approve a license conditioned upon it becoming active only after a favorable decision by district court, I suppose you can.
And you have a hearing, with your permission again, Mayor Pro Tem, on its merits on the 31st, Mr. Henry?
Well, there's a couple of problems that come to mind with this notion. The first problem is if you were to do this and they were to withdraw their petition, then a district judge could never rule on it.
Well, we could condition it subject to them doing that.
The second is if you
if you were to issue the license today, it would make their lawsuit as filed moot, because it is filed as a writ of prohibition. And so the district judge would not hear it on the 31st. They could perhaps go back in and refile a petition for certiorari or mandamus, but...
Whatever those words are.
What that means.
If I could also just put on the record, and I think Mr. Caruso...
What did Mr. Henry mean by those words, though? I didn't understand what he said.
They could challenge the decision.
There are, at law, what's known as 3 extraordinary writs, prohibition, mandamus, and certiorari. Prohibition is just that. It's to prohibit doing something in the future. Mandamus is a mandate from the court that something that's been done was wrong, in excess of jurisdiction. And certiorari is the general writ of review when there is no other legal vehicle available to petition the court for review.
So you feel comfortable going forward with this item today?
I do, Councilman.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. Mr. Gilbert, continue then, I guess.
Those are my only comments. It might be useful to ask Mr. Caruso, though, too, if his client is willing to take the risk of receiving a license, knowing that there is a lawsuit out there, that while we certainly can handicap it one way, others can handicap it another.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the City Council. I'm Steve Caruso, the attorney for Nevada Receivership, and I have at my side Michael Signorelli. Michael is ready to go forward. Council members, we've taken a look at the facts, and the city's analysis of this case is very strong. Not only do we have the 6-month grace period for an existing use, but I'm glad that they want to open up a church in this location, and I'm sure it'll be a benefit to the neighborhood, but you have to keep in mind there's a pornographic bookstore across the street. There's cheetahs within a stone's throw away, closer than the Crazy Horse. I think they can serve their parishioners very well without any disturbance from this club. We've met with Mr. Jerbick and Mr. Henry, and also my client met on his own with Mr. DiFiore and his boss yesterday. He said, you know, you attorneys just make things more complicated. He insisted on going on his own. He was very candid with them, and with that, we will submit ourselves to the questions of the City Council.
Thank you. With that, I'll turn the microphone over to Mr. DiFiore, who will give you a report as to the character of the applicant.
Mr. Christopher, I believe you guys take a seat now. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council, as you know, this request for a temporary license is pretty common with the City Council agenda that we have before Finance and Business Services. And just to reiterate, the criteria for considering a temporary license is, one, that the applicant is found preliminarily suitable for the license, and two, that the location is a consistent use for the activity. Mr. Signorelli is a previously investigated licensee of an existing tavern license at this point in time, so he has met the burden of being preliminary suitable.
Mr. Jerbick, sorry. Mr. DiFiore, if I can interrupt real quick. Now, for those in the audience, is there any difference in investigation for a steakhouse and an SOB?
No, this is actually a consideration for a license for the tavern, which is by code a license that is investigated. The sexually oriented business is an adjunct to that type of business, but that does not require a background investigation. It's for the tavern license that he is being considered today for a temporary license. The other item I was going to talk about was that the use is consistent with the zoning and the compatibility in the neighborhood. And as we know, Crazy Horse 2, the previous owner of that license, has been in use or has been in operation for over 20 years. So he does meet the criteria for a temporary license today. The other thing I want to point out is I did talk to the sergeant in the special investigations section about the length of time he estimates the investigation would take for a report to come back to my office for us to consider to the City Council, and he said at minimum 4 months and probably closer to 6 months. temporary licenses can be issued for a period of up to 6 months, by code an extension for a period of up to 6 months. So council today can consider a temporary license for a period of time that they feel comfortable with, up to 6 months. In my conversation with Mr. Signorelli yesterday, we talked about many things. I even suggested to him that he may want to discuss with the council his business plan and how he's going to operate the business. So if there are no other questions of me, maybe I'd defer to Mr. Signorelli to be able to comment on those things.
Mr. Signorelli?
Oh, sure. Thank you very much. My name is Michael Signorelli, 308 West Sahara in Las Vegas. I have spent the last 2 weeks over to the Crazy Horse, even though it's closed, every day, evaluating the business like I've done in the past for many other businesses, and have a real good feeling now on the numbers and how that business has been operated over the last several years. And I've been working on putting some policy manuals together and interviewing people to come in to assist me immediately. So I feel very comfortable going forth with what's there now, and probably need to do some new type of advertising, obviously, to bring some people back who are not there now. But I've been in this town 40 years and operated a lot of large businesses, and actually this is not one of my larger businesses I've operated, but I do feel comfortable going in there, and would love to have the opportunity to go there and bring back all the employees and make an investment in that business.
Do you have a key employee at this time?
I've met with Mr. DeFleur yesterday to ask when I can submit for, I have 3 names ready to submit, and I'm ready to submit them today or tomorrow. I have identified 3 people, but I didn't know when I could submit based on, without a license, I can't submit, obviously.
Are there any other questions? I have a couple I'd like to ask first. I guess I'll see what the council wants to ask. I'll ask mine first. When did you first meet Mr. Rislow?
Less than 30 days ago, I was contacted by a businessman in town and asked if he could bring him over to my restaurant, and he came over, and it was the day of the, I think the day of the, he was heard, the day after this hearing, wasn't it, I think, Mr. Caruso?
The hearing where they originally revoked the...
Right, that following day, yes, at my restaurant, yes.
Apparently you have done your due diligence on purchasing or leasing this Crazy Horse. Do you have any idea what the gross income is?
Yes, I've seen the numbers that have been audited, obviously, by the government, and they seem to be within the industry standards, and I feel comfortable with them. I'm going to speculate they made it off 15-20% just to be a safe businessman. I'm not going to speculate the upside. I'm going to speculate the downside. And even with that, I feel very comfortable at that location.
Approximately, what is the gross income?
The gross income there now?
Approximately, what is the gross income? What is the gross income?
Well, it's certainly over close to $15 million, probably, in that range. Close. I'm just guessing maybe around $15 million, according to what I'm saying. Yes, maybe. And I'm not for sure. I mean, these are numbers that are reported to me. I still, again, those are raw numbers, and you're asking about a private business, and I'm being very forward here.
That's fine. What do you believe will be the gross expenses with the $400,000 a month lease?
The gross expenses?
With the $400,000 a month lease.
They'll probably be close to $12 million, $12 million.
A year?
Yes.
Will any of your employees, will you employ any employees formerly worked for Mr. Rislow and his company?
No, I will not. I believe in a clean slate when I start a business. I believe management needs to bring their own people in, sir. Mayor Council.
Are there any other questions of the council members?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
From what the figures you've asked him, then, if it's 15 million taken in and 12 million expenses, that's 13 million. Would that be profit? And if so?
It would be close to $3 million. Closer to 3.
3 million?
Profit, before taxes.
Before taxes, so it'd be 3 million, which would explain why you could afford to pay the $400,000 a month fee?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes.
Mr. DeFiore, just a point of ordinance
the reference to a temporary 6-month and then Metro's investigation 4 to 6 months. Remind us the scenario if, in fact, the Metro report is not complete within the temporary approval for 6 months. Do they have, by our ordinance, the ability to come back and extend that until the report's complete?
Yes, we do. We have, by code, an allowability of one extension up to 6 months. I might add, too, that if the report is granted at any time during that 6-month period, then by code, I shall bring the application back to the City Council. So it could be less time than 6 months.
Mr. DeFiore, on this matter, what conditions would you put in place if we were to approve it today?
I have 4 conditions that I'd like to read into the record and then give it to the city clerk for documentation. The conditions would be as such. Number 1, that no person who is associated as a defendant, including Frederick Rizzolo in U.S. District Court cases, and I'll read them off, 2:06-CR-186-PMP-PAL, comma, 2:06-CR-188-PMP-PAL, comma, CR-S-05-007-KJD, parenthesis, LRL, end of parenthesis, shall be permitted on the premises of the business. The defendants, including Frederick Rizzolo, are further prohibited from operating, controlling, or participating in any way with the operation of the business. That would be condition 1.
Okay. If I could, Mr. DeFiore, I'm sorry. I know sometimes the voices come out of nowhere. I think there might have been an error made on the last case number, which was CRS-050017, KJD, LRL. If there are any errors in the spoken word versus the written word, I think Mr. DeFiore is going to file the written conditions with the clerk, and they will control for purposes of the conditions of the slices.
And we would stipulate to the inclusion of the 3 federal court cases that impact this.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. DeFiore. Thank you.
Condition 2.
Condition number 2 would be no person associated with the ownership of the Power Company, Inc., nor its management, including Annette Rizzolo Patterson, the bookkeeper, Frederick Rizzolo, or Bartholomew Rizzolo, shall be permitted on the premises of the business. Further, Frederick Rizzolo and Bartholomew Rizzolo are further prohibited from operating, controlling, or participating in any way with the operation of the business. That would be condition number 2.
Okay, condition number 3.
Condition number 3 is the photographs and names of the prohibited persons in special condition number 1 shall be made available to all individuals responsible for the operation of the business in order that the business complies with special condition number 1. That would be condition number 3. And the 4th condition is any violation of these conditions or special conditions or any violation of any local, state, or federal law shall allow the business services director or manager to administratively suspend the liquor license. Applicant understands that he has a right to appeal the suspension at the next regularly scheduled city council meeting, subject to the open meeting law.
Thank you.
If I can, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I just have a couple of additions. We made some changes to this at the last minute this morning, and as Mr. DeFiore was reading condition number 3, it required, that's the one regarding the photographs and the names of prohibited persons be posted in the business. That should be with respect to special condition number 1 and 2, since we added more names in number 2. And in number 2, there should also be an addition to the second sentence, and I'll provide it in writing to the clerk at the end of this, that it says right now, further, Frederick Rizzolo and Bartholomew Rizzolo are further prohibited from operating, controlling, or participating in any way in the operation of the business. It should also include Annette Rizzolo Patterson in that list of people prohibited from operating, controlling, or participating in any way in the operation of the business. And I will provide those changes to the clerk and to Mr. DeFiore.
You've heard those conditions. If you are approved, do you agree to those conditions?
My client does, Councilman, but we'd just like a little bit of clarification. We were just told this morning about the exclusion of Annette Rizzolo and Bartholomew. It looks like Bartholomew Rizzolo coordinates with the liquor distributors. He was going to be the one to do the walk around today when and if the seals are taken off the coolers. and Annette Rizolo is the bookkeeper. My client just wants to throw this out there because he wants to be compliant with the council. But would there be any way for perhaps a 7 to 10 day transition period for those employees only? Because when my client got here and said he's going to get up here and he's going to clean house, this was meant to capitulate to the city's desire to get these folks off the property.
May I ask a question, Mr. Russo? Are they necessary to the business, or do you plan to not pour liquor during this period of time that they're going to be in the business assisting in this transition?
Well, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, in order to open up this new business, and if the council wants them out, it's done today. But the idea is to open the doors as soon as possible. With every day that passes that the doors are shut, we're worried that the business becomes devalued and loses customers and potential employees. So if the council wants them out, that's the ruling. We were just hoping for a 7 to 10 transition period. Mike's going to get an outside accounting firm in there right away anyway. But it was something that he didn't know he'd have to do today. The intent was to open the doors.
Mr. DeFiore, please.
I certainly can understand in the business industry the transition from one operator to another. I certainly can understand that the accounting of the business in that transition certainly is something of very key importance to them. I have had no problem in the history of this with Mr. Bartholomew Rizolo, and I've had no problem with Annette Rizolo. If the council wishes to give them a sort of transition grace period of time, I don't have a concern with that.
1 week?
I don't have a concern with that.
That'd be very generous.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments before the motion, please?
Yes, sir.
Sir?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Signorelli, did I pronounce your name right?
Yes, you did.
Is the G hard or soft?
Hard.
Because I've heard it both ways in the last few days.
Either way.
You don't care, huh?
I don't care, Mr. Wilson.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Signorelli, you stated that you would not employ any of the prior employees of the, quote, Crazy Horse 2. I know from experience a lot of the dancers are not technically employees, they're independent contractors, and there's various ways for wage purposes, tax purposes, et cetera, to call an employee something else. So when you say you're not going to employ any of the former employees, does that include any of the dancers?
You know, that's a terrific question that I didn't even think about to this second, first of all.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, maybe I can answer the question.
Yeah.
My concern, Councilman, is more so the 16 people who pled guilty to felonies.
That's what I was thinking
rather
about.
than the other employees. I think that when we talk about all employees, I don't want to categorize, but in my mind, I was looking at those 16 employees rather than the girl dancers or whoever.
And I certainly share your feeling, Mayor Pro Tem, but my lawyer hat kind of clicked on when you said employees and the distinguishing thing with the independent contractors.
Be specific to those, Council Wilson, be specific to those people that the city requested. God could never track thousands of people as independent contractors.
Brad, you want to help us out? Brad, you want to help us out on this, please?
I want to say I'm really glad you brought that up because we need to be absolutely clear on this point as to who we're talking about. When we were looking at special conditions on the business, you have a range from not disturbing the management structure at all, including people who pled guilty to felonies, all the way to the other extreme of nobody who worked there before, right down to a busboy would be able to work there in the future. I think that staff's recommendation was certainly that all the people who connected with the felonies in federal court, and I believe there are 15 or 16 defendants, including Mr. Rizolo, would be completely out, not allowed on the premises, or involved in any way in the operation or management of the business. We felt that there were two more individuals, because of their close familial relation to Mr. Rizolo, who weren't involved in any crimes. That would be his father and his sister, who we've listed, would also fall into that same category, that they wouldn't be on the premises or allowed in the operation of the business, except as you have agreed today to the 7-day grace period if this license is granted. We had not looked to go deeper than that in the establishment to prohibit Mr. Signorelli from employing dancers or other low-key individual or low-management individuals that were uninvolved with the federal crimes. If you want to go deeper, that's up to you, but that was not what the way we structured the special conditions.
I'd like to hear from Mr. Signorelli and Mr. Jerbick. I think you brought up a great point. There's extremes this way and extremes this way, and you made the blanket statement, I don't plan to employ any of the former employees. That includes some of the lower management or others that wouldn't necessarily be prohibited, but when you say no employees, that was my concern.
I'm sorry, Councilman Wilson, that's what I meant to correct earlier when I got up. I said that what Mr. Signorelli meant was the people that are prohibited by the city from coming in. Of course, Mike's going to go in there and reevaluate who needs to stay, who needs to go, but I want to point out, I think there's around 152 permanent employees at the...
That's why I brought up the subject.
Yeah, so, and I'm sorry, it's my fault, I didn't clarify what he said fully enough.
Another couple of comments, please. The purchase price, Mr. Signorelli, is $45 million.
Yes, correct.
May I ask you how you arrived at that number?
It was an appraisal provided for the government by a bank in California, and the appraisal price was actually above that price. So.
And when was that appraisal done?
I think it was, I don't know the date.
August or June?
Yeah.
August or July? August or July, Councilman.
Yes. And that's how I based it on.
A written appraisal?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You have that written appraisal in your possession?
Provided to you, yes.
So what you're telling us is that the appraisal was done and it came in at a higher price than $45 million.
Yes.
But between you and the seller, you negotiated to that number.
Right.
Okay. This is a 1-year sublease.
Right.
Which allows the business to open. And I want to know specifically because I was briefed on this yesterday, but I was out of town for a couple of weeks, so I'm kind of playing catch-up.
That's fine.
What monies will you be paying out during this time of the sublease, which is up to 1 year? You'll be paying $400,000 a month to the landlord.
That's it.
Well, that's $400 per month each and every month of the sublease.
Right.
What other monies will you be paying out, if any?
Well,
everything.
And the operation of the business, obviously.
And that's it, yes.
Mm-hmm. Now, do you have the first right, an exclusive right to purchase this business?
Yes, and I've already proceeded with banks to do that, yes.
Okay, so you're seeking financing.
Yes, I've arranged that just about now. I'm just waiting for licensing. That the trigger date will be a firm license.
I understand that, but you've already proceeded in the event that we license you towards financing.
Absolutely.
Now, so then no other potential buyers would be allowed to step in to your shoes during this sublease?
No, that's not true. Councilman, we've got the purchase agreement, and the purchase agreement has the option in there. I think the option goes stale. I want to say in 6 months.
Explain that to me.
Well, he's got to buy it. He's got to buy it or not within 6 months. And at that point, he gets a first right of refusal. So the idea was to come in, get this temporary liquor license, and then as quickly as we can, and offering as much cooperation with the city as we can, get the permanent license, get the financing, and get this thing done.
Okay, you said 6 months, though. There's a 6-month escrow or a 3-month escrow?
Well, the purchase option is good for 6 months.
Okay, if we grant your request today.
Yes.
And you get the tavern license.
Yes.
And you open up business, you've got 6 months to close the purchase on the business.
That's correct.
Now, what happens if in 6 months you don't close on the purchase? You don't buy the property?
Well,
you've got a 1-year sublease.
We think that there's room to extend that date, and we're concerned by the 4 to 6 month window to get the permanent license. As the council is probably aware, it's impossible to get financing based on a temporary license because you really don't have the asset that you're trying to finance. But as soon as my client gets that permanent license, he can fund this deal within 30 to 45 days. As a matter of fact, one of the banks the banker that has offered to fund this deal worked on the Furniture Mart, offered the financing for the Furniture Mart.
Okay. So, but we
have a funding. We have a letter of interest from the bank that I don't know if we gave it to the city or not.
We were told, though, by Mr. DiFiore, the final review, the final background check, may take another 4 to 6 months. Is that right?
The application was referred to Metro at the end of September. That is the time frame that it starts.
Okay. So we're 2 or 3 weeks into a 4 to 6 month period before you can get the final report, which would then be provided to us to consider giving a permanent license.
That is correct.
So my question is that if that doesn't come in for 6 months, who knows what will happen? You've only got this escrow or this ability to buy the business for 6 months.
Well, I can't predict what the seller's going to do, Councilman, but I think that by that point, there'll be other considerations that may allow for an extension of time on our client's part. Remember that Mr. Rislow has to sell that place by next June.
Well, but there's some contingencies on that, too. I guess here's my concern. Do these documents, where's Mr. Jerbeck? There you are. Do these documents prevent anybody else from coming in and purchasing this business without city council knowledge?
If anybody were to come in and purchase this business without your knowledge, I suppose they could back out of their deal. They could have a mutual agreement to back out of their deal. That's not the way it's structured right now. Somebody else could come in and they could make an offer with Mr. Rislow. They would still ultimately have to get a liquor license and appear before this council, and that's how you would find out.
So if somebody else wanted to come in and buy because for whatever reason Mr. Signorelli changes his mind, they'd still have to come in and get their own liquor license, which is city council approval, before they could take over the operation of the business.
That's correct. Mr. Signorelli would only have a temporary. You can't transfer a temporary. Somebody would have to come in for a new license under the same conditions that Mr. Signorelli is here today.
And my final question, Mr. DiFiore, you're recommending that this council approve this temporary liquor license, are you not?
Yes, with the conditions that I read into the record.
Mr. Jerbeck, you join in that recommendation?
We don't ever make recommendations, and I don't want to dodge your question, but I can tell you that on behalf of legal, our job was to make sure that the documents reflected what was being represented. That is that there is a divorce between the old management and those connected with the federal felony pleas and the new operation of this business. I've met with Mr. Signorelli and his attorney. I think that they understand very well the consequences, both against their temporary license and inability to get a permanent license should there be any involvement by those individuals. These documents, I think, have been reviewed enough that it gives us enough confidence to believe they're not going to be involved.
Thank you. And I forgot, Mayor Pro Tem, and I apologize. I do have one more issue I'd like to discuss. It's paragraph number 23 of the operating sublease, and that says, pursuant to the restrictions set forth in Article 35, landlord, and that's Mr. Rislow, may designate an agent or agents to enter into and upon the demised premises at all reasonable times for the purpose of inspecting the same or for the purpose of maintaining the building in which said premises are situated, et cetera, et cetera. I have a little bit of a concern because this would allow Mr. Rislow to designate somebody to go onto the premises without oversight. Could we change that to some sort of language subject to the approval of Mr. Jim DiFiore, our business license person?
This is not a contract between the city and Mr. Rislow. It's a contract between Mr. Signorelli and Mr. Rislow. In the past, when we've asked Mr. Signorelli to get things out of this lease that were bothersome to the city, they've been very accommodating, and we haven't had any issues there. If Mr. Caruso can negotiate that, we can certainly put that in. I will tell you that I negotiated that portion of the lease myself, not considering the additional security that you may wish to have by having Mr. DiFiore look at it. As you know, most landlords, during the course of a lease, want to make sure that bad things aren't happening to their building. If you leased a house to tenants, you'd want the right to enter every now and then just to make sure they haven't destroyed the place.
With all due respect to Mr. Rislow, he doesn't come under the category of most landlords.
Right. We completely agree.
He has some special features.
We completely agree. Now, the agent he can designate cannot be any of the people that pled guilty to the felonies or the two family members that are also listed in the special condition. But if you would also like to have notification to Mr. DiFiore and approval of that agent prior to the agent inspecting the premises, I'll turn it over to Mr. Caruso to tell you if he thinks that can be
Mr. Caruso, I'm only one vote, but that would be my request as one city council person.
I hope that they would sign any changes that the council insists upon, and we'll get them done. But I will tell you, if you refer to paragraph 35, those are the exclusions of the people that are not allowed on the premises. So this reasonable right of entry on the property is contingent upon, number one, it can't be any of the people that we know we're not going to let on the property. We don't want on the property, they're not going to be there. But number two, it's a reasonable right of inspection. It's not like he can say, I mean, an owner has the right to inspect his property, and in this case, he can't come in there himself, so he can designate some agent who doesn't violate any of the other provisions that they've already agreed to. But it has to be reasonable, too. They can't just be sending people in for no reason, poking about the private areas in this business. If they've got a reason to be there, they suspect there's some damage or some construction needs that need to be addressed, or for some reasonable right of inspection, they're going to have to call and they're going to have to ask permission to come in. This is a reasonable right of inspection that's due to any landowner. But in this case, we've taken care of it, and anybody who's not supposed to be on that property is not coming on.
I understand that. I'm just voicing my opinion to my colleagues. My
we'll get that done.
Mr. Caruso, my request would be that this operating sublease, as part of our condition, should this council vote for approval, be amended subject to Mr. Rizzolo agreeing, and obviously that would be part and parcel to an agreement, to reflect that any agent or agent be subject to Mr. DiFiore's approval.
Mr. Councilman, we could also add this as a condition unilaterally without Mr. Rizzolo's permission. We could craft an additional condition.
That was my suggestion.
That would require, in addition to Mr. Caruso using his best efforts to get that in the lease, that a condition would be that any agent designated by Mr. Rizzolo to inspect the premises under Section 23 of the sublease would be identified to Mr. DiFiore, and whenever that person's on premises, Mr. DiFiore would have an opportunity to be there with them. And with respect to rejecting them, I don't know exactly how we could do that, but I think that certainly identification of that individual.
Mr. DiFiore be on with the person.
I don't necessarily.
And prior notification when they'll be on premises should be part of the condition.
I appreciate what you're saying, and you're taking us to where I'd like to go. I don't necessarily think that Mr. DiFiore has to be present.
Okay.
But just knowledge of who it is, and give Mr. DiFiore, an opportunity to say yea or nay based upon who this person is. You have the ability to run a quick check on people and make a determination that they're the appropriate person to go on this premises, because it is the selection by Mr. Rizzolo. And once again, with due respect to Mr. Rizzolo, I think it's appropriate under these circumstances.
And we could also include a notification of when the proposed inspection is supposed to take place as well, to give Mr. DiFiore the option if he would like to come down or send someone down.
Thank you.
Good.
Can you craft that condition?
I will do that, and if there is a motion made, it should be to approve the temporary license for whatever period you're going to pick, including the special conditions as amended by me earlier, and including an additional special condition reflecting Councilman Wolfson's concerns regarding the agent.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. We can condition the heck out of this. We can bird dog Mr. Signorelli to make sure he's paying attention to what's going on with his business. I, for one, am very hard-pressed to support any types of these businesses. I don't see where it fits into strengthening our families or promoting our quality of life in this city. However, I cannot force my own personal beliefs on this city, nor would I. In the big picture, we all represent this entire city, and I need to be mindful of that as I deal with this issue, because it's been on my mind quite heavily. These businesses are illegal in this city, and if the legalities are met and they're true to their word, then we should not have any problems. I would remind Mr. Signorelli, however, that this is the city's golden license, and that you are mindful of the past discretions that have taken place at this business, and I would feel better if you would make comment to the fact that you will watch this. You will make sure that nothing like this ever happens at that business location again that has transpired in the past under the previous management. Thank you.
I want to respond to that. I have my word here publicly, and I think I try at least, to been a good citizen of this community, which I'm very proud of the last 40 years, and I will strive to do my very, very best, and I give that my word to each and every one of you.
Thank you. Any other comments, Councilman Brown? Councilwoman?
No, I was just going to say then your motion will probably include what Councilman Wolfson suggested.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Councilman Brown?
Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Jervik, just a hypothetical. You mentioned that per the federal agreement, the U.S. Attorney's Office has to approve of a sale.
That's correct. They have some oversight over the purchase and sale of the business, which
Yeah.
has to occur, as Mr. Caruso said, by June of next year.
And as we make this public record, what happens if not saying it will, not saying it won't, what happens if the federal government intervenes and has some objection or delays the sale of the property? How does that impact our licensing decision today?
It depends on what they allow to continue to exist. If they were to simply say that the sale as structured needs to be restructured to meet some condition, I would imagine that there would be a renegotiation of the sublease between Mr. Caruso and Mr. Rizzo's attorney to extend that period of time, if it were a fixable problem. If it were an unfixable problem, it seems to me that that would be the end of the negotiations between Mr. Rizzo and Mr. Signorelli, and that would be the end of the license of that business, since he wouldn't have the business anymore.
Very good. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Any other comments? I want to thank everyone for their due diligence on this item. I want to thank those for the comments from my fellow council members today. I think it's important that we try to do what is right. I would make a motion to allow this license, temporary license, for 3 months with a 3-month review, with those conditions stated and agreed to, and those conditions as amended. And again, I want to reiterate what Councilman Ross so eloquently, I think all of us feel the same way, and I want that on the record also. And with that, are any questions on the motion? Please cast your vote.
Mayor Pro Tem, if we could just clarify to make sure that the motion included the amendments provided by Mr. Jerbick earlier, and also Councilman Wolfson's amendment also be included in that motion for approval.
As amended, yes. We have that, Ronnie?
Oh, sir, I'm sorry, I was not here for the motion, but that's all right. She's got it, he's got it, and Gabby has it, so.
Guido's got it? Okay, we're going to be okay. Okay, you've heard the motion, please cast your vote.
Mr.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, now this takes care of the church situation too?
What this does is we'll grant a temporary license today in spite of the fact that there's a continuing legal argument that the presence of the church prohibits the issuance of the license. That'll be resolved by the court.
That'll be resolved in the court, but it's the opinion of our staff that we will prevail.
It's the opinion of our staff exactly that our code permits the existence of a liquor license at this location for 180 days after the cessation of use.
Based on that Cinnamon case.
Based on the code as it's written and based on your ability under the Cinnamon Hills case to interpret your own code.
Any other questions? We've cast our vote. Let's post, please. Motion carries. Please show Mayor Goodman abstaining.
Thank you for your confidence.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
With that, I'll make a motion to delete item number 62 from the agenda, please.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I misspoke earlier. I had recommended striking that if there were a vote to grant a temporary license to Mr. Henry has informed me that a record needs to be made, some documents need to be filed. Sorry, I didn't realize these were so touchy. And if, with your indulgence, I'll turn it over to Mr. Henry at this time.
Council,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, the city code provides for asking for rehearing. They have asked for rehearing. Mr. Scrow, counsel for the Power Company, Inc., is here. The law also requires that proof of service of notice of today's proceeding be submitted to the clerk before we go forward, and I would like to do that, as well as submit a letter from Mr. Scrow that memorializes the timing of choosing which city council meeting this matter, that is, the petition for rehearing, would be on. And having said that and made those submissions, I'll...
Okay, so what's your recommendation on item number 62 then?
Well, Mr. Scrow has the right to go forward if he wishes, or he can withdraw the petition for rehearing.
Okay, Mr. Scrow?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We're going to move to withdraw that petition at this time.
Okay. Are there any questions on the withdrawal? I make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for allowing Mr. Sco to withdraw. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion is approved.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Sorry, buddy.
Thank you. Item 65 will be trailed to be heard this afternoon in conjunction with item 125. We move on to item number 66. Item 66 will be trailed to be heard this afternoon in conjunction with item number 126. Now, there's been a request in order to accommodate Mr. Snow that a particular matter be brought up. What number is that, Mr. Kathy? 79. All right. We'll call 79 at this point.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Let me read into the record. 79 is report on the status of the Regional Transportation Commission Bus Rapid Transit. Mr. Kukowski.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. At your August 7th special council meeting, you requested that the Regional Transportation Commission Representative Jacob Snow give a presentation on the pros and cons of mass transit, and Jacob Snow is here today to make that presentation.
Thank you, Charlie. Mr. Mayor, members of the council. It was most interesting to me to note the discussion that we had at that strategic planning session, discussions about whether we should widen highways or whether we should build transit. And the slide that I have on the screen before you talks about how we've got both automobiles and transit, and they're different types of mobility. Both are very important to serve in the future growth needs, and one particular strength of transit might be serving a particular area of the city where we have some high densities, and we're going to take advantage of that particular advantage. I'd like to go to the next slide, if we could. On that next slide, it will show that particular area where we think transit has an advantage over the automobile, and that's everywhere you see that blue line on the screen. That's our resort corridor. And we think the best market for transit is connecting the airport with the Strip, the convention center, and to downtown and back. That's the area where we think we have an advantage in deploying our transit resources. That's also the area that we call our downtown connector. We have all the funding for that. The design is almost over, and Mr. Mayor, that will be in operation in your city and council by early 2009 on that blue line. And so we're very excited about the prospects for that.
Why so long?
You want it to be a good, attractive product, and we're going to show you some pictures of how we're going to make it attractive.
Okay.
You also asked me, Mr. Mayor, to reprise a little bit of a presentation that was done to the RTC a few months ago by a transit expert, and that question that he asked was, why do cities invest in mass transit? And here you see on the screen, Mayor, these are the buses that you love. And since we started the double-decker service, our numbers on the Strip went up by 50% overnight. People do really love these vehicles. But the question that transit expert asked was, why do cities invest in transit? And he answered it with these 4 reasons. Because transit has the potential to reduce congestion, potential to improve air quality, to reduce sprawl, or to increase transportation choices. Now, to accomplish the first 3 goals, you have to be successful in attracting someone out of behind the steering wheel of an automobile. And when transit agencies are not effective and not successful in doing that, then they point to the 4th reason for a reason why transit should exist and why the investment should be made. But my argument would be that if it is not a better choice, it's not going to be successful in attracting people out of cars, like you see in that ox-pulled truck cab there. Not a choice that many people would want to make. And I would supplement that presentation that the consultant gave to give you what I think is the most important reason why cities invest in mass transit. And that is, it is the best way to maximize the capacity of existing roadways at affordable costs. And if you don't believe me, I want to show you a few pictures in the next slides. This shows a street full of cars. And many streets and highways are at their capacity, can't fit more cars, and can't be widened. The Las Vegas Strip is a perfect example of a street that is full of cars, can't be widened, can't fit more cars. Now, you see 24 cars parked on that street. If we were to change our focus a little bit and once again take advantage of the strength of transit, which is connecting one place where a lot of people are already at to another place where a lot of people want to go at a time when they want to make that trip, then if we have the right transit infrastructure in there, we can find the room and we can find a way to transport them faster than the automobile can. If we think in terms of moving people, like you see on the screen, not just cars, then our existing streets have plenty of room to move people. And we've taken the cars away. There's the 24 drivers of those cars. And if we take those 24 drivers of the cars and we put them on a transit vehicle, then you can see if we have the room to save a lane for buses. That would increase the capacity of our streets without having to widen them. And we only want to do this in the markets where it makes sense. We've got a lot of people who want to go to the same place or similar places at a time when they want to go. And that's basically that graphic that I showed you. The airport, the Strip, the convention center, and downtown Las Vegas. That's our primary transit market that we're focusing on. But we learned the other day when we opened the improvements on Alta Drive that go through three of the wards of the city that people walking and biking fill just a fraction of the existing sidewalk and bike lane capacity that we have the potential to offer. And you can see we've taken all those 24 people and put them on the sidewalk and a few people on bikes in a bike lane. Why invest in transit? Because it's the best way to maximize capacity of existing roadways at affordable costs. I want to talk a little bit specifically about how we do that. This is some research that's been done around the country, market research. And you can see on the red part of the spectrum, there's 1/6 of the population that will never use transit. They have too much of a need for time. And the other 1/6 on the green section of that spectrum, they strongly prefer transit because they want to take a nap, read the newspaper, relax. But 2/3 of us will use transit if and when it meets our needs. And we're talking about a demographic like Betsy Fretwell here, your assistant city manager. We could attract her from out of her automobile to use transit, but we need to meet 3 primary needs that she has. We can't meet just one of those needs or 2 of those needs. We need to get all 3 to get Betsy on the bus. And the first one is we've got to get her from point A to point B, where she's at to where she wants to go. Good network structure. Secondly, we need to make it fast. We don't want her waiting out there in the sun or in the elements. And then third, which is what I'm going to talk a little bit about today in the context of the project we're building for you in downtown Las Vegas, is people want to feel good about the experience. They don't want to feel like they're receiving welfare from the state to take transit. How do we do that? What makes transit attractive? On the screen you see 2 different monorails. On the right-hand side you see the East German, itchy and scratchy, industrialized version of the monorail, not very attractive. On the other side you see a completely different monorail that is attractive. And the key there, really it does not matter whether it's a train or a bus. What does matter is how you deploy that mode and how you make it attractive. And if we get smart about that, we can achieve some real breakthroughs. What you see on here is a great-looking vehicle. I think many of you have seen these vehicles going around downtown Las Vegas. Those are our MAX vehicles. We now carry 7,000 people a day between North Las Vegas and downtown on Las Vegas Boulevard North with this great-looking vehicle. It's been a huge success, 2.5 million people a year. It's been successful because it speeds up the trip. You can travel faster in this vehicle than you can in a car in this corridor because it's got its own dedicated running way, its own right-of-way. It doesn't get stuck in traffic. We've made it like a train because we have stations with stops and platforms, ticket vending machines, level boarding, and an attractive vehicle. We also have recruited and supplemented our labor pool by getting our drivers out of the mayor's office. As you can see here, new drivers in uniforms. This is one of our drivers. His name is Joseph. I don't know why he was a cast-off from the mayor's office. Maybe a little problem there, but he likes this new, he's attired in our more conservative winter uniform that you see here. And I'm being tongue-in-cheek about this, but I do want to make the point and not underestimate it, that there are things and steps that we can take to make the system attractive to people. And we are taking those steps, and we are implementing that. Here is, we're focusing on the customer experience. This is a picture that you see that was taken in San Francisco. This is on the Muni light rail line at the Embarcadero station. And you can see this couple is capturing the most important moment of their life, their wedding day, at a transit station. You know you've arrived when you've created such a great place and such a good environment that people want to capture important events at a transit station. Now with that, I want to share the next slide with you. What we're looking at is a picture of a wedding invitation that I hold in my hand. And I have to give credit to Alt-F Photography. Our communications director at the RTC is getting married, and she went to go pick out wedding invitations, and she saw 3 separate wedding invitations that were taken in Las Vegas on a double-decker bus, the bus that the mayor loves. And if you don't believe me that these people are on a double-decker bus, can you see the CAT logo that is printed into the seat on that double-decker bus? They're on the top deck. And this is a separate wedding photo with the double-decker bus in the background. Now, we haven't quite arrived yet, but we're making some improvements of making the system attractive to people. Because of the double-decker buses, we see about 3,000 additional people coming to downtown every day. And we're really pleased about that success. Councilman Brown asked me to put some slides in here and talk a little bit about transit-oriented development. And I want to start off with a city in the world, Curitiba, Brazil. There's about 2.5 million people in Brazil. They wanted to build a subway system to meet the needs of the mobility needs of their community. And their problem was that they only had enough money to build one light rail line, no money for a subway system. So the way they challenged it was they dealt with it with the problem of the buses are slow. They need to make buses run faster. And so how they solved the problem, buses always getting stuck in traffic, was they created bus-only roads within roads, like you see on the screen in front of you. Carved out some right-of-way in the middle for the buses, and you can see the frequency they have on that route. It's a very high-frequency route. But not only that, they did some very important land use changes to make this system be as successful as it is. Before they implemented the system, only about 3% of the population used transit. Now 70% of the trips in that community are made on a bus. This is a view of the skyline of Curitiba, and notice that there are some flat areas in the foreground, which are their single-family residential developments, and they've got these linear tall buildings that go out and spiral out through the city. And they decided to make those transit investments of the buses and the roads, the bus roads within roads, where you see those tall buildings. It's called transit-oriented development. Remember, the strength of transit is to find a spot where a lot of people are already at and be able to connect them to a spot where, or spots where a lot of people are going at a time when people want to make those trips. And so that's the type of strategy that we're focusing on to be successful. You can see they've got the high-density transit spines where the tall buildings are, and that's created even more space for the low-density family neighborhoods. Done that very successfully. The way it works is a bus arrives at the station. To get into the station, you have to pay your fare, so you don't have to fumble with your bus pass and change. You go all at once. The vehicle leaves. I'm going to switch microphones. I think we're having a problem with this one. That's okay. Another city that has copied them in their success is Bogota, Colombia. You can see the pictures there. But the real success has come in the continent of Australia in 3 major cities. 2 of these cities have a subway system, Sydney and Brisbane, and now their surface bus systems carry more people than their subway systems do because they've made them so attractive and so convenient. And you see the Adelaide, the guided Oban bus right there that's been so successful. These are just a few pictures from the Brisbane system. They've built very attractive stations and platforms. They even use tunnels to expedite these bus trips, and they have a number of park and ride lots that are full of BMWs and Mercedes-Benzes. Because if you can provide a trip for people that's going to save them time, then they'll be willing to park their car and take the bus. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this slide, just they've been very successful. That success that we've seen internationally is starting to come into cities in this country. This is Los Angeles, in particular Burbank. Notice the attractive landscaping along this busway here, along the Orange Line. More than that, they have now implemented a system of stations and platforms that really look and are designed just like light rail platforms and use some very nice art that they've incorporated into these stations and platforms. You talk about transit-oriented development from a bus. You see that here along the Orange Line in Burbank, the condominium complex that you see along the back there, residential land uses, mixing along the bottom with commercial land uses. And it has been really supportive of this type of transit investment. In Los Angeles, where the car used to be king, people now take this particular line because they can save about 20 minutes off their commute on the 210 freeway. A city that's had very good success with bus transit is Denver. This is their downtown. This is their bus plaza and pedestrian plaza. It's also their primary commercial corridor downtown. They've done it in an attractive way, and they have 70,000 people a day that ride this bus system. 70,000 a day. How do you get people to identify positively with a bus? Well, market research shows that they either like small and cute or transparent and sleek and aerodynamic. Now, does that sleek and aerodynamic picture look familiar to you? It should, because that's the type of product that we are bringing to this community, and people are getting out of their cars. 26% of the people that use the MAX system are former drivers. Now, the exterior is important, but it's less of an issue than the interior design, the station experience, the right-of-way environment, and the total door-to-door trip time, saving people time. I'm going to show you some pictures in just a second of what this is going to look like in the city of Las Vegas. Before I do, can you tell if this is a bus or a train? It's hard to tell. This is the inside of one of our MAX vehicles. 100% low floor, wide doors, level platform boarding, easy access and egress. People like the product. This is a picture of the downtown connector system with the MAX vehicle at the gateway, one of the gateways into the city of Las Vegas, the Arts District. It's at Charleston Casino Center. You can see that we're going to be making a significant investment in the improvement of the streetscape, not just a transit system, improving the streetscape and the pedestrian infrastructure with the colored concrete and the pavers, the landscaping, and the art. We have an agreement with the Neon Museum to resurrect and relamp some of these older, historically significant neon signs that we've had in our community, and this is an example of one that will go in this area. I think this is a beautiful station here at the Fremont Street Experience. Looks very, very nice, and we're very excited about this 5th Street liquor store sign being restored. I grew up in this community. I'm a native here. I used to be fascinated by this sign that the champagne bottle would tilt and the glass would fill up, then it would empty and it would start all over again. You could watch that for a long time, probably still could. We're really excited about making this an attractive system in the city of Las Vegas. It's not like a monorail system that just was going to be extended to downtown and wouldn't go over and serve Union Park, wouldn't serve the outlet mall, wouldn't serve the furniture mart. We're extending this on dedicated right-of-way from downtown Las Vegas over into these exciting developments for a direct connection. People won't have to make a transfer. It's all on the same line. We call it a one-seat ride. You'll be able to go from downtown to the convention center, to the Strip, to the airport, and to these exciting destinations without having to make a transfer. This is a picture of, it's an architect's rendering of our intermodal terminal station. Now, one potential site for a grocery store downtown could be as part of the retail complex here at this station. We're excited about that. Residential, office, commercial, as well as a very attractive way to send the message to people in this community that transit is not a second-class citizen form of transportation. I'm not going to spend a lot of time. In the interest, I'm going to move on. I wanted to just show you this graphic again. These are all the important points that we are going to be connecting together as part of this system. The Strip is a very important connection for this community, to downtown, to the convention center, and to the airport. This is just an example of what one of the stations would look like at City Center. We need to do a good job in differentiating transit right-of-way. This is how a city has done a bad job. This was done in Boston with their Silver Line. If you don't differentiate it, cars can't help but be attracted to use it because they think it's for them. This is an example of how some cities have done a good job in differentiating transit right-of-way. These are the money shots here. This is Grand Central Parkway. We're showing the colored concrete, the pavers, the landscaping, the stations and the platforms. This is right at Bonneville and Grand Central Parkway. Another picture at the Furniture Mart and Union Park. You can see this is going to be a very attractive system. We can't wait to get this done in the right way to bring to the residents here of the city of Las Vegas. This bus rapid transit system is not something that's just being used at a few cities I've mentioned. It is a new mode of transportation that's being used worldwide. We have 50 of these vehicles on order. Now, they're not going to be in the purple color that you see here. This is in York, England. But this is the way for us to go forward with our investment in mass transit because, in our opinion, it is the best way to maximize capacity of existing roadways at affordable costs. With that, I thank you for your time, and I thank you for your support and your leadership in transit and transportation and for your partnership. We thank Charlie for his great leadership and his great staff as well.
All right, thank you very much. We really appreciate that report. Any questions to Mr. Snow at this time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Councilman Ross.
Mr. Snow, have you been on the 95 heading north lately?
Heading out to Reno, which is practically your district, Councilman.
Pretty close, and I'm just bringing that up because I know you're focusing on those areas that need it the most. And you're doing a great job, and I want to express that to you, that your team and everything that you guys are doing is awesome. But I certainly hope that you're also looking towards, down the road for other mass transportation solutions from the northwest coming into town. I mean, it is, if you could get those cars off the roads and get those people, get Betsy on the bus, we'd be in good shape.
I would like to just add, if I could, Mayor, through you to the councilman, we are buying more double-decker buses, and the US 95 widening project that's under construction right now, that will go from 3 lanes each way to 5 lanes each way, and one of those lanes will be a high-occupancy vehicle lane. And we're going to put a double-decker bus on that high-occupancy vehicle lane. We're working with the city at a couple of key sites for park and rides, and so we are making some transit investment in your ward, and we will be providing express buses that will bypass that traffic on US 95, and it will be faster to take a double-decker bus into downtown. Then we're going to put that in the corridor where we have these dedicated transit lanes, and we're going to go up and down the resort corridor.
Then you have my commitment, Mr. Snow, that I'll ride that bus just to set an example for my residents out in Ward 6.
I guarantee we'll give you a great photo op when that happens, Councilman. Thank you.
Mayor Goodman. Yes. I understand there's, in the future, an expansion of Summerlin Parkway, which happens to go out to Ward 2. Do we have plans for a similar type of thing for the Summerlin Parkway?
Yes, we do. In fact, I've been working with Councilman Brown and Charlie and the staff on a park and ride site at Durango and Summerlin Parkway, and that widening of Summerlin Parkway, and Charlie can correct me if I'm wrong, also includes high-occupancy vehicle lanes as part of the expansion.
Correct.
Thank you.
Very good. Just real briefly, yes, I'd like to just ask Mr. Snow if, in fact, as you all move forward with these plans, are you all having any public awareness meetings to maybe get public input or just bringing the awareness to our public just so that they can understand what the future may hold?
Yes, Councilman, we have had several public meetings. In fact, we just held a public informational meeting on the intermodal terminal downtown. That was held a number of places throughout the community. We did have some people show up and participate in that.
I'd like to maybe see if maybe that's something that each of us can do as we have our neighborhood meetings, maybe put something like this on the agenda or get information that you all may have to disseminate to many of our constituents, because we always get lots of transit-type questions at our meetings as it relates to, this massive transit issue here. But the other thing I wanted to commend you and thank you on, the other day, we had a wonderful bike trails project unveiling, if you will, and I just want to thank you so very much. And Mayor, we wish you could have been there. I just kind of named it where downtown meets Red Rock. What a perfect combination. It was pretty awesome. O.C. White, he had to show me up and get to the finish line before I did, but it was real cool. I'm sorry?
I controlled the finish line.
Yeah, but
you remember that I waved that flag when you passed by.
So did I win?
You won.
Oh, that was awesome. Okay.
We told everybody
All
we
right.
won.
Okay, well, cool. All right.
I did counsel O.C. about that race.
Thank you very much.
Very good. Yes, Councilman.
Just one quick comment is, Mr. Snow's indicated that critical elements of successful transit lines are 3-4-fold. And certainly getting people from where they are to where they want to go is important. But there's also a flip side to that coin that he touched on with that transit-oriented development. It's if you have the system in place, and certainly the downtown connector is critically important to us, and you have the type of vehicle that we've seen today, that is going to be an attraction to get that development along the corridor. And certainly, Mayor, the commitment that the city's made downtown, we hope that this type system is going to accelerate that mid-rise residential development, as we saw in one of the pictures down in L.A., or Burbank it was. And with that residential component comes that mixed-use development, perhaps a grocery store. But so there's two sides to that coin. We certainly want to address the need as it exists today, but create the system that's going to draw even more redevelopment, especially in our downtown corridor. Thank you, Jacob.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
You had talked about some other things. You've worked very hard, all of you, and it's coming along so beautifully. But I wanted to point out a couple of things. You mentioned the waiting in the elements. And we do still need some shelters out there at bus stops, particularly where we have senior citizens who would use it more if the elements weren't so bad for them, particularly in the hot months here. And we've tried to pass that information along. If there's a different place we should pass it along to, please let us know.
The good news on that, Councilwoman, is that our board at the last meeting, they approved an agreement that's going to add 1,000 new bus shelters to Southern Nevada. We also have the revenue. If you've got a station, if you got a place that needs a shelter, give my office a call, 676-1500, and we'll get a shelter installed.
Oh, that's wonderful, because we do have several senior centers in my ward, and they go to one or nearby, and if it doesn't have a shelter on it, it's really hard for them. Lastly, when you talked about feeling good about the experience, I've had several concerns voiced to me about while they're on the bus, if you have handicapped places, for example, people sit in it that aren't handicapped, won't get out for the handicapped. Is there any way we can sort of toughen up what's happening within the bus itself? In other words, when you have, you know what I'm talking about, and this is not just one time I've had this voiced to me, I've had it several times voiced to me. It's not just that, but it's also for example, a youngster getting on with a skateboard and sitting in the handicapped area where he and the skateboard are taking 2 seats, and then someone who is handicapped and on crutches ends up standing.
Unfortunately, there is no requirement for those people to get up and leave. The law states that if they're requested to, they should, but there is no requirement on public transportation to make them do so.
Is there anything we can do to tighten that up?
Yeah, I think there are a number of things that we can do. My experience has been, when I ride the bus, I see that happen frequently, and the people always get up and leave. I really don't see this as a chronic problem. I know that there are people that this is important to, and it's an issue we take seriously. We do have a cooperative agreement with Metro, where they will walk through the buses, and they will look for petty crimes and whatnot, and whenever that happens, people are always very, very compliant. We have employed our own security force that makes random searches and inspections of the fleet, and if there are problems or specific routes or specific people that we can identify, we can focus our resources on those lines and at those times and try to make that something that never occurs.
And if any of this comes to us, we could refer that to your office, too.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Snow. Mr. Kukowski, is that it?
Yes, that's it.
All right, very good. Did you gentlemen want to be heard?
Yes, please.
All right, let's put a timer on because we're falling behind. 2 minutes, please.
I'll require 10 seconds. You give me 2 minutes to somebody else. Tom DeMar, Las Vegas resident, cat bus system passenger, and previously a strong supporter of the creation and operations of the cat bus system. However, and I won't bore you with the details of real world experience, but on the scope of bottom line immediately. I recommend and request the summary termination of the services of the RTC manager, Jacob Snow, and following that, immediate termination and dissolution of the RTC with prejudice and in perpetuity. And if any of you care to question my reasons, I would advise you to get on the next bus. I'll give you some good hour because it may not be there till then. In that 2 hours, sometimes it may not be there till then. And once you get out of it, you may not be able to see out of it. Or get off anywhere near where you're going. But get on it. Or under it. Better yet. Here.
Oh. Good afternoon. My name is Chris Christoph. I'm still sitting on the Citizen for Better Transportation, even though it's been 14 years and nobody recognized it. You know, we come a long, long way on transportation. I remember when I ran for city council, I recommended, that was exactly 14 years ago, to put a light rail system that would engage to support the downtown when we have these gigantic races out north Las Vegas. Everybody laughed. If you wait too long, Your Honor, everything goes past you and prices go up. Hindsight is very important for the future. If we don't grasp it and they continue to move it to 209, 2012, we're going to look silly, as well as this monorail system. that's on one side, east, and the west side has nothing, no future. 1992, Your Honor, I sat in a room with people like Steve Wynn, head of the Blue Ribbon Committee, and he made a very loud remark saying, I don't want a monorail down the middle of Las Vegas Boulevard. That would have been one of the wonders of the United States, going down and up. People who are in power seems to regulate everything that we want possible to have in our community, and we seem like we have to sit in the back seat waiting for things like this that we see coming down. I love those big buses. I was in England. I've been in Australia. I do a lot of traveling in between. People don't speak just English. They speak 19 or 25 different languages. These buses go by, they're billboards. Woman looking, she doesn't know which bus to take. People who live here say, how come our buses, those private buses, don't they have citizens for better transportation or for the people? Only the old buses that have that logo or that city still exist, but the new ones, they're like moving billboards, and they're making, let Mr. Jacobs know, multi-millions, like the Councilwoman Lois. They've promised 8 years ago on record to put in these canopy shelters. 8 years ago, and they kept saying we're going to do it. This goes on as an excuse, and people I know would like to write letters, and they do. But if you don't work on this now and keep saying 2009, 2012, we're still going to be in gridlock. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to be heard, sir?
Hello, my name is Ted Russell. I'm a resident of Las Vegas. I'm very encouraged. I'm very much behind the work of Mr. Snow. I think that Bruce Turner, our manager for planning, is the best. I have a major concern about the shelters and an ancillary concern in that the courtesy ride stopped as of December last year, to the best of my knowledge. I understand that it was abused terribly, but my opinion is if 99 people abuse and one life is saved, we are talking about seniors in areas with no shelters. We're talking about infants. We're talking about pregnant women. I heard some heart-rending and very true stories about elderly couples being left in the middle of nowhere when the temperature was around 110 because they had drivers who were very simply jerks and emperors of their bus. I think maybe 9 out of 10 of our drivers will do it now because they're good guys and they're, what would you call it, humanitarians. I would like to see the courtesy ride come back on the books just so that there may be 1 out of a million of our drivers who is a jerk will be concerned about life first and foremost. I understand that there are many stops that are going to be added, but there's a long time schedule on that. I'd like to see it expedited, but I'm very encouraged about a progressive transportation system. Thank you so much.
Anybody else? All right, thank you very much for the report, Mr. Snow. Mr. Kukowski, we appreciate it. Item 67 is discussion and possible action regarding change of name and change of ownership for a beer, wine, cooler, on sale license from Fish Taco Pacifico, doing business as Rubio's Baja Grill, to Rubio's Fresh Mexican Grill at 1910 Village Center Circle at Suite 9. This is in Ward 2. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, actually items 67, 68, 69,
All right.
the comments are all valid.
Fine, then I'll read 68 into the record too then. Discussion and possible action regarding change of name and change of ownership for a beer, wine, cooler on sale license from Rubio's Baja Grill to Rubio's Fresh Mexican Grill at 7290 West Lake Mead Boulevard. This is in Ward 1. And the last one would be 69. Discussion and possible action regarding change of name and change of ownership for a beer, wine, cooler on sale license from Rubio's Baja Grill to Rubio's Fresh Mexican Grill at 9310 West Sahara Avenue, Suite 1. This is in Ward 2. Mr. DiFiore.
Normally, the change of name and change of ownership would be reflected on the consent agenda, but since we have a change of ownership and change of business name for these 3 locations, I wanted to bring to the council's attention concerns that we've had with the previous owner of these particular establishments. We have tried to work diligently with previous management with regard to the sale of alcohol related to the supervision of the stores and the lack of supervision for those that are left on the premises that are underage selling alcohol. The other concerns that we had were the lack of having an employee list for each location, and also the lack of a key employee for suitability for each location. Previous ownership operated under a regional manager who obviously, with all the Rubios here in the valley, could not be at the locations at any one time, given that he had to spend a lot of time citywide. These concerns led to several notices of violation, warning notices per se, and a recent citation to, I believe now, the previous regional manager. What I'm proposing today, and I've discussed this with Mr. Amick, and he certainly has been a big hand in trying to resolve some of these issues at 3 locations. I'm going to propose today a temporary license, but Mr. Amick, I'm sure, would like to address some of the concerns that I have presented to him.
All right, Mr. Amick.
Thank you, Your Honor. Counsel Tom Amick, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway. I'm here on behalf of our client, which is the Rubio's corporate entity, Rubio's Restaurants of Nevada. Our client is here, we're taking back basically the 3 franchised locations that Mr. DiFiore represented, due in no small part to some of the issues that he has raised. What I've been working with Mr. DiFiore on is putting, when the corporate entity, which had previously operated these stores a few years ago, turned them over to the franchisee, some of these problems with minors serving alcohol and not having a employee list, those issues accumulated. It came to, in this application, we were initially going to keep one of these individuals, the regional manager that Mr. DiFiore had referenced. Once we kind of learned of the full gamut here of what had occurred while this store was being franchised, we basically are just completely replacing the entire managerial team with these 3 Las Vegas, City of Las Vegas locations. As a matter of fact, I have 3 individuals in the audience with us today. Alan Lassard is the acting district manager for Rubio's corporate. Jeff Jones is the regional director, and then Jason O'Brien, who's going to be the new district manager for these locations. And we're processing his paperwork immediately. We're going to put new key employees / general managers at each of the 3 locations instead of having the one person like the franchisee did that was over all 3 of them. So Mr. DiFiore is kind enough to allow us to put that process in place. I think he's prepared to give us 6 months to allow those people to be found suitable, and we're prepared to live up to that.
All right, thank you. And your suggestion, Mr. DiFiore?
My recommendation on all 3 items would be a temporary license with a 6-month review on all 3.
All right, we'll call 67 first with Councilman Wilson.
Any public comment?
No, not on this.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. My motion is for approval, and I want to show my appreciation for the corporation stepping up and doing the responsible thing.
Certainly. Thank you.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 68, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkadian.
Move to approve with all conditions and also expression of appreciation.
Thank you.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. At item 69, Ward 2 again.
Move for approval.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Conditions. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Item number 70 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new package license subject to provisions of the planning and fire codes and health department regulations. There's a bit of an argument going on in City Council as to whether this is Wino, Inc., doing business as Vino. Is it Wino?
Yeah, that's the corporate entity. It's doing business as Vino 100, yes.
Okay. No, but it's Wino doing business as Vino.
That's right.
All right, this is in Ward 6. What's the story, Mr. DiFiore?
Mayor and members of the council, the applicant does meet the criteria for consideration of temporary approval of this license, and that would be my recommendations with the conditions imposed and a 6-month review.
All right, Mr. Abbott, did you want to be heard?
That's acceptable to us. Thank you.
All right, any questions of the gentleman? All right, Councilor Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor. At least they're honest. Does your client agree to all the conditions it's set forth?
Yes, we do. Mayor?
Yes.
Excuse me, and I have to defer to the city attorney's office on this. I have to ask and see if it's possible. The application was submitted with a wine, cordial, and liqueur tasting license as a companion item to the package license, and this is the primary purpose of this business operation. If it's possible for us to amend this to include the wine, cordial, and liqueur tasting license, since that has been submitted and fees have been paid, it was an error on our part that it did not make the line item agenda.
Is that permissible under the open meeting law?
I don't believe so. I understand the argument, but we have traditionally specifically stated the type of license on the agenda when we've done it. And even though the public knows that you're looking into the individual's background for this particular type of license, and it's unlikely anybody would say that the background is any different for a wine and cordial than it is for this type of license, because we have a rich tradition of specifically stating the type of license we're going to issue when we're reviewing, and we're not stating it here, I think you're limited to the type of license that's on the agenda.
We could amend the item and have it come back here in 2 weeks if that's appropriate.
Can I have a second?
Mr. Chairman, could this be handled administratively?
I don't believe so. I believe all licenses are given by the council.
Okay.
And in this case, because we're not agended for it, even to speculate and say.
Fair enough.
I think what we'd like to do, Mayor, is just go ahead with the temporary approval today on the package, and then maybe in a couple weeks just bring the wine tasting back.
Fine, if that's agreeable with Councilman Ross.
That is, Your Honor. I do have to put this to rest, though. Pronounce that for me again.
Wino.
The name of the corporation.
Wino.
Wino.
Yeah.
Okay.
Louisiana style.
This is your client. This is your client over here.
She works for me.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. Well, with that, then we'll bring this back to us again, I'm sure, and we'll move on with agenda item 70. Move for approval, Your Honor, with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 71 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review of a beer, wine, cooler off-sale license and a restricted gaming license for 7 slots for the Durango Market at 6955 North Durango Boulevard, Suites 1113 and 1114. This is in Ward 6. Mr. DiFiore?
Mayor, members of the council, this is the final review for the temporary license for Durango Market. The original areas of concern included both applicants here having been subject to citations and disciplinary action in the state of California for sale of alcohol to minors. The incidents did occur some time ago, I believe 1989, 1990, and more recently in the year 2000. During the temporary period over the last year, there has not been any area of concern relative to this, and we certainly feel that we can move forward, a recommendation to move forward with a permanent license with a condition that was imposed on the last temporary license, and that would be that they comply with the Summerlin sign standards. So it would be a conditional permanent license with the condition that they do comply with Summerlin sign standards.
All right, fine. Gentlemen, do you agree with that condition?
Yes, sir.
All right, please state your names.
Louis Herfy, 6955 North Durango Drive.
Samuel Toma, 14747 Wild Courts, San Diego.
All right. Any questions of the gentleman?
Right. Also, for the record, I have, this is from the state of Nevada Office Attorney, and this, I could give each one of you. This is like, let's see, I'm sorry. Compliance check they did like the last 6 months ago, 2 times, and we've been passed and everything.
All right, why don't you pass that up to us?
Sure.
Hand it to the clerk, please. And we'd be happy to take a look at that.
Your Honor?
Yes, Councilman Brown.
Councilman Ross, the reference to the Summerlin design standards?
You meant Centennial Hills.
I stand
on the
corrected.
application, I'm sorry, go ahead. On the application it says Summerlin standards, which is not even different area.
Centennial. It would be then Centennial Hills as an amended recommendation, Centennial Hills sign standards.
All right, I'm going to hand the letter concerning the market to the clerk for filing. All right, thank you very much. All right, Councilman Ross, your pleasure.
Thank you, Your Honor. And gentlemen, I really want you guys to be a success over there.
Thank you.
6 months ago, you stood before us. We talked about your sign issue.
I understand.
I just drove down there the other day, and you've still got the signs up.
It's most of it is removed. It's only a little bit left, which I'll be gone tomorrow.
You got to work harder.
I understand.
I've got code enforcement on my speed dial.
Okay.
And I don't want to hurt you guys. I want you to be successful.
I understand.
And I want you to do a great job out there, because that Durango corridor is a great place to be, and I think you recognize that, don't you?
I understand.
So I want to help you do that, but at the same time, I don't want a bunch of cardboard signs posted to the streetlight poles.
No.
Okay?
We don't have that anyway. I'm
All
sorry.
right, thank you. With that, Your Honor, I move to approve agenda item number 71 with all conditions.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you,
gentlemen.
guys.
Thank you.
Item 72 will be trailed to be heard this afternoon in conjunction with item 128. We'll move on to item 74. 74 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new supper club license subject to the provisions of the planning and fire codes, health department regulations for McKenna's Sushi Seafood Buffet and Lounge at 1225 South Fort Apache Road. This is in Ward 2. Mr. DeFiore? Oh, wait, I'm out. Mr. Brown is representing the applicant, and I have a partnership interest with him on a piece of property on West Charleston, and so I am disqualified, although I think it's the stupidest rule I've ever heard in my life. I mean it. Some of these ethics rules are getting a little out of it. The one, I really mean it, with the Crazy Horse and the attenuation there, and then with Mr. Brown, the attenuation there, I don't think I should be disqualified from voting, and I'm really asking the city attorney to review this once again. Let's seek an opinion from the Ethics Commission, because I don't understand it. I really don't.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. DeFiore, please.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, the applicant does meet the criteria for consideration of temporary approval of this license today, and my recommendation would be to approve the temporary license subject to the conditions imposed.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. DeFiore? Mr. Brown, on your money.
J. Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. The applicant is also present.
He's aware of all the conditions?
Yes, she is.
Okay. Mr. Wolfson?
My motion is for approval.
You got a motion for approval? Any questions on the motion? Hearing none, cast your vote. Please post.
We thank you very much.
Thank you.
75 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of change of ownership for a tavern license and a new restricted gaming license for 15 slots, subject to the provision of the fire codes and health department regulations and approval by the Nevada Gaming Commission from Oasis Bar and Grill to Oasis Bar and Grill at 3003 North Rainbow Boulevard. This is in Ward 5. Mr. DeFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, today the applicant does meet criteria for consideration of temporary approval of the change of ownership for the tavern license and a new restricted gaming license for 15 slots. And my recommendation would be to approve the temporary license for the tavern, subject to the conditions, and to approve a permanent restricted gaming license for 15 slots, subject to Nevada Gaming Commission approval.
Right? Yes, sir.
I'm just here representing Hunter Shopping Center, LLC.
And your
Jason
name?
Waywood, 544 South Decatur.
Very good. Are there any questions of either of the gentlemen? All right, Councilman Weekly.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I'd like to follow staff's recommendation, please, for approval.
Let's
Thank
vote,
you,
please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Item 80 is R 78-2006, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution repealing Resolution R 26-2003, which established a judicial selection committee. I asked that this matter be placed on the agenda because of the possibility that a sitting municipal court judge who is running for another office, if successful, would leave a vacancy around January the 1st, and conceivably the vacancy would have to be filled until the next election, which would be in April. So we're talking about a 4-month period by the time we would gather together the Judicial Selection Committee and give notice and have hearings and bring it back to us. The time would already pass, and we would be having a vacancy which we can ill afford. So that was the reason for my placing this resolution to abolish the committee on the calendar for today. Are there any questions? All right, my motion then is to approve the resolution and authorize its execution on behalf of the city. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, 81 is being trailed to be heard in conjunction with redevelopment agency items number 4 and 5. We'll move on to item number 82. Is 82 stricken? 83 is stricken. 84? 85? 85. We're moving right along. 85 is R83-2006, discussion and possible action on a resolution setting forth the policy of the city regarding the use of eminent domain to take private property for transfer to another for private commercial enterprise. Mr. Knight.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Chris Knight, Director of Admin Services. In the past, there has been some legislative history and court case history, in particular the United States Supreme Court case of Kello versus City of New London in Connecticut that has driven some issues and prompted some legislative actions that are pending and will be forthcoming in our next legislative session and in our next election cycle related to the local government use of eminent domain. In response to that, the city staff have put together a resolution that is intended to clarify the city's position on the use of eminent domain, and that is that the city voluntarily, by this resolution, restricts itself to not using eminent domain in situations where the use of eminent domain to take private property without the consent of the owner for the purposes of transfer or lease to another for private commercial enterprise. And what in effect this resolution does is says that you'll not use private for private kinds of eminent domain cases.
And basically what it does, it just codifies the philosophy and the practice and the custom of this council. We have not engaged in that practice. We've committed ourselves not to engage in the practice, and if in fact that means anything for those who will be voting on the pistol proposition, they might take that into consideration, because this city council will not take from private and give to private. We haven't, we won't, and that's the end of the story, but we're resolving it in writing at this point in time.
That's correct, sir.
Very good. Any questions of Mr. Knight? All right, did you want to be heard?
Yes.
Can we put the 2-minute timer on again, please?
Before you make it 10 seconds, I wish Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. What role does the consultant Terry Murphy, president of Strategic Solutions, have regarding this item? And it's important to recognize, in certain notable instances, the taking of public property for transfer to a private commercial interest may also be subject to control as an abuse of eminent domain. And since the local population is projected to double by 2020, immediate proactive adoption of a responsible eminent domain policy is categorically imperative for the socioeconomic well-being of all current and future residents of the city of Las Vegas, and includes you. Decentralization is a viable alternative solution to the problem, but it doesn't appear on any meeting agendas. Maybe you haven't thought of it yet. Maybe one of the buses will take you there. Go out and get on the bus. Thank you.
Did you want to be heard, sir?
Yes, sir. Hello, my name is Eddie Reedham. I would like to touch upon something that I believe was a topic of conversation here today, and that has to do with city council, with the mayor, with the district attorney, and other public officials showing unfair and unreasonable.
Excuse me, sir. This is about the particular resolution. This is
well, about the resolution of the land bill, which was waived today.
I understand. That's if you want to speak to us during the citizens' participation, we're happy to hear from you. But you're speaking beyond the agenda items. I have to cut you off, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, let me stay within the agenda. If I'd like to touch upon the part of the agenda that relates to the city council and to the mayor, because of because of activities of businesses, which I discussed with you guys before. I was assaulted by a business.
I'm sorry, I have to cut you off, sir.
Well, I tell you what.
Please have a seat.
May I ask you?
Please have a seat.
Okay, well, you know, the police called the police on me when I tried to report a complaint to Tobin.
Please have it.
They called 5 or 7 police on me because I was reporting that they assaulted me. It was tried by the district attorney on the 4th. Right. So now you're cutting me off. I will go, but I probably will be filing a suit against the city.
Fair enough. Very good, no problem.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, can I have a motion, please? Motion?
Which one?
All right, let's vote, please.
Oh, okay.
Opposed, please.
Ronnie.
All right, motion carries. Thank you. 86 is the Animal Advisory Committee, the term of Stacy Colombo, which expires November 15, 2006. The procedure for the board requires appointment by the City Council. The options are to reappoint Mr. Colombo or appoint a new member to fill the seat. This would be Councilman Ross's appointment.
I've had a chat with Stacy Colombo, Your Honor, and she loves her job, and I'd like to reappoint her, and that's my motion.
Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 87 is the Board of Civil Service Trustees. The term of E. Levon Lewis expires November the 8th, 2006. The procedure for the board requires appointment by the City Council. It will be necessary to appoint a new member. This was Councilman Brown's recommendation last time.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would recommend Mr. Malcolm White be appointed.
All right, that's the motion. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. 88 is the Park and Recreation Advisory Commission. Margene Shea, her term expires December the 11th, 2008. She resigned on August the 8th, 2006. It's necessary to appoint somebody for her position. That would be Councilman Reese's recommendation.
Yes, Your Honor, and I've been searching high and low, and I can't find anybody to replace her with, so I'm still looking. So I'd ask the other council members, Councilman Brown.
With your permission, Mayor Pro Tem, we do have on file Ms. Asha Jones, and I would submit this resume, very impressive. Has worked in the community for a variety of organizations, graduate of UNLV, political science, and
I second that, Mayor Pro Tem. I know Asha, and she's a very hard worker, and I think she'd do a tremendous job for you. So it's a great representative for you on this, and so I can
That would be my
support
appointment.
All right, let's vote, please.
Thank you.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 89 is Bill number 2006-55, annexation number ANX-15018, property located on the northwest corner of Craig Road and Tenaya Way. Councilwoman, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilwoman. Once again today, our capable and understandable extern, Chris Kirchner, is going to read the bills.
Very good.
Thank you. Bill number 2006-55, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman. Do you have a motion, please?
Move to approve.
Thank you. Let's vote.
Your Honor,
Yes.
if I may, I just need to check one piece of information in the back. On these, just to my colleagues, on some of these infill annexation pieces, the application that is submitted to the city is requested to list potential use. And on this one, when it came across my desk, I asked to make sure that if in fact they had listed a commercial use, this is a residential zoning designation, there was no intent or reliance on the city that they would get that commercial designation. I just wanted to double check, Your Honor. it's not part of our backup, but I'll just put on the record that if the applicant is watching or gets a letter from the city that in no way does this entitle the application being annexed into the city with some or any type of commitment to commercial designation.
I could do that.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
All right, thank you. There's been a motion. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem suggests that I advise those who are in the audience here, it's about 10 after 1. We'll probably wind up the morning agenda about 1:30. We'll start the afternoon agenda at 2:15 in case you have other business that you would like to tend to. We have to give the staff a little bit of time to refresh themselves. So that's the type of timetable we're looking at to come back for the afternoon about 2:15. All right, item number 90 is, we might have been that to 2:30, but right now 2:15. Item number 90, bill number 2006-57, amends ordinance number 5834, relating to the annexation of property to correct the legal description contained therein, the general location, the southwest corner of Charleston Boulevard and Lindell Road. Councilwoman, do you wish to have it read?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Bill number 2006-57, an ordinance to amend ordinance number 5834 regarding the extension of the corporate limits of the city to correct the legal descriptions of the annexed territory and to provide for other related matters.
Well, thank you. Do you have a motion, Councilwoman?
Move to approve.
Let's vote on that. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 91 is bill number 2006-58, updates and strengthens municipal code provisions so as to better discourage, detect, and punish those who would drive under the influence of alcohol, controlled substances, chemicals, organic solvents, compounds, or any combination of these. Councilwoman, do you want to read?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Good.
Bill number 2006-58, an ordinance to repeal and replace Chapter 11.14 of the Municipal Code relating to driving under the influence of alcohol, controlled substances, chemicals, poisons, organic solvents, or compounds, providing for penalties and enhancements, providing for related offenses to discourage driving under the influence of alcohol, controlled substances, chemicals, poisons, organic solvents, or compounds, and to provide for other related matters.
Councilman Wilson proposed this. Would you mind if he made the motion?
No, I think that would be wonderful.
Very good. No. Councilman Wilson?
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. First of all, I'd like to thank a few people involved in this process. I started this process about 6 or 8 months ago with Ben Little, the Assistant City Attorney, and I want to thank you, Ben, personally for all the hard work you put into this. I'd like to thank the municipal court judges for allowing me to speak at one of their judges' meetings and for their insightful input, and members of the local defense bar as well for their input. I see out in the audience, Mayor Goodman, with your permission, Mike Murphy, our coroner. And if we're running really late, Mike, so could you come up and just give a brief, with your permission, Mayor Goodman, synopsis of the coroner's program that is the primary subject of this new ordinance?
Good afternoon, I guess, is correct, Mayor and Council. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to be here. Very quickly, our program for youth has been so successful that through some encouragement by several people, one of which is Councilman Wilson, and I think you know he's rather tenacious in that encouragement, we have developed an adult program. As you may or may not know, our youth program is so successful that it has been listed by independent studies as being one of the most successful programs in the state of Nevada, with the lowest recidivism rate for any program that deals with youth that are in trouble. And it's worked so well that Councilman Wilson asked me to come forward and talk to you about our program. Very briefly, we will be able to handle about 50 folks a week that are specifically selected by judges that need to have some very poignant and factual information given to them about the consequences of their actions, specifically with impaired drivers. And they will receive instruction in the classroom and then be given a tour of our facility that includes all the sights, sounds, and smells associated with the Clark County Coroner's Office. What it will not do is inappropriately show them individuals who are our clients there, and I want to be very clear that we are not putting any clients on display. But what it will do is have them be there at the office, which has a very sobering effect, and hopefully
allowing our staff to have an opportunity to deal with people in a proactive manner, that we're receiving these clients through the front door rather than later on receiving them through the back door. That is it in a nutshell.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Mike. Just a couple more comments, Mayor Goodman. I am, like anybody else who's watching and listening to this program, I wake up every day and one of the first stories I see on almost a daily basis is the story about car crashes and the number of people that are being killed or maimed by drunk drivers. And I think we have a responsibility to do something. So I am convinced that the addition of this Corners program will save lives, and that's my objective in doing this. So once again, I want to thank everybody involved, and my motion would be for approval, although we do have to talk about one amendment, I believe. I think this matter came forward from the recommending committee with a potential amendment, and that's on page 4, line 16 of the proposed bill. I think that there was some suggestion of increasing the fine on this new ordinance or this new violation from $300 to $500. And I certainly appreciate, Councilman Ross, your intent, but my review of this, and then if you have any disagreement, please voice it, is that this is a new infraction that we're creating as a city, but it is for a lesser offense than the traditional drunk driving.
Actually, the offense exists. We are just creating a quasi-mandatory minimum penalty, which in the original proposal was $300. Councilman Ross suggested that it should be $500. It's quasi-mandatory in that it says that the court shall impose it unless they find reasonable grounds not to impose it. So the offense exists. It's just a matter of what mandatory minimum fine you want to associate with that. There's a fine, and there is a drunk driving or drinking driving awareness course that is a component to that as well. The $300 fine has roughly enough fees and assessments to take it slightly over $400. $500 fine would take it slightly over $600 with fees and assessments. So whatever the council decides on that issue.
Thank you. But would it be fair to characterize this offense as a step below, if you will, the traditional DUI?
DUI is definitely situations where the person has been determined to be impaired. The drinking while driving situation is where that investigation has not taken place, or if it has, it's been determined that that person was not impaired through the field sobriety test, the officer's observations, or the blood analysis component.
My thinking, Councilwoman Tarkanian, because I know you sat on the recommending committee as well as Councilman Ross, is that in gradation of punishment for seriousness of offenses, we shouldn't make the fine on this more than it would be for the traditional DUI. So my recommendation would be that we adopt this ordinance with the original fine of $300, because with the administrative assessments and court costs, should the judge impose this, it approaches more than $400.
Yeah, and that's the discussion we had in drafting this and settling on the $300.
That's what Russ.
And thank you, and Councilman, you do know I'm just trying to assist you in getting that clear message out to the community that we as a city council and mayor take public safety as one of our highest priorities, and we can get that message out there to the youth and especially their parents. We're doing the right job.
Great. Mr. Little, you have to identify yourself for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry. Bernard Little. I'm the assistant city attorney who supervises the criminal division of the Las Vegas City Attorney's Office.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. My motion is for adoption.
All right, with the $300
yes.
Item. Okay, thank you. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. New bills, items 92, which is Bill 2006-59, will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, November 14, 2006. Could you please read that?
Bill number 2006-59, an ordinance to establish certain minimum community service requirements as part of the punishment for contributory delinquency or contributory negligence related to graffiti or property damage, and to provide for other related matters.
All right, thank you. Will you be available, Councilwoman?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Councilman Ross, will you be available?
I'm looking forward to it, Your Honor.
All right, terrific. Then the council meeting will remain open to hear council item number 81, which will be heard with agency items number 4 and 5. We'll go to the second book, please. Why don't you fellas have a seat?
I want to hand this up to you.
Okay.
Now I'll have a seat.
Good. Oh, where am I? Okay. All right, the redevelopment agency meeting of October 18th, 2006 is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. Agenda item number 3 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular redevelopment agency meeting of September 6, 2006. May I have a motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor, in order to release and make a motion for approval, please.
Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Council number 81 is R79-2006, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency in connection with the Commercial Visual Improvement Program agreement between the Redevelopment Agency and the Leibovitz Family Trust, LLC, and the Parch Leibovitz Family Trust, LLC, located at 235 Northeastern Avenue, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the Redevelopment Agency. Agency number 4 is RA 9-2006, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution finding the project proposed by the Commercial Visual Improvement Program agreement between the Redevelopment Agency and the Leibovitz Family Trust, LLC, and the Parch Leibovitz Family Trust, LLC, same location, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the Redevelopment Agency. Agency number 5 is discussion and possible action regarding a Commercial Visual Improvement Program agreement with the Leibovitz Family Trust, LLC, and the Parch Leibovitz Family Trust, LLC, providing funds to assist with improvements to the Stewart Square Shopping Center, same location, not to exceed $50,000, Redevelopment Agency Special Revenue Fund. All of these items are in Ward 3. Mr. Adams?
Good afternoon. Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. These 3 items pertain to a proposed Visual Improvement Program grant for property located at 235 Northeastern Avenue. This is the Stewart Square Shopping Center at the corner of Eastern and Stewart. I have on the overhead an aerial photograph of the site and a couple of before pictures. We actually don't have any after pictures on this, but this respects providing $50,000 of VIP grant assistance to this project for making visual improvements to signage, landscaping, the parking areas, and a general rehabbing of the appearance of this facility that would be visual from both street corners. So this is a new one for us in that we're doing an entire shopping center and have a tremendous visual impact from both sides of that intersection. These 3 items are similar to all the items that we've done in the past in our VIP program. One consents by the council to the actions taken by the RDA. The RDA item resolution finds that those actions are consistent with the plan, that no other reasonable means of funding are available, and the 3rd item approves the actual agreement and the appropriation of funds that are made available through that agreement for this assistance. Mr. Leibovitz is here representing the family owning the shopping center, and he might be able to answer any questions that you have.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Ken Leibovitz, and I'm representing the Leibovitz Family Trust and the Parch Leibovitz Family Trust. We are the owners of Stewart Square at the 235 Northeastern Avenue, corner of Eastern and Stewart Avenue. Stewart Square is currently fully leased with 23 tenants ranging from a restaurant to various grocery and food items, clothing stores, service providers, and a division of Sunrise Hospital. The center is very busy, and as such, the tenants are very happy to be there. Our wish is to keep the center active and the community coming back to the center for their needs. Our feeling is that the center that is well maintained will keep attracting the community to shop there. The funds that the redevelopment agency would provide would greatly help their trust help Stewart Square in providing needed capital to paint, update, and regulate tenant signage, update and maintain the parking facilities, and improve current landscaping. With the help of the redevelopment agency, we can accomplish this and hopefully provide the community with a shining light. And this shining light could helpfully stimulate other property owners to renovate their properties as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of Mr. Adams or Mr. Leibovitz? All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, just a couple quick comments. I wish we could do something with the tire shop across the street. It's really an eyesore. Across the
Not
street,
mine.
I know. Across the street the other way is our East Las Vegas Community Center, which is beautiful. I don't have any problem with doing this. I think it's great. So my motion for approval, item number 81 with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
I also move to approve item number 4 as recommended by staff.
All right, please vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries.
And my motion will be the same on item number 5 as staff recommends approval.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Item number 6 is discussion and possible action to accept best and final offer from City Mark Development LLC, subject to City Mark entering into an exclusive negotiation agreement and approved terms of, as well as authorize the chairman to execute said ENA for the site located at Las Vegas Boulevard and Clark Street. This is in Ward 3. I think in an abundance of caution, I'm going to abstain from this as well. My son has an interest in a piece of property right across the street from this, and there could be some financial benefit as a result of this transaction to my son. So just to be extra careful, I'm going to turn it over to the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem. Speaking of being extra careful, I own an office building about 2 blocks up the street from this. I don't think the property, how do you say that, Mr. Jerbick? I don't think anything we do today will positively or negatively affect my property any differently than any other property. So in the interest of disclosure, I've done so, but I can still vote.
I think you can. Mr. Adams?
Great. This is an item that goes back a little bit, and back in January, I presented to you an RFP, a request for proposal, with the concept of targeting the Bulldog site downtown, which is at the corner of Las Vegas Boulevard and Clark, with the idea of trying to attract a grocer into that site and as part of a mixed-use development where it might have attainable housing and maybe even some office space. We, subsequent to that meeting, issued a request for proposals. We received 3 proposals. The Internal Selection Committee reviewed those proposals, rejected one of those as really being non-responsive to the RFP, asked the other 2 respondents who were deficient in each in one area to continue to formulate their proposal and come back to us with a best and final offer, which they did back in, I believe, it was September. As a result of that, we only received 1 proposal, and that was the proposal, one of the respondents dropped out, and that was a proposal submitted to us by City Mark, the current developers of the Joel project. The selection committee reviewed that proposal and has made a recommendation that we move forward through an ENA process with City Mark for consideration of the negotiation and development of the development agreement, the disposition and development agreement. The committee has indicated they would like to see that we rework the ground floor of the project to include an urban grocery store if possible, and also rework the overall scope of the project to accommodate attainable housing units. So what we've done is craft an ENA, which you have before you, an exclusive negotiating agreement, which is for a 6-month term, which allows for an extension for an additional 6 months. It provides for a $50,000 earnest money deposit, and it has a provision in there where we will actively collaborate with City Mark to work out those issues. I will say to you that we are in a very challenging environment right now in terms of redevelopment and construction costs and how we might be able to achieve these goals, certainly the grocery store and attainable housing on a site as small as a 1-acre Bulldog site. So during the 6-month period, with possibly an extension period, we'll be negotiating with City Mark to accommodate as many of these objectives as we can and bring back to you a proposal which will include one or more of these conditions. It may or may not include the grocery store, it may or may not include attainable housing,
I think those are things that we'll be working on over the next 6 months with City Mark. So staff does recommend approval of the CNA. Alex Beaton is here representing City Mark in the event you have any questions, and he might want to present some ideas for the site.
I do. Alex Beaton with City Mark Development. Good afternoon, Mayor and Honorable Council members. We're very excited to be here again in front of you. As you know, our first project, the Jewel project, here in front of you, is moving along quite well. We're very happy to be here. We're on schedule, we're on budget, and we are 60% pre-sold. So thank you for your support in our project. We believe that for a downtown to be successful, it needs a combination of many items. 2 of them are a grocery store in an urban setting, and another one is a variety of housing options for varied incomes. This ENA allows us to collaborate with the city to design such an economically feasible building to do this. Though we don't have it exactly figured out yet, we've worked very well with city staff in the past on the Jewel project, and we're excited to do so again. With that, I just have 2 very quick renderings of what a potential building could look like, though this is not the final product, of course. I'd like to show them very quickly and then answer any questions. This is a picture from Las Vegas Boulevard and Clark. If I could have the overhead, please. Las Vegas Boulevard and Clark, a potential design of a building that will incorporate a grocery store with the entrance right there at the corner. And then that is Las Vegas Boulevard and Clark. On the opposite corner would be the residential entrance to the building. That is Las Vegas, that is Clark and 6th looking south, with the federal courthouse in the foreground. And with that, I'll answer any questions that I can.
Mr. Beaton, could you please tell us real quickly about your affordable housing at this site?
The requirement of the RFP asked for us to include as many attainable housing units as possible. The definition of attainable housing is, and I may fumble this a little bit, is between 85% and 250% of the average median income of the area.
That's pretty close.
Thank you. I researched it extensively by calling city staff. Our goal is, and our challenge here is to create an economically viable development at this location that will include as many of those attainable housing units as possible. I do not have an exact number to share with you right now.
Okay. I'm really excited about this project. I've been on this council for about 12 years, and I've seen, I think, 4 projects proposed at this site here. They've all looked good, and of course, as we know, none of them's been built. I'm sure that Mr. Beaton is going to make sure that we get this one here built. I enjoyed working with him. I know that through working with him, even on this project here, that we are going to get I'm confident we're going to get a grocery component, if not at this site, at another site.
That is correct.
And so I really feel good about making a motion for approval of this item with staff's recommendation. I just look forward to making sure that we get this done, and look forward to working with Alex more. So my motion will be for approval. You for the vote, please, or you for the motion, please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. This is a time for public comment. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the redevelopment agency. No subject may be acted upon by the redevelopment agency unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come up, give us your name, and we'll put a 3-minute time.
Yes, my name is Eddie Reedham. First of all, I would like to apologize for my slight disorder. I did not understand that was not the public portion of the council's meeting. And I only spoke with desperation, not with aggression nor intent to offend anyone. As I stated, the gentleman earlier, when he was speaking in regards to the coroner, stated that they had an obligation about serving the public and things like that. And again, I'd like to remind you that you do have that obligation to serve the public and to not allow businesses that you regulate to violate the laws. Again, I would like to state only, now my desperation today, I'm shameful to state, is that I developed intestinal bleeding, and I've had toothaches for like the last 5 years since Tobin had, in their violation of the law. They assaulted me and were tried in the court by the prosecutor. He did a plea deal with them on the 4th of this month. They assaulted me at the Henderson store, and they assaulted me at the Rolls Royce store. I caught it both on video. And the person was, he was prosecuted. But the fact is, when I came to file a report with the police department, they refused to allow me to file a report on those 2 matters. And the police called the police on me. That frightened me even more. I've been afraid to protest, and at this point, I'm hoping I don't end up, earlier than I should on the coroner's table. This is a very serious matter. Tobin has been in the Review Journal for lying and defrauding people, changing their income, and for attacking customers. Josh Tobin himself kicked the protester's car. He assaulted him. This is racketeering. Tenenbaum are literal. They rob you, defraud you, then they intimidate you and attack you. If that's not racketeering, that goes on and on and on. They have nearly 100 lawsuits on record at the courthouse. You should not allow a revolving door for such injustice and for such crimes. If anyone, including myself, were to do such against the public, I would advise you to take my license away, to prosecute me and to investigate me. But if you don't investigate them and prosecute them, and you let them put me in poverty and then say, oh, get an attorney, once they've taken all my money and have put me into poverty and homelessness, come on, this is an injustice. This is, I don't want to make any accusations because I know there are corruption allegations going on, but Tobin is being treated better than Mr. Gallardi have ever been treated. Favor to him, he's got away with more than Mr. Gallardi could ever dream of, and he's selling $1 million vehicles. So again, I'm just saying, I do not want to have to file actions against the city, and I do not want to have to go out protesting against all you people and against the district attorney, all of whom, and many others, all of whom I presented this matter to, I have letters from, I've pleaded and begged, and the only thing I could do next is die. And I'm going to try and squeal like a pig before I do that. So I would just like to say, please do something. I'm going to put a letter and I'm going to give you the videos of the matters that I'm talking about, and the statute of limitation is I've got to protect them, as my civil and constitutional rights have been violated due to the fact that I couldn't exercise them because you allowed them to put me into poverty. God bless everyone. Forgive me for my emotions, and I have full respect for everyone. God bless. I'll be in communication. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, please?
Yes. God bless you, mother.
Goodbye. Good luck. Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. I recommend a request to provide a legacy grant of not less than $950,000 in programs and some presentations of the Las Vegas Culture Fest, originated by Charles Trudeau and Kevin Bell Trudeau, pursuant to exhibit of the omni-inclusive spirit of the local community in the downtown redevelopment area of the city of Las Vegas. I relinquish the remainder of my allotted speaking time to Ward Podcast on Lance Weekly, who served as brand marshal for the decorative golf carts parade, and also served as co-MC host on the 3rd Street stage during the entertainment and awards recognition segment of the Culture Fest. That was on Saturday, 14 October 2006. Some of you weren't in evidence there, but then again, maybe you didn't think it was important. The written text of my public comment during this council meeting and the RBA meeting is submitted and requested inclusion in meeting minutes respectively. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Would anybody else like to be heard at this time? All right, seeing none, we'll adjourn the redevelopment agency meeting, and we'll be back at, let's say, 2:15 for our afternoon session of the city council meeting. 2:15.
Councilman Brown?
Thank you. 601 never, couple minutes. I'm sorry, you speak 2:15.
Are you singing? Are you singing, Councilman? Are you singing over there? Hey, that's nice. I think that's nice. Councilman's singing, that's nice. That's sweet. That's sweet.
You should sing sometime.
That's sweet.
Instead of rah, 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 rah.
Long meeting, huh?
Sorry.
You know, I gotta go for a little bit.
Which is a good thing. Are you ready to see this, Carrie? Okay. Do you need a clock, Angela, or do you have one? No, I need it. Okay. I'll put it back. I'll take it.
You know, there must be an actual physical lock on the door because it's not letting me in there. So did I? You can get into the media room to the other side? I didn't know there was more than one door to get in there.
We'll go together.
Moved over, cool. Okay. Go ahead and set up the motion. You can. No, I'm fine like that. Uh-huh. Thank you. Yeah, I just didn't know how to set it up. Uh-huh. I am. They're all requested by applicant. Good. Except for the one right to Councilman Tarkanian. That's what's taking up the most room. Have a good break. Not right now. Now I'm done. Dun, dun, dun. Hold on. Yes, it's ready to go.
And this happened last time this year too. These buttons are real obvious. The button that controls those isn't. It's right here.
Was it not on?
I turned it on from the computer because I can do that.
Good, okay. And I'll make sure it gets on. I
Yeah.
usually remember to do that, and you're right, I forgot this morning. That was my fault.
Yeah, unfortunately, these little capsules, because they're interchangeable, they unscrew. But then again, you know, if you got the memo, everybody got that memo. They're not supposed to play with the mics anyway. And he's supposed to know better. I know.
Oh, they all do.
Well, we came up with a solution for that because the video guys check whoever system, they check every single mic back to their system.
Okay.
So we're going to have to make sure they're all through.
They're all,
If they're not loose, then they won't fall off.
Okay, super. I'm glad I brought a Pepsi. You tried to get rid of the... Yeah, I know. Well, all right. Here.
All of these items I want to table this.
We don't have to go through what we did. Eventually, they're going to be putting in a reader board to pass it out there. Yep. So, oh yeah, we'll still have to do it for them to read, but. Won't be there. I want to make sure you don't have something on yours. Yep, she's got a bad
I don't know.
We have 142, today to 11:15. On 128? Okay, what about 142? Do you have, does Margo have the advance on 142?
That was the email from the councilwoman.
Is that the email from the councilwoman? I don't remember. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm going to see. Oh, sure, requested by Councilwoman Turkey. Got it. Yep, that's the one. So 120. So let's get the 120. He said he was going to do it himself. We'll have to apply for it. And it's council for raise. And this is the day to one for the city. Yeah. Okay.
He's in a good...
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your patience. We had a long morning and took a little bit of a break to get the staff refreshed, and we'll start off with item number 93. Any items from the afternoon session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have items 1, 15, 16, 17, and 18, GPA 14118, rezoning 14120, variance 14122, and site development review 14114, R&S Investment Group, Decatur 3, LLC. It's been asked by the applicant to table these items. Item 119 and 120, rezoning 15031, and site development review 15030, 3100 Mead, LLC. The applicant is asked to hold this in abeyance until our November the 15th, 2006 meeting. Item 124 is a special use permit 13362, Empire Media Highland Partnership PL. PL is special use permit for a 75-foot tall off-premise billboard at 1112 South Martin Luther King Boulevard. The applicant asked that be held in abeyance until our November the 15th, 2006 meeting. And item 129 is RQR 15420, Ramsey Solomon 3140 Valley View, LLC required review, 6-month review of a liquor establishment at 3140 Valley View Boulevard. The applicants asked that to be held in abeyance until our November the 1st, 2006 meeting. Item 130 is RQR 13791, Clear Channel Outdoor owner, Mackerel Host Trust, and the applicants asked to hold that in advance until our November 1st, 2006 meeting. And item 131 is an RQR 13981, Lamar Advertising, City Parkway, 4A Inc. It's also a billboard. The applicants asked to hold that in advance until our November the 15th, 2006 meeting. Item 132 is a RQR 15054, ECT Holdings, LLC. That's also a billboard. They've asked that to be held in advance until our November the 1st, 2006 meeting. And item 133, 133, 34, and 35 is a rezoning 143444, and variance 15323, and site development review 14353, Wakefield LLC. They've asked that to be held in advance until our November 15, 2006 meeting. And item 141 is a SUP 15347, Sunloan Company, Plaza Los Arcos LLC. The applicants asked that to be held in advance until November the 1st, 2006 meeting. And item 142 is a site development review, 157-457, Twin Lakes Baptist Church. Councilwoman Tarkanian has requested that we hold that in advance until our November the 15th, 2006 meeting. And I had a couple items, Your Honor. if I can find it real quick, that I would like to add to that.
All right.
I can't find them real quick. I'll hold them in advance when we get to them, so.
I
Okay, very
believe it's
good.
128, sir.
Pardon me? Yes, 128.
And 72.
Pardon?
And 72 in the morning.
Yes, item 72 is a ban sign discussion and possible action regarding change of location for a packaged liquor unrestricted gaming license for 7 slots, Bach and Bach doing business at 4 Aces Emporium. And 128. And 128 is a ban sign in public hearing, applicant owner BF Trust request for a special use permit for a proposed packaged liquor off-sale establishment at 519 St. Louis Avenue. I've been in contact with the applicant, and the applicant at this time would like to hold that in advance for 90 days, or table it for 90, hold it in advance for 90 days, table it for 90 days. January 15, 2007 meeting. I tried to talk him into,
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that in January 7th? I'm sorry.
January 17th.
Well, which do we want it to, the November or?
No, I want it
90 days
90
would be
days.
3 months, which would be the second meeting in January, which I think is January 17th.
Kemper, you're going to address that issue?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
If I might, Chris Kemper on behalf of the applicant with regard to both of those items.
All right. With Chris Kemper again, on behalf of both of those items, our letter that was sent October 13th actually asks that it goes to the February 7th, 2007 date. We're going to need that much time to try to see if there's anything at all that we can possibly do. So we'd respectfully request February 7th, 2007.
Very good. That would be items 72 and item 128. Are there any other items we need to move forward at this time, council members?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to speak about one of the...
Why don't you come on up, please? You have to give us your name.
My name is Matt Brown. I was here to speak about item number 141. Will I be able to do that if it's held today? I will not be here on November the 1st.
I'll let you do that, of course.
Okay, thank you.
Just when we call when we get there, raise your hand, and I'll be happy to have you speak.
Are there any other items?
Sir, that, excuse me if I may, Mayor Pro Tem and Mayor, that's an obeyed item, so we will not,
Oh, we won't get there?
no, sir.
Well, I want to give if he's not going to be here, I want to give him the opportunity to speak. And now? Very good. If come on up, sir, please. This is on item 141. Let me read that. It's SUP 15347, Sun Loan Company, Plaza Los Altos LLC, request for special use permit for a financial institution at 7591 Washington Avenue.
Can
Yes,
you guys
sir.
see the picture?
We have the overhead. Yes, we see it.
My name is Matt Brown. I'm the district manager for Dollar Financial Group. We do business as Loan Mart in the state of Nevada. I'm here today to come and request your sincere consideration for enforcement of the 1,000-foot requirement put in place by the city for financial institutions. As you can see from my pictures, the special use permit 15347 by applicant Czech City would allow for another identical financial institution within 96 feet of our current facility. Can you see that picture?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I've got one more here that shows.
All right.
This is looking from our store at the backside of what will be their proposed site. 100 feet would put us in their back room. I'm not here to debate the legitimacy of our industry. I'm simply here as a representative for the largest international lender of payday loans and check cashing services to ask for your sincere respect. Please understand that the City Planning Commission has already severely impacted our ability to run our business to the fullest by allowing this building to be built to begin with. At its lowest point, this new building is 10 feet above grade of anything in our existing system. It completely hid our plaza. To allow this direct competitor to set up shop in our front door would be forthcoming, would be a further blow by the city to our ability to run a respectable and decent business. First, we are hidden, and next we are slapped in the face with a competitor right in direct shot of our store, not even across the street, 96 feet from our front door. While I understand the Planning Commission has recommended approval, I respectfully ask that you reconsider the recommendation to turn the special use permit down. Anything less would be devastating to those of us who worked very hard to build a business, a clientele, and a relationship with those who live in that area. We've already lost 2 tenants in our plaza, and we have 1 more that's getting ready to vacate. We are all for competition, promoting, and being good business, but believe in fair standards and enforcement of policy by the city. We have on multiple occasions come before the city council and asked for a special use permit waiver when we're dealing with maybe 800, 900 feet, and it's been denied every time. But yet they're within 100 feet, and the Planning Commission recommended approval. I kindly ask you today to do the right thing and deny this request. This is not 896 feet, it's a 96-foot separation. By doing this, you will send a clear message that fair enforcement is good business. Mayor and members of the council, thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. And Councilwoman Tarkanian, I believe that's in Ward 1, so
Yes, it is.
we'll incorporate those remarks into the record, so when we have an opportunity to...
All right, could I just have your name and telephone number, though?
Yes, my name is Matt Brown. My phone number is 809-6586.
You probably want to wait and do that off camera.
Oh, okay, well.
Okay, off camera.
All right. Okay, thanks.
But I just want to, one of the reasons why we obeyed it was because we had some questions about it. So thank you for coming.
Yeah, if I can. Yeah, thank you very much.
And let's have a transcript of his remarks in our backup material. Okay.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes.
And that was going to be a question I had from a technological standpoint, because the gentleman made some compelling arguments, and I wanted to be able to refresh my memory with what he said, so a transcript in our backup is a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Did you want to be heard?
Good afternoon, members of the council. I beg to ask you to move up the item 114. I'm representing the owner of the proportion. My name is Steve Escalona.
Well, we'll call it, unless you have a compelling reason.
Yeah, I have to pick up my niece from school at 3 o'clock.
That's a compelling reason.
Thank you very much.
All right. We will, I'll call it, but let's have a motion regarding what we already have, and then we'll call 114.
Are there any other items we need before at this time? Okay, Your Honor, make a motion to bring these items forward and take the appropriate action, please, with all conditions.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. All right, we'll do the consent agenda, and then we'll call 114. Well?
114.
Yeah, let's call 114. We'll call 114 now. 114 is a public hearing. The applicant owner is Nurses Sarkis Hamidian Living Trust, petition to vacate all portions of a radius corner generally located west of Hillside Place, south of Charleston Boulevard. It's in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Yes, sir. Where did he go? Come on up. Give us your name again, please. Be happy to hear from you.
My name is Steve Escalona. I represent the 201 Consolidated here. Mr. Moses is my client, and thank you very much for hearing us.
All right, very good. And you, sir?
My name is Nurses Hamidian. I own the property Hillside and East Charleston.
Very good. Are there any questions of either gentleman? Mayor Pro Tem?
Public hearing?
This is a public hearing, folks. Would anyone like to be heard on this particular item? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing.
Yes, Your Honor. No other questions or comments. I make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for approval, please.
Very good. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Drive safely.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. 94 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of vacant or abandoned building and assess civil penalties located at 2745 Barrington Circle. The property owner is Countrywide Home Loans, Inc., and this is in Ward 2. It's a public hearing which is now declared open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. The purpose and background of this, the condition of the property was a public hazard and attractive nuisance.
It's not on the overhead. There we go.
You have, okay.
Yep.
The Department of Neighborhood Services declared the property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken, nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired C&H Construction, LLC, to remove all trash, debris, refuse, waste, litter, all dead dry vegetation exceeding 8 inches in height, and post no trespassing, no dumping signs on site. To date, there have been 9 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale of August 2006 was $351,011. Our recommendation is that the City Council approve the report of expenses in the amount of $1,487 in order that the above charges be filed and recorded against the property constituting a special assessment and lien, authorized that the notice and order and the lien assessment be duly recorded with the county treasurer.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions of Mr. Smith? Sure. Thoughts? A public hearing? Anybody like to be heard on this? Anybody here from Countrywide Home Loans, Inc.? All right, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Wilson.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, I noticed that the video that you just displayed for us did not have any kind of a stamp of date and time like we were doing when Mr. Sanchez was playing these videos for us.
Okay, I will check on that. I'm not sure actually when the pre-abatement video was actually taken, but I will check on that.
I know in the last about year and a half we've gone to a system where we've dated both the before abatement and after abatement videos so that the council can see the dates of when the videos were taken. Secondly, Countrywide is the current owner, but when I look at the backup materials, they just recently took over the property.
Right.
So the previous owners are basically allowed to skate. I mean, we had 9 physical inspections, not to mention all of the other efforts on the part of the city to try and get them to come into compliance, and then they either sell the property or Countrywide takes it over, or however Countrywide got it. And the previous owners that really were the cause of the problems aren't penalized at all. Would that be a fair statement?
That is a fair statement, but this case actually got started as the property was in foreclosure.
Okay.
And so that's why a lot of the fees were waived, is because Countrywide was in the process of taking this property, and the property owner was having no responsible response with us or any action taken to try to correct the problem. They were no longer in the property, and so we were just assessing, the condition of the property till we finally got it abated and taken care of.
Countrywide was certainly aware of our efforts and the efforts we've made to date, in the sense that they knew that there was interest on the part of the city in having this property cleaned up, and they took ownership of the property with that general awareness?
They did take the property back, but that was after the notice of order and everything had been filed on the property. So I don't know that they actually knew the condition of the property until they actually foreclosed on it, went out and took possession of the property.
Well, it just seems to me that we are recovering, the request is to recover $1,487. Is that right?
Yes.
And that doesn't all, well, the city had to put out money.
Correct.
To have this property abated. So we're actually losing money, if you will, if I can put it in that context.
We are, and one of the things I was going to ask you today is that we went ahead and got permission of this council to assess penalties if Countrywide does not step forward and produce the mitigation plan and does not bring that property into compliance, that we would be allowed to go back after and start assessing civil penalties on Countrywide. Because now they are aware of the property and the condition, and they have said that they're going to clean it up and get it taken care of.
Can we give them some sort of time frame? Or
we are. We're working with them. We're actually have the notice reissued on the property, that we've issued everything to them like we would any other homeowner or property owner, that they have so much time to get the property cleaned up, to give us a mitigation plan or what they plan on doing with that property.
Okay, and if they don't, what remedy do we have?
That's where we would be coming back before this council with civil penalties and reinspection fees.
Okay, so even though we may rule to award this abatement, or award the recompensation for the abatement, you still have the ability to bring it back before us for further penalties?
Yes.
Okay.
We were working with them, seeing that they were a mortgage company and not fully aware of the condition.
Okay.
And we've let them know that I would be asking for this from this council, that we would have the right to come back and assess civil penalties.
Thank you, and I would encourage you to do so.
Okay.
Thank you. My motion is to follow staff's recommendations.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 95 is a public hearing to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of vacant or abandoned building and assess civil penalties located at 8248 Gunther Circle. The property owner is William H. Cheek, Jr. It's in Ward 2. It's a public hearing which is now open. Mr. Smith?
Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Services. The condition of this property was a public hazard and attractive nuisance. The Department of Neighborhood Services declared this property in violation and started legal notification. When no corrective action was taken nor an appeal filed, the Department of Neighborhood Services hired C&H Construction LLC to remove all trash, debris, refuse, waste, litter, all dead dry vegetation exceeding 8 inches in height, and post no trespassing, no dumping signs on site. To date, there have been 9 inspections conducted at this location. The value of the property based on the sale date was July 1999 was $121,600. The recommendation would be that the City Council approve the report of expenses in the amount of $1,385 in order that the above charges be filed and recorded against the property, constituting a special assessment and lien, authorize that the notice and lien of assessment be duly recorded with the county treasurer. And again, that we would ask that the council give us permission to, if they do not come into compliance and bring this property up to a standard which is acceptable to the city, that we would be coming back for this council to ask for civil penalties in the amount necessary.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions of Mr. Smith? Is the property owner here, William Cheek Jr.? Would anybody like to be heard at the public hearing? I just have this comment. I don't want to overburden you, but we've been doing this forever. And I don't know, do we have a compilation of the monies that have been assessed as liens as far as being collected by the city? I know that we get the money supposedly when the property is sold.
Correct.
Is there any record kept as to monies received as a result of the liens which we impose?
Absolutely, and I can put that information together and either get it up to your office prior to or actually have that for you at the next council meeting.
I'd like that very much. I'm interested in seeing how effective this way of remedying the situation is.
Okay.
All right, very good. All right, Councilman Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. This situation is different from the last one. The last one, we had a lien holder take over the property in foreclosure. So we're afraid of over-penalizing the lien holder because they were not the wrongdoer, if you will. From the backup paperwork, I see that the same property owner has been the property owner since 2002. So we've got 4 years of ownership, and he has failed to comply with all of the city's attempts. Once again, we had 9 inspections, and that doesn't take into account all of the other efforts, which compromise about 2 pages in my backup, the letters, the phone calls, etc. So unlike the last situation, I'm inclined to want additional penalties because the city's losing money. When we grant the request for $1,385, the city is losing money, and that's not right. So, Mr. Lewis, is it, or Mr. Scott, do we have the ability today to impose civil penalties of $500 a day?
I believe you do.
And from when?
From probably the date that the nuisance abatement was not repaired as a result of Neighborhood Services enforcement actions to the current date.
Can you give me that date, please?
I don't know.
I'll have that information for you. Just 1 second. That would have been actually completed, the abatement was 8/21/2006.
So we're about 7 weeks. If we go, let's err on the side of fairness. Let's go 6 weeks. That would be 7 times 6. That's 42 days. 42 times 500 is about
$21,000.
How much?
$21,000.
You know, that sounds real harsh. To impose on top of $1,385 a $20,000 penalty. How do we get the attention of these property owners that we're not fooling around? So what I'm going to do is make a motion that we add for half of that $10,000 in civil penalties on top of the $1,385. My understanding is that this would be a lien against the property, and then when this homeowner goes to sell the property, this lien would be there, and they'd have to do something. And we, as a lien holder, could then bargain with this gentleman if we chose to.
Correct. It would probably be the mortgage company that would have to pay that off prior to the time that it was sold to some subsequent buyer, or the buyer would have to pay that off before he actually took possession of the home.
Mayor, is it appropriate for me to ask my colleagues on the council here how they feel about that?
Yeah, I'm happy to tell you how I feel, at least. I think it depends on how egregious the wrong is. In this particular instance, the way I perceive this is really a bunch of overgrown grass and some litter on the property, as distinct from a health hazard that we often confront, where we have to have a boarding up and it affects the welfare of the community. This is more of an aesthetic situation, so I think that the penalty is a little too harsh. I think a message would go out, really, with all due respect, if you tacked a $1,500 penalty on it, this fellow with his eyes would wake up.
And I appreciate the distinction you're making, and I'm going to adopt your distinction, but not your recommendation for the amount. I'll cut it to $5,000. My motion would be to follow the recommendation of staff for the $1,385 plus a $5,000 civil penalty. And do I need to articulate any more than that, Mr. Scott, as to how I came to that amount?
Yeah, if you could. I mean, I know that you would reference the fact that you could have issued a penalty of over $21,000 as a result of the 42 days and the $500 per day assessment. So I think you're sufficient for the record.
Okay, that's my motion.
Now, I can support that if, when it comes time for the satisfaction of the lien, we have the ability to listen to mitigation.
And that's what I asked Mr. Scott.
If we have, that's fine. Otherwise, I think it's too harsh.
I don't know when the lien's going to be satisfied. I don't think that ever comes back to you, or whether or not you know when that's ever satisfied. So I'm not sure how that would come back unless Neighborhood Services places it back on as an agenda item, and you could hear that from the buyer or the owner.
Generally, that's what happens. We get a phone call from the title companies asking us to send them the paperwork, what it takes to satisfy a lien. And then generally, they just include it into the escrow closing and pay us out of that escrow closing.
Could you do this? Could you have an asterisk when you send the letter saying that if you believe that the assessment should be adjusted for mitigating purposes, you're welcome to contact the city attorney's office to begin that dialogue?
Sure.
I would have no problem if that were the case.
And that's acceptable. So my motion includes that.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm certainly going to support the motion, but again, though, you know, it's really bothersome to me that we have to wait till a piece of property is vacant before we can do something like this. In the area I represent, we have many properties that are in a lot worse condition than what we see here every council meeting day. And I would just ask staff and the council members to help me with this, is try to figure out some way that we can get our neighborhoods cleaned up also. Why should we have to wait until the property becomes vacant before we can go in there and do something?
All right. Been a motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Before we go on to the next item, I've been asked by Councilman Brown to explain why I'm adorned the way I am. I made a very stupid bet. I bet the mayor of Reno that UNLV would beat UNR in the football game. And as I told folks this morning, I wanted to bet the Fremont Street Experience for the Truckee River. And he wouldn't go for that, so we decided that we would wear the winning team shirt if we were the loser, and that's the reason that I've got the Wolfpack shirt on today, for anybody who may be interested. All right, item 96 is hearing to consider the appeal regarding the nuisance notice in order to comply, located at 4108 Roxanne Drive. The property owner is Charles Howard Adams, and this is in Ward 6. Mr. Smith.
Mayor and Council, Devin Smith, Manager of Neighborhood Response. Myself and the gentleman standing before you have had conversation prior to this meeting moments ago about this property, and he has agreed to do whatever I ask him to do to bring it into compliance. So I don't think that the appeal to move forward is a necessary item, but of course that would be your call.
All right, well, it's in Ward 6, so it's Councilman Ross's pleasure here.
Would you state your name for the record, please?
Charles Adams.
Mr. Adams, why on earth is this house in this condition? I know this neighborhood very well, and there's some beautiful homes in there.
Well, I brought pictures today.
I see the pictures on the monitor.
Well, I don't know when those were taken. These were taken recently. And, for instance, this is a picture of the backyard that was taken yesterday. I really don't see anything wrong with it.
Can you
The
put it,
roof is old.
Can you
Yes.
put it in that little square, that rectangle down there on the table? Mr. Smith
Yeah.
will show you where.
Face up?
Oh, there you go.
Oh. And the roof is been replaced. The south slope of the roof was the worst part. That has been replaced. The east side of the roof is in poor condition, but where you see a light section there. Can I put this one there also?
Sure.
Oh. There's a light section there. That's new roofing where there was a problem. The rest does not leak. I have a situation with a finance company that has filed a bogus lien. They purchased a note while I was in bankruptcy at foreclosure, which was stayed, and I've spent thousands of dollars in attorney's fees on that. It hasn't been resolved. I need to sue them to remove their illegal lien. Either that or just they're willing to settle it for $32,000, although I owe them nothing. Until that's done, I don't even hardly own the place. I should own it outright, and instead they claim, although they'll settle for $32,000, they claim I owe almost $100,000 on the property.
Mr. Adams, I'm not sure you're answering my question as to why
Okay.
the house got to this point. These are beautiful half-acre estates in that neighborhood. Your neighbors are not pleased. And referring back to Councilman Wolfson's last item, how do we get the message out to these folks that they need to take care of their properties? And Mr. Smith, can you give us a ballpark? I don't have the backup. The backup's not in our paperwork in regards to how much energy we, as the city of Las Vegas, manpower, man-hours have spent on this property. And the earliest documentation I see in my backup goes back to August.
While he's looking that up, I'd like to add that Mr. Semenza and Mr. Sanchez, since 1997, have dismissed every notice against that property. There are notices for weeds and tall grass when there are none. The vehicles were put in the rear yard at the request of the city. They had some out on the street that I moved to the driveway, and the driveway was cluttered. And I was told by an official of the neighborhood response, he said, look, you have a half-acre estate there, put them in the backyard. And so I have.
Well, there's a difference putting them in the backyard and everybody can see through your chain-link fence and see that they're back there, and a block wall where you can't see that they're back there.
I
Do you
understand,
that?
and we just spoke about that earlier when we were sitting down. I had put up those slats in the chain link where you can't see very well through it, but not far enough over, and that was our agreement today. I will continue that all the way over to the house, so you won't be able to see back there at all.
Well, Mr. Adams, we're at a point here where the city's basically tired of spending money on these properties that folks aren't taking care of. Mr. Smith, have you got my answer?
We've had 10 inspections and 2 recordings on the property, so the recording would be a staff person going over to the county to actually record the notice and orders against the property.
Well, since '94, there's only been 4.
Mr. Adams, I apologize, and my heart goes out to you for your challenges in regards to the property.
Thank you.
I am going to follow Mr. Smith's recommendation here regarding this. At the moment, I'm not inclined to accept this appeal. So, Mr. Smith, what is your recommendation here?
Well, the recommendation would be that the city council approve the notice and declaration of chronic nuisance, and then we would move forward with it as a normal case.
That's my motion, Your Honor.
And what does that mean exactly?
On the notice and order, everything that we said needed to come into compliance would have to come into compliance.
Extend that, blocking the view over
Make
all
sure
the
the
way.
vehicles are parked on appropriate surface and.
Which they are.
Okay, what we have to do, though, you got to speak through the chair here in order to make the record on this. You have any other questions?
Well, no, I have pictures showing that the vehicles are parked on the approved surfaces.
Okay, well, that's what you're going to be working out with Mr. Smith.
Well, we did, is what he told me.
I'll continue to work with him and be sure that all the issues on the notice and order are corrected, and at that time, we'll go ahead and close the case when they do come into
Very good.
compliance.
That's what we want. Okay, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. 97 is a hearing to review the conditions set by the City Council regarding the appeal to the notice and declaration of chronic nuisance located at 1616 South Las Vegas Boulevard. The property owners are Cook Living Trust, care of Brooks Raman J. Trust, care of N. Cook. This is in Ward 3. Is the appellant present?
Mayor and Council,
Yes.
Devin Smith, Manager, Neighborhood Response. Metro has asked that we hold this in abeyance for 2 weeks. Apparently, there was some miscommunication between the owner and the Metropolitan Police Department, and so they weren't going to be able to get the necessary people here today. So they asked if I would see that the council would obey it.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes. Is the appellants here? Is anybody from Brooks Robin Trust here? Never fails. Your Honor, at this location, we've had a lot of problems. We had 3 of the other tenants here when we had starting the revocation of this liquor license at the 7-Eleven, or at this fast food store here, at the convenience store here. And one of the conditions imposed was that they hire security. And what they did is they charged these 3 people that came up here and testified in what was going on there, and she's charging them now another $500 a month for the security. And I think it's inappropriate. I don't think it's right that she would punish them this way. And so I just wish she was here so I could tell her that. Anyhow, I'm going to hold this in abeyance for 2 weeks, Your Honor.
All right, let's vote, please. November 1st. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith. We appreciate it. All right, we have the consent agenda. Items 98 through 106 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items 98 through 106, please?
Yes, Your Honor. No questions. No questions. I'll make a motion for approval of items 98 through 106 with all conditions, please.
Thanks. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. 107 is MSP 15823. This will be a public hearing. The applicant is World Market Center. The owner is WMCV Phase 2 LLC et al. Request for a major amendment to an approved master sign plan for an approved business park at 475 and 495 South Grand Central Parkway. This is in Ward 5. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Is anybody here on behalf of World Market Center or WMC Roman numeral 5 or WMCV Phase 2? All right, Councilor Weekly, what's your pleasure?
Your Honor, we're going to move forward with it. We make a motion for approval with all conditions, please.
All right, it's a public hearing, folks. Anyone want to be heard on this before we vote? Seeing none, close the public hearing. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. We'll go to 110 now. 110 is SUP 15788. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is Benjamin Taikanaran. The owner is BE Uno LLC. Request for a special use permit for a proposed beer, wine cooler on sale establishment in conjunction with an existing restaurant at 556 Northeastern Avenue in Suite H. This is in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I think we're on 108.
I have 108 being obeyed, but I guess I'm wrong. 108 and 109. Okay, you're absolutely right. Ma'am, I'll get to you. I'm sorry. That's my mistake. My mistake.
You go ahead and hear the items?
That's okay. 108 and 109. 108 is SUP 14190. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is Piang Chow, and owner, the Canyon Lakes Glazer LLC. Request for a special use permit for the conversion of an existing restaurant to a supper club at 9026 West Iowa Avenue. This is in Ward 2. It's going to be heard in conjunction with the morning session item number 76.
Yeah, that was the item that was stricken.
Oh, that's where my notes were. Okay. All right. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Yes, sir.
How are you?
Good. I'm going to read 109 now, too. 109 is SUP 14973. This, too, will be a public hearing. The same applicant, the same owner. Request for a special use permit for a a general business-related gaming establishment at 9026 West Sahara Avenue. It's in Ward 2. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. This too will be a public hearing, which is now declared open. Yes, sir.
My name is Pyong Cholan, the owner of that restaurant, Premier Restaurant, and we try to convert it to that just restaurant, to convert it to supper club with a gaming license in it, and we try to get a permission for a construction planning department, with the planning department.
Right. Any comment by staff on this? Nope. Okay. Any questions of the gentleman? It's a public hearing, folks. You're welcome to be heard on 108 and 109, or either of them. All right. Seeing nobody, we'll close the public hearing. Councilor Wilson.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may, Your Honor, Mr. DiFiore, you briefed me on this, did you not, yesterday? And there's no areas of concern, is that right? Thank you.
Councilman, there is no areas of concern. The reason that the business licensing item was stricken is because they're still under construction, and we're going to wait till they're about 30 days ready to open so we can inspect the premises for seating and for the bar separation and things like that.
No reason why we couldn't go forward with this item today?
No, not at all.
Okay, thank you very much. My motion is for approval, consistent with staff's conditions.
All right, that's on 108. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. 109, please.
Same motion.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. 110, the young lady can come up again. All right, 110 is SUP 15788. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is Benjama Taikanaran. The owner is BE Uno LLC. Request for a special use permit for a proposed beer, wine cooler, on-sale establishment in conjunction with an existing restaurant at 556 Northeastern Avenue, Suite H. It's in Ward 3. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ratawan Anungtep, come from the Thai restaurant on the 556 North Eaton. In my restaurant on the corner, Eaton and Bonanza, and indoor swap meet. Around my restaurant have the beer wine license, all of the restaurant except my restaurant. I want to request beer wine because I want to make more sale and make more the develop business. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Anybody have any questions for the young lady? Folks, public hearing, would you like to be heard? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, if I could just ask Mr. DiFiore to come up real quick. I would ask the young lady if she knows the conditions that is imposed with this request. Jim, has she been informed that there will be nobody serving, they'll have to have, nobody under 21 will be serving this alcohol and stuff?
Well, we actually have not got an application for the beer wine license at this point in time. We were out there on Monday afternoon, and she, I guess, was informed for the first time that she needed to come in and see us and apply for the beer wine license, and we'll do that routinely when she submits the application.
Okay. Your Honor, with no other comments, I make a motion for approval of special use permit 15788 with all conditions.
Very good. Okay, there's been a motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Good luck to you. Right, new book. Thank you. Okay, 111 is SUP 15840. There'll be a public hearing. The applicant is Noel Hernandez, the owner of Pan Pacific Retail Properties, Inc., et al. Request for a special use permit for a proposed beer, wine cooler on-sale establishment in conjunction with an existing restaurant at 342 South Decatur Boulevard. It's in Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open. Anybody here on behalf of the applicant or the owner? All right, Councilwoman Tarquini, what's your pleasure?
Move to approve.
All right, before we vote, anybody like to be heard on this public hearing? We'll close the public hearing. Let's vote.
That would be with conditions?
With conditions.
Yes. I'll move to approve with all conditions.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. 112 is SDR 15762, a public hearing. The applicant is KGA Architecture, the owner of First Good Shepherd Evangelical Lutheran Church of Las Vegas. Request for a site development plan review for a proposed 12,480 square foot private school and a waiver of the perimeter landscaping buffer width requirements on 0.85 acres at 312, 318, 324, and 330 South 13th Street. It's in Ward 3. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. The public hearing, which is now open. Yes, sir.
Gregory Heck, Senior Pastor, First Good Shepherd Lutheran Church. Quite pleased with the Planning Commission's suggestions.
Very good. Any questions of the pastor?
Question. What kind of landscaping are you going to put in at this location?
There will be a rather large playground. There will be a lawn area. The request for the landscaping buffer waiver doesn't mean that we're not going to have landscaping. We simply want it in a different spot.
I just want that put on the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Any other questions? Folks, anybody like to be heard at the public hearing? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Great location, great use, and a great church. I'll make a motion for approval of all conditions, please.
Very good. Let's vote on that. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you. Item 113 is VAC 15514. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is Romano Realty. The owner is Rancho Drive, Tule Springs Road Limited Partnership. Petition to vacate a 40-foot public right-of-way between Sky Point Drive and Elkhorn Road in Ward 6. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now declared open.
Jim Ordowski, attorney representing the owner of the property.
And Jim Beltman from Studio VBM on Rainbow.
We're happy to hear from you, gentlemen. You've been sitting here a long time, Jim.
You know I've been practicing a different type of law.
I see that. I haven't seen you in a long time. It's good seeing you.
Thank you.
Good.
We prepared this abandonment because the road, the old portion of Kirkendall has become a hazard where people are cutting across the curb and the sidewalk and trying to shortcut through. So we requested this abandonment. We agree with staff's recommendations and we agree with the conditions.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions of the gentleman? All right, folks, would anybody like to be heard at this time? It's a public hearing. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. On agenda item 113, I would move to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval.
All right, let's vote. Votes, please. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
See you. Okay, I think we're up to 123. Is that right? 121. Okay. 121 is VAR 14313. It's a public hearing. The applicant is Dennis Iwasaka. The owner is Max Jones Professional Plaza. Request for variance to allow a proposed 21,551 square foot two-story office building to have a setback of 53 feet where residential adjacency standards require 105 feet on 0.85 acres at 1506 South Jones Boulevard. It's in Ward 1. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Yes, sir.
Philip Majeski, PRE Engineering, 10225 Schuster Street. I represent the owner of this project.
Let me read into 122 as well. There are a couple of items. 122 is SDR 14311. The public hearing, the applicant is Dennis Iwasaka, the owner of Max Jones Professional Plaza. Request for site development plan review for proposed 21,551 square foot two-story office building and a waiver of perimeter landscape requirements on .85 acres of 1506 South Jones Boulevard. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval subject to conditions. This too is a public hearing which is now declared open. Yes, sir.
We agree with all staff recommendations. I think Councilman Tarkanian has some additional requirements you'd like to add to this.
Okay. Any questions of the gentleman before we turn to the councilwoman? All right, councilwoman? Sure, take your time.
That Margot Wheeler is going to read in. I'm sorry, I just have a new intern with me, and she just came in as you came forward, and I'll get to introduce her later. But now, Margot, would you please read the conditions that we have?
Certainly. Mayor and Councilwoman.
Certainly.
There shall be an 8-foot wall on the eastern boundary of the property with landscaping to be 36-inch box trees 10 feet on center. There shall be a security camera placed in the into the parking lot area monitored by the tenant on the property. And thirdly, the windows on the second floor east facing shall be view obscuring.
Do you agree with all those?
We'd like to have the 36-inch box trees, Councilwoman, are too difficult to plant right up against each other. We'd like to have the 24-inch box trees every other tree. We'll still have the blockage that we need, but all the other conditions are fine.
All right, councilwoman, is that okay?
Yes, what you're saying is alternating them?
Correct.
Yes, and Margot is the box tree expert, and she says that's fine.
Yeah.
Very good.
So we could go along with that. Now, the number of cameras we're going to be, how many was that going to be? Just have security. Okay. You'll have security cameras in the back,
To
so
the
that it's
parking
fully
area.
covered. That's the main thing. One other condition I'd like to bring forward now. My understanding is you are the owner of the land.
I represent the owner.
You represent the owner of the land. You're representing the owner of the land. And it has been leased in the past, right?
It has, that's correct.
And it has been a mess in the
It's
past.
disgusting.
I would like to ask you to, within 30 days, to clear off that lot. It's really one of the most disgusting lots in our ward.
It
Maybe probably
certainly
in the
is.
city.
It certainly is. And I did have a chance to talk with my owner, and what they'd like to do is go ahead and demolish that house at the same time to clean up the lot. And it really needs to be done, because that house is, homeless people are living in it.
Well, that's the problem, and the problem is there is a professional building next door, and they've been looking at that for a long time, and they've seen the animals who don't seem to be cared for very well, and they've tried to help all they can. And when your application came forward, they had a great concern over what was going to happen. And I think the building is going to be much better than what's been there for a while, but for their benefit, I think it's important that you clear that lot off within 30 days.
Yeah, when I got involved in this project, Councilwoman, the first thing I asked my clients to do was to evict the tenants. They were just terrible. Anyway, so that's been done. But removing the building, the demolition permit to remove the building, we can't get in 30 days. That process, because we have to look at, asbestos and things. So that process takes about 45 days. So we'd ask 90 days to clear the lot and demolish the building.
Well, to demolish the building, that's fine, but can you clear off those high piles of junk in 30 days? Just clear off the junk that's in front of the buildings, that you can see from Jones. Could you clear that off and then take the other days that are needed to demolish your building and clear up that back area?
Councilwoman, I really would at least say 60 days, because really what needs to happen is that entire lot needs to be cleaned up. I mean, when you go in the back of it, it's disgusting. It takes your breath away.
You're telling me you can't clear off all the junk that's been piled up other than the house in 30 days?
We'll do it if you need it. We'll do it.
But you see, this is sort of something that we're doing so that the neighbors who've had this for a long time know that finally something's going to be done.
Right.
And then when you have to when you have to demolish the land, obviously, I will call them and I'll let them know that, the house. When you demolish the house, I'll call and let them know why, of course, that takes longer.
Right. Yes, okay, we'll agree to that.
Okay. So 30 days to clear up the piles of junk that are there, and then the house torn down within 90 days?
90 days,
That
that's
gives you
correct.
more leeway at that end of it?
That's correct.
Okay. And appreciate this very much. I wish there'd been better communication between you, between your client and the people who are in that professional building next door, because they have been honest with several letters and several calls about this.
Okay,
We'll let them know it wasn't you, it was the people to whom you leased.
I understand.
Okay, thank you.
All right, before we have the motion, it's a public hearing? Anybody? All right, I've seen none. Close the public hearing. Yes, Councilwoman.
Move to approve with all conditions and the, as amended.
All right, that's on 121. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. On 122, please.
Actually, those amended conditions will be on 122, on the site
All right.
plan.
Motion on 122.
On 122, I move to approve with all conditions as amended.
All right, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 123 is SUP 13271. Public hearing. The applicant is CREM Corporation, Inc. The owner is Toffee Enterprises, LLC. Request for special use permit for a retail establishment with accessory packaged liquor off sale on 1.22 acres at 8251 West Charleston Boulevard. This is in Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval subject to conditions. And this is a public hearing. I guess it's in Ward 2, is it not? It's in Ward 2, right. It was changed on August the 6th, okay? All right, is anybody here on behalf of CREM or Toffee Enterprise? Yes, sir.
Yes, my name is Cristobal Santos, and I'm the owner of Green Corporation, DBA Express Mart.
All right, be happy to hear from you.
The fifth time already. Well, we're here to answer any questions you guys have and any conditions.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of the gentleman? Folks, public hearing? Close the public hearing then. Councilman Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. I had the pleasure of meeting with Mr. Santos in my office yesterday, and Mr. Santos, you've been in business at this location for a number of years?
Myself for 4 years already.
Yourself for 4 years?
Yes.
And you are the owner of this business?
Yes.
Correct? So you're on the premises 40, 50 hours a week, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I have a policy, and that policy is to not make any decisions until the final moment. And I will tell you, and I think I might have told you this yesterday, that before I met you, I wasn't necessarily inclined to grant your request, because this area is an area that I'm very sensitive to. Your business is about a stone's throw away from a gymnasium that my daughter goes to 5 days a week for about the last 5 or 6 years, and there's literally hundreds of young children, ages 3 or 4 up to 15 or 16, that visit this gym once again that's within just a few hundred feet of your business on a daily basis. And what I'm concerned about is the introduction of hard alcohol into the area. And I voiced that concern to you yesterday. But I will tell you that I was impressed with you, Mr. Santos, and the fact that you've been in business in this area for a significant period of time. I think you want your business to prosper, and I'm all for small businessmen and your ability to do well. So I'm glad I waited until I met you. What I would like you to agree to, and we talked about this yesterday, is number one, you voluntarily have hours of operation from 6 a.m. to midnight, 7 days a week. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You will agree to have those hours remain in effect. Is that right?
Well, maybe I can cut it down, see I make better business, see I got more people coming down, but I mean, right now, yeah, that's the hours we're going to operate it. It used to be 24 hours, but it's not worth it because we just got problems after 12 o'clock to 5 in the morning, so we close down. So
Okay.
that way we don't have that many problems anymore,
So you'll agree to have hours as a condition of this city council action from 6 a.m. to midnight, 7 days a week.
Yes.
Secondly, I would like to have a 6-month review.
Sure.
In other words, we're going to come back in 6 months and see how you're doing. Hopefully, there's no trouble in the area. Hopefully, there's not a lot of calls for service from Metro, and I only wish you the best of luck.
Okay, only one question.
Okay.
What kind of problems would you ask? I mean, what kind of problems you looking for? I mean, saying like anybody can come to the store and buy a bottle of wine or whatever and start making problems in the parking lot just because he don't like me. So, I mean, what kind of problems? Call for the police or? Okay.
Well, we're going to use a degree of reasonableness.
Oh, okay.
One incident that really is out of your control is not going to be a problem. Mr. DiFiore, who is our business license director, can meet with you after our action today and discuss the kinds of things that we're looking at avoiding.
Okay.
And he can give you some sort of indication.
Not a problem with me.
Okay? Okay. My motion is for approval with those two conditions.
Councilman, before you vote, could you ask the applicant if he's in agreement with all the other conditions?
Yeah, and are you in agreement with all the other conditions? Do we need to put those on the record, Mr. Scott? Okay, well, is Mr. Santos familiar with them? Mr. Santos, are you familiar with the other conditions that are contained in our staff report? Why don't we put those on the, are they all those conditions, Mr. Scott?
There should be 8 of them. 8 other in addition to the 2 you added.
Yeah. Mr. Santos, are you in agreement with the other 8 conditions that came out of the planning department?
Yes.
Are you in agreement with those?
Yes.
Okay. Then my motion is to follow staff's recommendation for approval with the 2 added conditions that I added.
Mr. DiFiore, did you want to be heard?
Yes, Mayor and Councilman, may I ask for clarification on the 6-month review? We don't have the business license application for the package on the agenda today. Would the 6-month review be contingent upon, or the start date would be when the package license is approved? We would do the 6-month review from that period of time?
Yes, because that's the behavior kind of thing I'm looking at monitoring. So, yes.
Okay.
If I may, the Mayor, the language of the condition would be a 6-month review is required from the date of issuance of the liquor license to be heard at a public hearing before the City Council.
Very good.
Thank you.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, I think we're up to 125.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I would like to introduce, if I could, an intern that we have here in Wood 1. To my left is Miss Diamond Graham, who is a senior and student body president at Canyon Springs High School in the Leadership and Law Preparatory Academy, who has done quite a bit already to set her mark within the city, and who has another claim to fame. Her dad was Gary Graham, a star of one of the best running Rebel teams we ever had.
That is true. Very good. Glad to have her aboard. Welcome. Okay, 125 is SUP 14684. Public hearing, the applicant is Desert Inn CBS, LLC, DBA CBS Pharmacy 2955. The owner SCP 2002E-40 LLC. Request for a special use permit for a retail establishment with accessory packaged liquor off sale at 3290 South Fort Apache Road. This is in Ward 2, and it's to be heard in conjunction with item 65 from the morning agenda. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. Going to be a public hearing. 65 is discussion and possible action regarding approval of a new package license subject to the provisions of the Planning and Fire Codes and Health Department regulations for the CVS Pharmacy, number 2955 at 3290 South Fort Apache Road, Ward 2. It's recommended approval consistent with the special use permit conditions. Mr. Dushov.
Yes, good afternoon. Matthew Dushov, 3320 West Sahara, representing CVS stores. As council is aware, this matter has been held in abeyance thanks to Councilman Weekly and to Councilman Wolfson giving us the opportunity, first Councilman Weekly, to meet Mr. Barlow from your staff to discuss the CVS location off of Torrey Pines and Lake Mead, and we do appreciate the opportunity and the questions that he gave us regarding that and to address any of the concerns that hopefully we're able to address for him for that location. And also Mr. Wilson, who asked us to hold a neighborhood meeting for the area located around the Fort Apache and DI store, which we did hold on October 11th after sending out notification to the surrounding area. Unfortunately, no one from that neighborhood appeared at that meeting, although CVS management did appear at that meeting to address any of the concerns. Though they did not show up, CVS management did address Sahara West Communities and as well as your store located at the Torrey Pines location in the issues of two issues that were the major concerns. One is signage. And I think that this makes sense. You don't want signs in the CVS stores saying, hey, we have alcohol here, or here's Budweiser, you can get that here. CVS stated, although they're new getting in on this, they will not advertise in their windows alcohol for sale in their CVS stores. As we know, CVS has purchased all the Save-On stores and are slowly turning over the Save-On stores into all CVS stores. All the ones that are independent, not the ones that are attached to the Albertsons, but all independent Save-On stores will now become CVS stores. And so now that CVS has purchased those stores, they are also wanting to turn in their CVS stores to be consistent, to turn those into having packaged liquor as well, as because all the Save-On stores do as well. So we address those concerns. The first one is no signage. The second one, which I think is more important, which is they addressed to me, is the vagrancy issue, is that they don't want to have people purchasing alcohol in their CVS store, opening up while they're sitting out there anywhere in the parking area and drinking right on site. They will not have that. The management will be out there monitoring and making sure that that doesn't happen. I've got that from the two district managers handling the area, making sure they said that that will not be happening at their stores, which I hope address the major issues that I believe that the neighborhoods would have regarding somebody selling packaged liquor in their area. At least those were the ones I know that were addressed there, and I believe those would also be important to Councilman Weekly's area. If I can answer any questions that you may have, I'd be glad to at this time.
Your Honor. Yes, Councilman Wilson, with your permission. I'd just like to know if, in fact, well, let me start with the city attorney, if I can. If, in fact, we look at, say, for example, CVS drugstore in my ward on Torrey Pines, can we be site-specific as we move forward with approving or not approving these applications?
Do you mean the individual conditions? Can you make conditions relevant to one that you don't do in another?
Well, yeah.
Yes, you can. I mean, because each neighborhood is different and each one is unique, so you can impose conditions you believe would lessen the impacts of that facility in your ward. So yes, you can.
And the reason I ask that is because, when you look in certain areas, particularly in the ward I represent, there are certain areas that are different than others. And I recall, when CVS drugstore first came in, you all indicated then that this wasn't going to be a place that you all would be asking to serve alcohol or to sell alcohol. In my opinion, I look at CVS drugstore as a place of health and wellness, and not a place that you would sell alcohol. And so, of course, that raised my flag. But, my own personal feelings has nothing to do with how the public actually feels. And, when I look at the fact that I had no one in this area send any letters of complaint or opposition, to this application, then that obviously says that it's okay. But, it does raise some levels of concern for me when we have places that you go and have prescriptions filled and to get medication to feel better and to get yourself back on your feet, to go and sell alcohol, and that just raised some concerns for me.
I completely understand that, and they weighed on the fact that also that the Save-On stores do that, and several Walgreens stores also sell alcohol with that. We want to make sure we are the largest chain, prescription drug chain, now that we purchased Save-On. They have, if anybody goes into the CVS stores, very high level of service, and we want to maintain that. Although they are going to start selling alcohol, we still want to be able to do it in a much more responsible fashion, and make sure that any of your concerns are met, and if need be, I'll be back here before you for any reason whatsoever, if necessary, if any concerns come before any individual store.
And then you indicated that you all would not advertise on your windows. What about your electronic boards?
They will not also, I apologize for not mentioning it, the electronic board as well will not advertise alcohol.
All right, any other questions from the council? Folks, public hearing, we're talking about 125 now, which is the 3290 South Fort Apache Road CVS address. All right, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Mr. Dushoff, I want to say you're an excellent lawyer and you've done an excellent job for your client, but I'm afraid I may have to disappoint you today. Here's why. I did give you the opportunity to have a neighborhood meeting because I wanted to give the neighbors an opportunity to come and voice their concern, and I was somewhat disappointed that according to your letter, none of the neighbors showed up. But I did receive a letter from, an email, if you will, from Donna Toussaint, who is one of the presidents or elected officers of the West Sahara Community Association. I want to read that letter into the record. It's dated August 24th, 2006, and I might add that I had my liaison, Larry Harla, double check with Donna yesterday, and she reconfirmed her feelings of this letter. And I don't want to go into all of the contents of the letter, but just a couple of paragraphs. There are many places to purchase alcohol in and around our area. One more place to sell alcoholic beverages is just overkill. Since CVS is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and is somewhat secluded on this corner, we feel that it will attract undesirable elements to our residential community, especially at night. Our goal is not to be unreasonable or to hurt any commercial endeavor in our community. We just feel more alcohol and/or gaming in our community is unwarranted. And then I want to relate back, and this is probably as compelling to me as Ms. Toussaint's letter, and let me add that I've been working with Donna Toussaint on issues involving her community since I took office about 2.5 years ago. And if anybody has the pulse on this community, she does. So I think her email is very reflective of a number of the residents. But I want to relate back to the Planning Commission meeting of January 25th, 2001. And this is when this property was first approved by the City Council. And another attorney representing a CVS pharmacy said this: "This is a small neighborhood drugstore with a pharmacy. There will not be any gaming or liquor." So back 6 years ago, there was a commitment from your client that there would not be any liquor in this location. Finally, I went out to the location about a month and a half ago with my staff, and I went inside the store. And it does fit the category of a small neighborhood store. It's not one of the larger stores, in my opinion, and I think it's appropriate for this community. So once again, I want to compliment you. You did a great job, and you're a very good lawyer. But I don't feel comfortable under these circumstances moving for approval of this packaged liquor license.
If I may, Mayor, Councilman, I believe I spoke with her as well, was given the number by your staff to speak with her, and she conveyed to me the two issues that I brought forward today, which is the vagrancy. I even checked with Metro regarding the vagrancy and arrests in that area. There aren't any. There aren't undesirable people hanging out at the stores or anywhere at the Walgreens or anywhere in that area, going there drinking and sitting down and challenging people, because if there were, I think that would be another issue. I can understand her concerns, and hopefully that we were able to address that, saying that won't happen at our store. There's a store just down the street of the Save-On, which is on Sahara, which also the Save-On sells the alcohol. They don't have that type of problem that she's alleging here. That's again, that's a little larger store. They would seem to have a larger problem. They don't have that problem there. That problem is not in that area. They don't have a problem with the vagrancy. They also, I believe in that letter, said, we don't want the signage. She said that's probably the two biggest issues. If you address those issues, if you were able to go forward with those issues and resolve them, then really we probably won't have much of a concern. And said, well, why don't you come down to the meeting on the 11th? She goes, yes, I got your letter. I'm not going to be able to make it, but I'm sure a bunch of people are going to be coming down there. And as I said before, we sent out to everybody in the neighborhood, and nobody showed up. Not one person from the board. I understand her opinion, but I believe we were able to, I personally addressed her concerns, and with CVS. I didn't have anybody else call her. I called her and said, if you have any more concerns, please, because I'll address them. And I have no problem doing that. But I think it shows to me also that nobody showed up upon invitation, even anybody from the homeowners association, not one person. And we had all management there from CVS, glad to speak with them to address any of their concerns. We don't want to have that type of issue, either anywhere that if we have any more stores coming up, either in your area, in Councilman Ross's area, and the like. We don't want to have those type of issues. We don't want to have vagrants while selling alcohol. We don't want to have somebody popping open a 2-liter bottle while opening it up and drinking it there. That's not CVS, and that's not what CVS stands for. Like I said, we're the #1 pharmaceutical establishment in the country. We have very high standards, CVS does. We don't allow that type of activity to happen at our stores. If any of that activity did happen, we'd resolve it by calling the police or taking care of it ourselves.
Okay.
Whatever we need to do. I understand.
I think you said it the first time around, but
okay,
that's good. Councilor?
Mr. Duchoff, I appreciate what you're saying, but I know Donna Toussaint, and I've got her representations right in front of me, and I confirmed those yesterday in a phone call.
I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, I've made the representations to you that I have spoken with her and that we have addressed her concerns personally. If she still doesn't want to have the alcohol at the CVS, and I'm sure that I understand her opinion, we're just requesting that CVS be given the opportunity to have that at that location.
Well, like I said, one of the problems I'm having with this application is that your client made a commitment 5 years ago that there will not be any liquor. And I think that sometimes people, unless there's some drastic change in circumstance, which I'm not aware of, I think we have to expect people to live to the statements that they make.
And I completely appreciate that. And 5 years ago, CVS never intended to have alcohol there. CVS never thought they were going to be purchasing the Save-Ons. However, the business changes are the like that they had the opportunity to purchase the Save-Ons, which also do distribute alcohol and sell alcohol, which will be changed over to all CVS stores. And what CVS is looking for is consistency in their stores as well. Some CVS stores will be, some won't be. We're asking in these areas to have the CVS stores. Yes, back then, they made that pledge. I don't know who the attorneys were. I didn't represent CVS back then. But there have been drastic changes, namely the purchase of all the Save-On stores in the area to change over to the CVS stores that already have liquor.
Without debating with you too much, and I certainly appreciate your efforts, the change of circumstance I have, or that I'm hearing, is a business change of circumstance, but I still have a neighborhood to consider and a neighborhood to protect.
I appreciate that.
So with that in mind, my motion is for denial.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. All right, and the same motion, I assume, on 65?
Yes.
Let's vote on that, please.
Mayor, if you vote to deny the license on this, it prohibits CVS from coming forward for any kind of package license for 1 full year. So I'm going to recommend to strike the licensing companion item.
All right. Mr. DiFiore did tell me about that. Yes. In other words, because we deny it, they can't, for another store in another location, bring it.
That's correct.
So my motion would be to strike?
To strike that agenda item.
Okay, that would be my motion.
All right, let's vote on 65, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like to ask Mr. Duchoff a question, please.
Sure.
When you sent out the notices to the residents, you sent out how many?
We went to business planning. We asked business planning to please send us out. I believe that we were asked to do 1,000 feet surrounding the areas. We sent it out to everybody within 1,000 feet of the store to all people.
That was planning and development?
That is correct.
And
And they sent us out the stickers on the addresses.
and you got the stickers. It was the stickers that you got. And then you used the stickers and mailed them out yourself?
That is correct. Our office mailed them out.
I ask this only because that we've just had 2 recent neighborhood meetings in our area where we didn't have one single person attend. and that was extremely unusual for these meetings, and I found out later that they hadn't received a notice, so I was just wondering, it seems to me there's a glitch someplace, and I'm trying to figure it out. Thank you.
You're welcome. I actually received 2 phone calls from people who said unfortunately they won't be able to make it.
So
They
they
did
got
receive the
this.
letters,
Okay.
and yes.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right. 126 and 66. 126 is SUP 14687. Be a public hearing. The applicant is Senate CVS LLC. The owner is CVS 2990 Las Vegas LLC. Request for special use permit for a retail establishment with an accessory packaged liquor off sale on 1.55 acres at 6391 West Lake Mead Boulevard. This is in Ward 5. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval subject to conditions. It'll be a public hearing. 66 is discussion and possible action regarding approval of a new package license subject to provisions of the planning and fire codes and health department regulations for the CVS Pharmacy number 2990 at 6390 West Lake Mead Boulevard, and that, of course, is in Ward 5 as well. The recommended approval consistent with the special use permit conditions. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, on item 66, I just need to make a correction. It should reflect 6391 West Lake Mead Boulevard, and it should reflect Ward 5.
Very good. I appreciate that. Thank you. Mr. Dushaf?
If you have any further questions, I believe I hopefully were able to answer Mr. Councilman Weekly's questions regarding this area. If there's anything further, I'd be glad to answer any further questions.
All right. Thank you, folks. It's a public hearing on this. Would anybody like to be heard? Yes, sir. Please give us your name.
Razan Joshua Collins, good afternoon. I'm just here to encourage sobriety. I guess the Bible says don't be drunk with the wine, but be filled with the Holy Spirit and be sober. I see a lot of drunk people, destroying their lives out here every day. I do street preaching and counseling with people, and it's very sad. And I don't see any reason why we need any more alcohol selling. I think there's enough of that going on. I think that it'd be better to encourage sobriety in Las Vegas before more people die and destroy their lives.
Thank you. All right. Any other members of the public? Excuse me? Anybody else like to be heard on this? All right. We'll close the public hearing. Councilman Weekly.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Let me say this, Mr. Dushaf. I really appreciate your due diligence on this, and I apologize for the inconvenience with you, but I wish that we would have discussed you also meeting with our constituents in our area as well, because after redistricting, this is a new neighborhood that we're picking up, and I'm just getting familiar with these folks, and so I'd like to pose to taking the last action, hold mine in abeyance, and allow you an opportunity to speak with our constituents, and we'll work with you on that and even attend the meeting with you.
I absolutely have no problem with that. If you'd like to do that, I will contact your office tomorrow, if that's okay.
And we'll work
set
with
the
you.
neighborhood meeting.
Absolutely. We'll work with you and attend the meeting with you as well.
I do appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Your Honor. I'd like to hold these items in abeyance, please, for 2 weeks.
All right. There's a motion to obey 126 and 66 for 2 weeks. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. All right. Next book. Thank you. Thank you. For 127. is SUP 15413. It'll be a public hearing. The applicant is Alon Servin. The owner is Mark Orchard. Request for special use permit for motor vehicle sales used on .37 acres at 1515 Industrial Road. This is in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval subject to conditions. Yes, sir.
Yes, Alon Servin, 1515 Industrial. First of all, I'd like to say hello to the council and thank Councilman Reese for having me have a sit down with him and address his concerns at the time from the last hearing. We will conform to all city council recommendations and staff recommendations.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions of the gentleman? Folks, the public hearing? Be happy to hear from anybody. All right, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilor Reese.
Yes, Mr. Sherman, I want to thank you and your wife for meeting with me. I think it was a great meeting. I'm going to make a motion to follow Planning Commission staff's recommendation for approval, and wish you good luck down there.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your blessing, both of you.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed?
Actually, I hope to get your blessing.
Pardon me? With all conditions, that's correct.
All right, let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome. Okay, I'm a little confused here, Ronnie. 128?
129.
Actually, 136.
Going to 136?
Yep.
Oh, boy.
We're saving right along here, buddy.
136. We're going to be in time for the Cardinals and the Mets.
Who you got today?
Cardinals. 136 is ZON 15410. Applicant owner is White Hills Paradise LLC. Request for rezoning from R4 High Density Residential to C1 Limited Commercial on .22 acres at 1909 Weldon Place in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff recommend that the Planning Commission recommends denial. The staff recommends approval. It's a public hearing which is now declared open. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Councilman. Valerie Livengood, 1592 Maple Leaf Street, on behalf of the property owner. We concur with all of staff's recommendations.
Your Honor, if I could.
Yes.
I met with Valerie a couple times. If I could just ask where'd Mr. Scott go? Hey, Jim. Could I ask on record if she would amend, she wants to have this, or staff wants this to be changed to C1 Limited. Could I ask her to amend it to PR?
Yes, you could. Since that's more restrictive, you can do that.
On behalf of our owner, we would accept the PR zoning in lieu of C1.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And Mayor Pro Tem, that would be an additional condition that would be imposed, is that the approval is for the PR zoning.
All right.
We concur.
Good. Public hearing, folks. Seeing nobody, we'll close the public hearing then. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes. Again, the Planning Commission recommended denial for that reason, and I believe the staff recommended approval on this item. I will make a motion for approval because I think it is a less dense use, and I think it has been a real estate office. That's what we're going to use it for, is a real estate office.
Correct.
So my motion will be for approval, please.
Very good. Let's vote.
As amended.
Right. Let's vote, please. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 137 is VAR 14139. The applicant owner is Carlos Alberto Corderini. The request for a variance to allow a 5-foot side yard setback where a setback of 10 feet is the minimum setback required and a 5-foot rear yard setback where 20 feet is the minimum setback required, 1.17 acres at 2400 Hinkle Drive. This is in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor Goodman, Mr. Councilman. My name is Eduardo Vergara. I work with Edward Construction and Development. I am representing Mr. Carlos Codarine. I live in 5407 Orinda Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada. Mr. Carlos Codarini, he is a electrical contractor, and he got this lot, and he is building office for his own use, and eventually the other part he will be leasing to another contractor. We are the very backbone of the economy here in Las Vegas as a small businessman, and our request is for a 5-foot side yard instead of 10. We are going to 5, and the waiver is for a 5-foot instead of 20. We have proved through the years our capacity and ability to have beautiful buildings around the city, like the restaurant Lindo Michoacan. So this is going to be a building that the city of Las Vegas will be proud of. If you have any questions, I would be happy to answer.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions at this time?
What are we looking at here right now on the monitor? Can you see the monitor up there?
Well, what does the monitor depict? What is being shown on the television screen?
Oh, on this one?
Yes.
It's the site plan.
Now, on the screen, is there a screen there?
Oh,
what is that?
Oh, that actually right now that's the lot. It's a lot of people that just go and park over there. Nothing going on there. It's just like dust and really nothing important going there.
That's what I want to put on the record. We're going to clean this up, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, folks, anybody like to be heard on either of these items, 137 and 138? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing.
Yes, Your Honor. On item 137, make a motion for approval of all of staff conditions following planning commission's recommendation.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And 138, please.
Same motion on the site development review. Make a motion to follow staff recommendation, or planning commission recommendation for approval.
Thank you so much.
Very good. Let's vote.
Have a good afternoon. Good to see you.
Wait.
Oops.
Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Okay, 139 is VAR 15455. The applicant owner is Michaela Martinez. Request for a variance to allow an existing non-habitable accessory structure with a street side setback of 3 feet where 9 feet 2 inches are required, 1.17 acres at 2222 Mesquite Avenue. It's in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. It's a public hearing which is now open.
Hi, my name's Juan Martinez. I'm on behalf of my mother on 2222 East Mesquite. We're just asking a request for a garage conversion into a living quarter.
All right, are there any questions of the gentleman? Does your mother want to say something?
Yeah, she's saying that it's just for like for her. It's not for rent, because last time we came here they said that we're gonna rent it out to other people, but the house is already paid off, so we don't really need it. It's just for a family, when the family comes in from other places, like us, my mom.
Okay, you better state your mom's name for the record.
Micaela Martinez.
Okay, very good. You want to say anything else before I ask for any public hearing?
No, that's it. She just said it's for us. We don't have necessity to rent to other people, and she doesn't like to rent to other people because then it's a big deal, big problem. So it's just for us, the family. The house is paid off already.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, folks, would anyone like to be heard on this? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've been out like this. I do have some pictures I'd like to put in the record. Your Honor, I don't think there's any way we can control whether it's rented or whether it's not rented. I think that's asking too much. This is a single-family neighborhood. My motion is going to be to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for denial.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 140 is VAR 15657. The applicant owner is Ian Robbins. Request for a variance to allow a rear yard setback of 7 feet where 15 feet is the minimum setback required for proposed room addition at 831 Park Paseo. This is in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. It's a public hearing which is now open. Is Ian Robbins here or a representative for Mr. Robbins? All right. Mayor Pro Tem, what's your pleasure?
We do have some members of the Johnny's Park Neighborhood Association here. I don't know why Mr. Robbins is not here. I'm going to go ahead and go forward with it. If they want to put anything on the record, they're more than welcome to.
Okay. This is a public hearing, folks. Would anyone like to be heard? Fellas, there are people pointing their finger at you.
This structure is really it's an overbuild in this neighborhood. I think he can meet what he wants to have, his needs, with a lot smaller structure. And that's going to be kind of my motion on it. Okay.
Bob Bellis, president of the Giants Park Neighborhood Association. Yeah, the structure is like 800 square feet. He wants to triple the size. He owns the piece of property next door that has a 4-car garage. He wants to put like a 7-car garage on this. It's just, this property is on the National Register of Historic Places. It would be stand out in our neighborhood, so we're asking for denial.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Steve Spahn. I'm the neighbor across the street, and I would recommend denial also.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Anybody else like to be heard? Close the public hearing then.
My motion is going to be to follow staff planning commission's recommendation for denial.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed?
Probably.
Motion carries. Thank you. Now we're up to 143. 143 is SDR 15766. Be a public hearing. The applicant owner is County of Clark. Request for site development plan review for proposed public park on approximately 13.3 acres at the southeast corner of Cary Avenue and Comstock Drive. It's in Ward 5. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions of public hearing, which is now open. Yes, sir.
Don Barton, Baker Parish Habitat Architects, representing the owner. The owner has no issues with this recommendation, and conditions. Any questions, we'd be glad to answer.
All right, are there any questions of the gentleman? It's a public hearing. Would you like to be heard?
Yes, Beatrice Turner, West Las Vegas. This the part that they're building on Comstock and Bells are the one that Commissioner Gates want to build, and she didn't come and get the input from the community. Do we need a park there? And you know, at the rate of our community going, I still stand on it. We do not need a park right there on that corner. And she says she want to name the park after Dr. Pearson, but I hope she gonna name it Tombstone Park, because we know her and her children is not gonna be in that park in my community.
Would anybody else like to be heard? All right, then we'll close the public hearing. Councilor Weekly.
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval, please, without conditions.
All right, let's vote,
If I
please.
may, Mayor and Councilman, at the request of the Field Operations Department, they requested an additional condition that the public park shall be operated and maintained by Clark County, and add that as a condition.
Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir, it is.
And you agree?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Is that the part of the motion then, Councilor?
Your Honor, hold on one second.
Pardon me, I'm off.
No, this is not, wait, this is not the way we do it. You talk to me, and if somebody wants to talk to you, let them come up and talk to you.
I apologize.
No problem. Please give us your name.
My name is Joe Gale. I'm with Real Property Management Group at Clark County. And there may be an agreement to manage the park through a third party. And that may be,
Well, basically, what we're interested in, I would believe, is that we're not going to be responsible for maintaining it. It's going to be...
That's correct.
Clark County may contract with somebody else, but it's not our obligation.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, everybody agrees to that?
Yes.
All right, very good.
And, Your Honor, just real briefly here, I just want to put on the record, I know one of my constituents who had some concerns about the park. I do want to put on the record that I think in the community we would all agree that many of the children in the area really do need to have more open space and more recreational places that they can go and exercise and enjoy themselves as children. And just as a correction, there is a proposed community center that's proposed for this area that would be named after Commissioner Pearson, former Commissioner Pearson. So,
all right.
At any rate, with that, Your Honor, I'd like to make a motion for approval, please, without conditions as amended, please.
Okay, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay, one more time. Ms. Rodimus, I'll instruct you to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings, Centennial Hills Architectural Review Committee, and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements, please. Thank you very much. All right, folks, this is time for citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come up, and we'll put the 3-minute timer on. Let me ask you, are you folks here for public citizens' participation? Okay, fine. Very good. Yes.
Dorothy Barnes, Las Vegas resident. Once again, I'm here. I'm not getting any action on my last demand that my name be removed off any and all such programs where they're stifling. I complained to the security and the manager and supervisor at Boulder Station Casino. I told them I came as a tourist in August of 1999 from Shreveport, Louisiana. Had never been to Las Vegas, and I did not know they had such a program, but maybe that's what they had going in my hometown. But yet, my name seems to still be in there where people can lie and go up in there over me and play with me. They cause injury and death to members of my family, going up in there gambling on my ticket, lying and stifling off me. And then these very same people, when the police tell them, if you all got to lie on these disabled people and hold them in here with you all, then stifle them. They don't want even stifle $50. and then they want to complain on me. And I'm telling them, I don't even want your program. Why do you all think the people of this city think I owe them anything? And I don't mind helping anyone. I'm a Christian person in my heart. I don't mind sharing, but you don't lie and cause death and injury and cause somebody's family to be named and cause someone to be slandered to steal money. And I don't have a lot of influence around this town because I'm not from this city. So I hope to get some of the social climbers, and that's not mean to be funny toward them, but that's what they call people that have social connections. Social climbers are people that's in the city that have influence, that's been here a longer time than myself, to get these people to understand from some of them, because I have a problem up there too, with people that's doing it, and they're doing it through these churches. And I recently became a member of Trinity Life Center on St. Louis. And I know there's a very fine pastor and his wife and family, and I hope to start out anew. But it look like somebody's understanding is still not clear. But I wish these people would address it directly to me, since I can't get up in there on Nellis Air Force Base and look in on them, because that would make it easy for me to go right directly to them if I could see which ones are doing it. The police can look in, I can't look in. I'm helpless, so I ask law enforcement to help gain some control. How long does it take? What should I do next? What can I do? I cannot afford an attorney. I know I got a lot of lawsuits lined up. I don't really care about the money. I'm telling them I came here to live a better life. I don't need these people to be that desperate, tearing at me like a pack of dogs. I left a pack of dogs, including my 2 ex-husbands and Louisiana. Thank you.
Next, please.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, members of the Council. I just want to take this opportunity
You have to give us your name, please. Everyone on that step up, please give us your name.
Manny Sanchez, 9812 Antelope Canyon, Las Vegas, Nevada. Just want to take this opportunity to congratulate you and for a job well done. I've sat in all day, and I think you've done a tremendous job. I'd like to single out Councilman Wolfson for his denial on that CVS package too, because I live in the area and we don't need any more alcohol in the area. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, please.
Rhonda Jackson Pullins, 4532 Doig Lane. I'm here as a concerned citizen as well as Chief Steward of SEIU Local 1107 at the City of Las Vegas Housing Authority. I'm here because recently the employees found out that we were facing a major deficit in our budget because of new HUD regulations and laws and everything that happened, that we were going to be facing a situation that was going to cause us to lose 41 employees and severely impact the services that we now provide to the Las Vegas citizens. So in that effort, with all the turmoil that we were under, losing our executive director because of those mismanagements, getting an interim director, and now with him not really stepping up to the plate, we're forced to come here before you today because we try to meet management's dilemma as a body, as a union, give concessions, and to try to find ways to preserve employees and preserve the services that we provide. And when we did such, it was sort of a rejection. No, we can counter-propose this. Well, we bargained in good faith when we went before the table. And when we found and we learned of a deficit, we stepped up and tried to meet that deficit. We gave them a proposal that would lose, instead of 41 employees, we would only lose about 10 employees, and that would have been lost through retirements and so on and so forth. And the offer that they put on the table, even till today, they're trying to still say, well, if the union will give concessions. Well, if you knew you were facing this, as we learned 3 years ago, and you had done what you were supposed to do, and you were now with the interim, if you would step up and do what we need to do to take our agency forward and provide services, we wouldn't be sitting there with 100 or so vacant units. We wouldn't be losing about 41 employees, and on the day that we're going to lose them on the 31st of October, they called an agency meeting, mandatory meeting for the key staff, and everyone to be in a purchasing meeting, irregardless to 41 people leaving. And we gave them a proposal, and they said they would have to come and try to figure something out. And if we don't want to give up concessions that you bargained for in good faith, that we're going to lose our members? No, they're not our members. There are employees of the Housing Authority that provides this city with a commodity that is very needed. We provide affordable housing, and in this time that we're in, housing is very necessary. Affordable housing is the primary issue in Las Vegas for us. We're here in support, and we took out today because they don't believe there's people left that believe in public service. They don't believe there's people left like us. They're willing to give up our COLAs and our merit, which is what our proposal, and I have a copy for any of you that would like it. We want to give that back. We're willing to give that back, but we wanted some security for management. Some things that we know that we won't be treated unfairly like we have in the past, so that we won't give up for nothing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Just so that the record is crystal clear on this, we can't take any action today because this is on our citizens' participation and it is not agendized, but it's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the only involvement that we have directly with the Housing Authority is that we make the appointments of the Housing Board, and then they hire the director, and we do not get involved with the day-to-day operations.
That's right.
Just so you understand that. But, I mean, we do have the ability, of course, to voice our opinion and to use whatever influence we have from the bully pulpit, but as a matter of law, we are very limited as far as getting involved in this particular issue. I just want you to know that when you address it.
We do understand that.
All right.
We understand that.
Fair enough. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Marion Burns, and I too am a member of the City of Las Vegas Housing Authority. I want to throw out some figures that have been asked of Mr. Rowe. Mr. Carl Rowe is the acting interim director that was appointed by the board. I know that you do not have any direct authority to say what goes on. Indirect, yes, through the board. We're asking that you talk with your board members. Mr. Rowe has a very cavalier attitude. He's met with the staff on two different occasions, and he has the attitude that I'm not going to be here after 6 months anyway, so whatever you want to do is fine. He has told us directly, emphatically, that he has no input into the major making decisions that are being made, and he always refers back to the key staff. The question that other employees are asking, why is Mr. Rowe, that has been appointed by your board, is being paid $12,500 a month to just sign memos? That is one of the questions that they're asking. Right now, I asked him for the total deficit, which was $3.755 million. He chose to cut staff by $2.3 million. And when he was approached with the other key staff with ways to eliminate that 2.3, he and the key staff denied it. We're asking, because we are under the umbrella of the City of Las Vegas, to intercede somewhere, and it has to be with your board. We're asking that Mr. Rowe's position be rescinded. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
My name is Carlos Lehman. I'm a maintenance guy in Las Vegas Housing Authority, council and mayor. My point is, the issue is the seniors, because they're the one that need attention. They're really good people to work with in the projects, the senior projects especially. I shouldn't say they're like our family, but they really respect us. They have trusted us going in their apartment and fixing the problem, whatever has to be fixed. Some of them know that some of us are being laid off because of bad management or whatever. But the thing is, Mayor and the council, like I said, the people is a concern. Like Rhonda said, Las Vegas is growing. I know someday I'm going to be an elderly person, so I would like somebody to come and fix my stuff that I need right away, and and that's what housing authorities are all about. But when you have person like they mentioned already, bad management, it affects not only employee but the tenants too, and that's kind of shame to see. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Sheila Christmas. My address is 3505 Mercury Street, Apartment E, North Las Vegas. Good afternoon, Mayor and Councilman. I just want to touch basically on what my coworkers were saying. I've been with the Las Vegas Housing Authority for 15 years. First of all, we have over 150 vacancies, and they've cut 10 of our maintenance guys. But for some reason, key staff believes that we still can perform our jobs effectively. That's just not true. If we lose that many employees, where would they leave our tenants? We already have enough problems and a lot of work dealing with what we have today. If we lose over 41 employees, I mean, there's no way that the jobs are going to get done. We've gone to management with ideas of how to save positions, and yet they still don't hear us. They want it their way or no way at all. So I really would appreciate if there's something the board can do to help us out. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down.
Sharina Thames, 3281 Cheyenne Gardens Way. Just a few key points I want to point out. Affordable housing is the #1 issue facing our community. We came to protect public services and ensure that in the city of Las Vegas we will be responsive to that need. Management's plan was not carefully thought out, and with less than 2 weeks left before employees are released, which is October 31st, they haven't given us, the remaining staff members, any direction as to how we're going to handle our workloads. The proposal was carefully thought out to preserve services by the union. We need your help. We need decision-making, leadership, and accountability. Now, we understand that you, Mayor Goodman, and the council members do not have a direct authority over the executive office, but this is the community that we serve, and on November the 1st, we're scheduled for 175 annual research appointments to come through that Section 8 office. If we don't have adequate staff, then we'll be getting those phone calls from our clients, which is also the people that live in the community.
Thank you for coming down.
My name is Robert McDonald, 1841 Belmont, North Las Vegas. Your Honor, City Councilmen and women. And what gets me is a statement that was made. There's limited things you can do right now, but I'm going to tell you, gentlemen, these seniors are in your wards, and they're going to, the services are going to be cut for them. And who are they going to be talking to? They're going to be talking to you. They're going to be needing help from you. And to take a drastic step, I mean, whether they want, they don't call it a drastic step, but they knew 5 years ago that this was a problem, and they did nothing about it, the management there. And what bothers me is the councilmen that are on that board still, some of them knew about that 5 years ago, and they just know that there should have been a trickle down, it should have been handled better, and okay, it wasn't. But now this 41 cut, there's going to be seniors that aren't going to get what they want. There's going to be family units, definitely, that are going to be cut. Services are going to be cut no matter what you do. So I'm just asking you to, I know there's limited things you can do, but I'm just saying in the future, just to avoid a lot of people coming down here, because I can just see the future. The future is you're going to be addressing senior citizens that are going to say, what is going on?
Let me ask you this. Has anybody from SEIU who's associated with the Housing Authority been in contact with the federal delegation? Because basically, as I understand it from my briefings, the cuts are taking place as a result of money's not coming through HUD, which have been given to us in the past, and it's because of that there's going to be the reduction of staff. Has anybody talked to Senator Reed or Senator Renson or Congressman Porter or Congresswoman Berkeley, folks of that level? I'd like to find that out.
Well, we are aware of the bill that has been proposed, and we have asked our members to sign on to notify our Congress people.
But has anybody spoken to the Congress
Yes,
people?
we have been making contact from our membership.
But has anyone been in direct contact with them and tell them what you're telling us, because they're responsible from the federal perspective to protect us, so that the local governments are able to do our duty and oversee our responsibilities. Has anybody talked to anybody with the federal delegation?
We have made contact regarding the federal
I don't know what
level.
that means, though. When you say you made contact, have you talked to them?
I have not personally, but SEIU, we have asked them to make contact, and they have, regarding the bill.
What do they say?
Well, we've asked them to sign on.
I know. What do the federal delegations say about this? Why aren't they helping us as far as this HUD money?
I can't say that they're not going to help us. What we're saying today is we have other ways to even offset that. There are ways.
No, and I appreciate what you're saying, but I want to find out whether or not the federal authorities that are responsible for the state of Nevada are doing everything within their power to make sure that we get the money from HUD to take care of our responsibilities.
Well, Mayor, that is our intentions, and we have asked them to press them very hard to make sure that they do. Make sure we get our money from HUD to help us in our community with this problem.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
the question is, though, you weren't asking, you want to know who the "you" is that they pressed.
That's correct. I want to find out who was talked to.
Did anybody on your staff actually talk with Shelley Berkeley?
Yes.
And then what was her response? Did she give you a response in writing or anything?
No, she did not give me a response. My name is Benita Smith, City of Las Vegas Housing Authority. I personally called her staff, and I asked her to please write onto that bill, and she did. In fact, the person, I think, whoever it was that called me back, said that she addressed that problem, and she was definitely representing the state of Nevada on the bill that would obtain more money from HUD for all of the housing authorities.
That answers his question, because you did not talk directly with Shelley.
I did not talk directly with her. I talked with her office.
That said that. I think that's what you were trying to get at, Mayor.
Right. I wanted to know whether any of our congressional delegation, the electeds, have been spoken to by SEIU about this problem.
SEIU, we did tell them the problem. They said that they were addressing the problem for J.J. Strait, who was supposed to be here, was going to tell you more about that issue.
All right. We'll check it out. We can't take any action today, but I'm listening to you. Okay.
Anyway, thank you very much, Your Honor, and
Thank
Councilman
you.
Lemon. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, council people. My name is Jim Collins. I'm not here with the SEIU or anything like this. I was here this morning. I had some concerns about some issues that took place this morning about the Crazy Horse, a bill number 62 or something like that was passed this morning. Several years ago, I'm also going to speak on this, and I'm going to speak on these people here as well, because this is not a congressional issue while these people are being laid off. This is misappropriation of funds, not a congressional issue. HUD allocates so much money, and if that money is misdirected or misspent, this is the results of mismanagement and misspent opportunity here. That's why that the budget is cut, because those of us who was in office chose not to adhere to specifications as it is set forth for them to do for these individuals here. This is the result of those individuals that is put in place to look out for these individuals. This is the result when that didn't happen. Now, several years ago, when you was my Councilman Reese, when you put that 1,500 feet bill in place that no churches would be allowed to open up a business in the 1,500 area. Well, in our community, in the business district of our community, no people would be able to go in business. Because if you're down Jackson Street, every business that's a tournament is 1,500 feet within a church. The church was there, and the establishment was there. So when you put that bill in effect, I said at the time it was it was a bad thing then, it's bad today. Now, what you all did, you went ahead and you passed to give Crazy Horse a temporary license. Just think, people in our community say that when you enacted that bill years ago, there were a lot of African Americans would not be able to go in business. A lot of African Americans was caught
up into what you passed while you was my city councilman. You left, the bill stayed. We spoke out against it then. The bill need to be restructured. The 1,500 feet need to be done away with. I think it should be up to each councilman what goes in his or her ward. We elect councilmen weekly. I think I have a say-so in what direction, what is best for the community in which I live in, which Councilman Weekly represent. But when you did that, you were one on our councilman, and we still are feeling the wrinkle effect of that 1,500 feet. Today, you came up, and with our move, what you had put in place, man, I need a little more time.
I can't give it to you, Mr. Collins. I got a lot of people who have to be heard.
Ma'am, I know.
Listen, hold on. With all due respect, go to the end of the line. If I have time, I'll hear from you. I want to hear from these people. Well, that's why we put the 3-minute clock on. I'm not going to argue with you. Next, please.
Okay, Mayor.
I will be back.
Beatrice Turner, West Las Vegas. You know, you look at these people standing here. These the same people that I've had to deal with when I was a board member. When I tried to do what was right, and you came there grandstanding to get rid of me and my other fellow board members to keep us from getting rid of Gadiri. If you had let us do our job, that you stood here a minute ago and said that you can't direct them to do nothing. First of all, you know that board right now needs to be removed for malfeasance. All that money they have wasted and messed up that housing authority like it they have. And this man stood, the man told you about the seniors. Here, let me show you this. I want you to see this picture right here. You see how this picture look? This how our high-rise is going to look in them senior developments. You see the picture? Because I can't see it on my screen. You see it? Can you see the picture? This is how our high-rise is going to end up looking where our seniors live. That's not living. That's why I work at in them high-rises. When you get one of those seniors going to be stuck in the elevator because ain't no maintenance man on the property, there's no manager there that's probably going to lunch or working in another development, you don't know how to reach the elevator man, you going to put seniors' life in danger. They done cut out security, now they cutting out maintenance, and you can sit there like, oh, it ain't nothing I can do. Yes, there's something you can do, because that board needs to be removed from malfeasance, because that is what HUD said when they did that audit, that board need to be retrained or regone. But you took up on yourself because of one of the chairman, Bobby Groenauer, had an election. He didn't want to be removed right now because he was scared he might lose his election behind this. That ain't all he gonna lose behind this, because there's people gonna suffer behind when them maintenance men can't go to them 4th floors, them high rises. They can't help them seniors. You got seniors now in them high rises that's homebound, that can't even come out of their apartments until their nurses show up at their doors. And y'all sit here, and then you, Councilman Ross, I picked up my paper yesterday and how you just came all out against the Workforce Investment Board. You got on the Workforce Investment Board the same time you got on the Housing Authority Board. But did you call for an audit? Did you call for the city to come in and step in and do what was right over there? No, you did not do that. And you voted to go along with all the wrongdoings that's going there, to pay a man $80,000 to leave there that he did not even deserve. But who gonna suffer the repercussion for that? Them seniors. These employees, they're going to be the ones suffer behind it. And like I told you, I said you might end up being a one-time city council.
Next,
and believe that.
Next, please. Yes, sir.
I'm Pete Calhoun. I work at the Las Vegas Housing Authority. And I'm just here to speak on an issue about the board. We have a board that says that we're missing funds and that we need funds and we're going to be laid off because of it. But then they turn around and pass off 30-some contracts to outside contractors for work that we can do, that we're qualified to do. And we went to them and tried to tell them we would be glad to do the work to keep our jobs, and they told us no. They granted a street sweeping contract where the street sweepers don't even sweep the streets. And they said, we can't do it. Well, we all can push a broom. We all can do the work. And they're saying we can't. You know, and I feel like it's kind of unfair that they would turn around and hire people and then 4 months later lay them off. They knew they were going to do this layoffs 4 months ago. I think it's wrong to play with people's lives like that. We all have families. And it's wrong to play with our lives like that, especially around this time of the year. How are we going to go home and tell our kids that we can't have Christmas because somebody else ran off with the money and then they pay them $80,000 to go? I think something needs to be addressed with the board. Something has to be done. I mean, these are lives we're talking about. Seniors, and not only the seniors, family developments that's going to go down, down, down. They're already in bad shape. What are we going to do when we're losing more maintenance people? How are we going to get the work done? I think something needs to be done. And it needs to start here. Because obviously they don't want to hear from us. They won't listen to us. We go to Mr. Rowe and try to talk to him, and he tells us, his answer is, well, I don't know, I'll look into it. Or, I won't be here when I have to address that question. That's wrong. That's wrong. And something needs to be done for it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Bruce Bundy, City of Las Vegas Housing Authority. I'm just going to make it real short and sweet. The board, they gave Carl Rowe this contract at $12,000 a month and some change. And Councilman Ross tells us at the meeting that that's just pennies on a dollar. It's not pennies on a dollar when you're talking about you can save 1 or 2 or 3 jobs. And they're talking about he's only going to be here 3 months or 4 months. They said the same thing at Clark County Housing Authority. And he was there for 14 months. The only thing I'm saying is that it's just not right what's going on. The board really needs to be looked at because it seems like they have the position as where they just don't care. They don't care. You can go to them, and the first meeting that we had with Carl Rowe as a staff, the first thing that he says was he doesn't care because he's not going to be here. So if things are messed up, things are messed up. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Next, please.
Hello, my name is Javier Gonzalez. I work for Las Vegas Housing Authority, and I am one of the affected employees there. So I'd really like for you guys to really look into it. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down.
Good afternoon, my name is Luis Vasquez. I'm one of the new employees hired for the Housing Authority. I don't understand why they, a year ago, they started hiring more people into the Housing Authority knowing that they were in debt for 5 years. There's no justice for people like me or everybody else. We have family to support. Why they didn't come with this through and just let it go and bring everything on the table, let the people what's going on. I request you, Mr. Government, look into this one, this problem. There's a lot of family going to be affected. Even though right now Christmas coming, you know, there's a lot of stuff to going bad. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down.
Albert Burroughs, City of Las Vegas Housing Authority. I'm not as eloquent as some people you've heard here. I'm originally from Louisiana, so I'm kind of a down-home, simple kind of guy. But I just wanted you to know, to hear the frustration in our voices, and the anguish in our voices, because we don't know what to do. We've asked for help. We've gone to Carl Rowe. We've gone to the people who make the decisions. We've gone to the board, and it falls on deaf ears. And we just want you to say, you know, listen to us. That's all we want you to do. Listen to them. They have ideas. Let's do it. What's the problem here? Rhonda, who was here earlier, spent hours upon hours upon hours, her and Ms. Vanita, going through numbers after numbers after numbers to find ways to save jobs. And they come up with numbers. Even to add money to housing. Doesn't want to listen to us. He already has his mind set to do things, and it really breaks my heart that everybody's going to lose their jobs. because I like these people, but they're nice people. I apologize, but that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thanks for coming down.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Twilley, and I work at the City of Las Vegas Housing Authority. Presently, I'm the Section 8 supervisor in that department, in our Housing Programs Department. One of the things, and I know you've heard a lot of the different reasons why we have the cut, not just Congress, it's also the misappropriation of funds. The same key staff that we have there right now is the same key staff that's advising this executive office of the decisions that they should make. That executive director doesn't want to take any type of actions because he said that he's only going to be there for a little while, and when everything falls the way it falls, he won't be there to take up the slack for it. In addition to that, we had a meeting with Mr. Rowe yesterday with the union, and we also had a meeting with our housing programs director today, where we had presented, by the union, we presented a proposal that would eliminate only a few positions, less than what they had originally gave to us. They came up with 41, we came up with probably like 10. 7? Okay, 7 positions that would be eliminated. And when we looked at positions, we were not looking at persons, we looked at positions. When we did that, we found a way, even in our housing programs division, to save every position that was not filled. The only position that was left was Administrative Clerk 2, that was already vacant, and the Housing Programs Manager position that's filled. We expressed even to our Housing Programs Director that we're not trying to displace her Housing Programs Manager. Since the beginning of this whole ordeal, we've had the admissions supervisor to retire. He took an early retirement. Our Housing Programs Manager came from the admissions department. She was admissions supervisor before. In fact, that's her field. The injustice that we've suffered even in that department is the bias and the favoritism that goes on just to save one person's job versus 5 people. We expressed that that wasn't fair. We heard that, yeah, I'm making the fair decision because it's about numbers. Our proposal through the union did meet the numbers. We were only responsible to come up with $1.2 million, and on paper we came up with $1.197. In addition, there were some other things that were not listed on that paper, but none of the department heads want to let go their person. If one department head says, if you save my girl, I'll save your girl. You save my housing programs manager position, I'll save the assistant operations manager position for somebody that they want to slate to come into there later. They've told us that it's not in the new budget, the assistant manager's position.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, please.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, my name is Larry Robinson. I'm the HQS supervisor for the Housing Authority. As the previous speaker said, the things that we have offered to management was the things that they requested of us. And we came back with the budget that was necessary, and we even saved them more money. You know, and now they talk like we have to negotiate. You know, I guess my position on the issue, with all the chaos and everything that's been going around in the Housing Authority, no productivity have stopped. Everything is still being done on time and in a timely manner. And I just think at this particular time, we as the employees that have serviced this company for the number of years that we have and have been as loyal as we have, you know, at this point, it just seems like they just don't give a about us at this point. So I think something needs to be looked at, and we need to look at this situation because we're talking about people's lives and everything that those of us that have been here for a while have put in, you know, it seems to be neglected at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Geraldine Johnson, 1300 Tip Top Trails, Pahrump, Nevada. I'm familiar with some of you. Weekly, I own a home in your area. Councilman Tarkanian, I worked in your area with Sartini Plaza Senior Citizens. Councilman Ross, I've seen you on the board.
I'd like for each of you to think about something, that 3 or 4 years ago, you went home and you told your family, my finances are about to be cut in the next 4 years, so we have to cut back. And your spouses continue to spend in the normal manner. And you never said anything else. And you continued. And then on that day came and you said, honey, we got to move. And she's saying, what? You have to move. Because I told you 5 years ago, my pay is being cut by 50%. They say 5 years, I give them a year. That they knew that the budget was going to be cut. They knew asset management was coming, and they continued to spend the way they wanted to spend. Instead of hiring new people, they should have been retraining the people that they had, but they decided not to. They wanted to hire in. And the young man was up here saying 4 months ago, he left the job to come to the Housing Authority. He felt as though it was a secure move. It was a wise move. But he was not told that in 4 months he would be laid off, or else he probably would have stayed where he was at. Now we come to you to ask you to speak to our board, because not only are we being impacted, but each one of your voters are being impacted. The seniors, Thanksgiving is coming up. I'm quite sure, Councilwoman Tarkanian, that you'll be there to give a Thanksgiving dinner and everything. I wonder how many of them will come up to you at that dinner and address a complaint because they can't get a maintenance work order through. Councilman Weekly, I'm quite sure when you hand out your turkeys, I wonder how many of your voters will come up to you and say, this is wrong in my unit. I can't get anyone down here at this office. No one's at this office. Now, when I managed Sartini Plaza, I was there whenever anything happened. Commissioner Carter is a dear friend. He became a friend of mine when I started working there. And I hate to think that one of your board members, that's on your board, the city board, the Housing Authority board, would have to suffer due to the mismanagement and thoughtlessness of our key staff at the Las Vegas Housing Authority. Because it's those same key staff people, Gadari is gone, yes, he is gone, but it was those same key staff people that made the decision to put in for a new employee.
Gonna have to cut you short.
One other statement. Instead of retraining, they chose to hire. Now they got to fire. When is it going to stop?
Thank you very much. All right, 1 minute for Mr. Collins.
No, hold on. Let me say something, ma'am.
1 minute.
I don't have an issue. I don't have an issue with this board. Nor do you.
I know, right?
Okay, this is not. I'm not up here picking a fight of any kind.
No fight.
Oh, okay. So what I'm saying is, let me say this. Some 30 years ago, there was a young lawyer came in this community, and there was a young man that was convicted of shooting an undercover agent. And he goes to trial, and there was one Caucasian old lady who said the evidence did not warrant a conviction. And so she did not vote to convict this young man. He is a free man today because the evidence did not fit the punishment. That young, upstanding lawyer is the mayor today. What I'm saying to you is this, ma'am. If you can go to back 30 years ago for a young man that you saw was right, what I'm suggesting, why don't we take a look at these 40 people? If you can fight to save one, and what you did, why don't you take a look at and see what you can do as our mayor and see can you save these 40 people. That's what I want to say.
Thank you, Jane.
All right.
Thank you. All right, we can't take action today, but what I'm going to ask you to do is, amongst yourselves, when we adjourn, get me 2 or 3 names of people who are representative of your group, so that if in fact there are discussions that are had with the board or with the director, I'll be able to report back and give you the status of those discussions. If you would leave those with our city manager, I'd sure appreciate that. All right, anybody else want to be heard? All right, the meeting's adjourned. No, you did it once, Ms. Barnes, that's it.
Okay.